Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Turning back again, his eyes met those of the hideous, terrifying yet equally bewildered demon. Chris's pupils contracted, and he let out an uncontrollable shout from deep in his throat. A ghost, Chapter 70, unfamiliar in the pitch-black room. Kara and Raven faced each other in silence. 3 minutes ago, Chris said he needed to use the restroom. His henchman number 1 immediately stood up and said he needed to go too. Henchman number 2 initially said he didn't want to go. But after being glared at by Chris, he quickly jumped up and said he remembered he needed to use the restroom too. So the 3 boys put their arms around each other's shoulders and went out together. Kara realized she had to find a way to break the silence, because Raven certainly didn't seem to be going to do it. By the way, I suddenly realized how beautiful your hair is, Kara said, trying to start a conversation. Thank you, Raven said. I've noticed that you don't talk to people much usually. Kara, she realized this wouldn't work. She had to raise questions. Otherwise, she would always be performing a one-woman show. By the way, do you have family here? Kara asked. Are you a native of Gotham? I have no family. Raven shook his head. They're all dead. Oh. So you're an orphan? What a coincidence. Me too, however. She realized the next second that saying it seemed a bit inappropriate. Oh, I don't mean there's anything good about it. I'm just glad to find we have things in common. No, I'm not happy either. I mean, I'm sorry, but I think I can understand you. This isn't about comparing who had the worst life. But my family all died in an accident. And in their final moments, they gave me the only chance to survive. Raven remained expressionless. My father tricked my mother into having me, then killed her. And now he wants to use me again. So I'm hiding from him everywhere, Kara. She hesitated for a while before saying, Then it sounds like you should call the police. Raven shook his head. You don't understand. My situation is special and no one can help me, only. As the 2 girls were talking, they suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream from next door. The 2 were taken aback and rushed out of the door, immediately heading into the next room. Then he spotted the 3 boys who should have gone to the restroom. 2 of them were lying on the ground in terror. One of them was still wearing a strange outfit. Chris, on the other hand, was being carried like a chick by a demon, his face pale and contorted in pain, as if his neck was about to be snapped at any moment. There really are monsters. Kara's first instinct was to rush forward and save the person, but she failed to secure the kill, because Raven had already moved the moment the goal was breached. A purplish-black orb of light, resembling either a flame or a sphere of churning gas, shot out from Raven's palm. The demon, caught completely off guard, was struck and tumbled away. Raven persisted, raising her hand and making a rise gesture. The demon was instantly enveloped in magic and lifted into the air. Then, following her gesture, it was repeatedly slammed onto the floor with thunderous crashes, leaving it dazed and confused, until the walls and ceiling collapsed, burying it completely under the rubble. The onlookers were all stunned, especially the henchman number 1, still wearing half a jumpsuit, trembled when he met Raven's unwavering gaze. He frantically pulled himself out of the jumpsuit, stammering, This is just a code. Big brother told me to wear a time knot with that thing. Kara looked at Raven with surprise and uncertainty. Raven. Who are you? He's my brother, Raven said calmly. I've long suspected he's involved in the recent disappearances in Gotham. I sensed his presence, which is why I'm here today. But don't worry, you won't have nightmares. You'll wake up in your own homes tomorrow morning, and you won't remember anything from tonight. Before the words were finished, a loud bang resounded. The ruins of the wall were suddenly blasted apart, countless fragments scattering in all directions amidst the shockwave. The figure of the demon emerged from beneath the rubble, letting out a soft, cold snort. There's even a little wizard here. Interesting, the demon sneered. I'd like to see how you deal with this. Eerie shadows rose up one after another from the surrounding darkness, encircling the area. Their bodies were twisted and grotesque. Exuding a chilling aura, their skin was a scorching crimson. Their eyes were deep and bottomless, and their faces were covered with vicious scars and pits. When their mouths opened, they revealed a row of sharp fangs. As if mocking, the three boys were already terrified. Huddled together in a corner trembling like leaves, Kara, also a little nervous, clenched her fists and turned to Raven to ask, "What's this now?" "Evil spirits, monsters from another world." Raven looked around and saw that there were quite a few evil spirits around them. They had clearly come prepared, surrounding the group from all sides and blocking all escape routes. "I've never tasted a wizard's blood before," the demon said excitedly. "Take them down." But it hadn't even finished speaking. The abandoned walls collapsed with a deafening roar, and a blinding blue light burst forth from the outside, like an unparalleled lightsaber cleaving through the night. The evil spirits vanished the instant they touched the blade. Without even a chance to scream, finally, the azure light surged forth, heading straight for the demon's face. The demon's eyes widened, clearly reflecting the azure light. It felt as if its soul was locked in place, and its trembling body seemed to resist moving. In immense terror, the demon also vanished in the light, turning to ashes. With a single move, the entire scene was reduced to ashes. Even Riven was still in the precast animation, staring blankly at the field that had been swept clean in an instant. Only Kara's eyes immediately lit up with surprise when she saw this move. She turned her head enough, saw the red and silver armor slowly flying in through the hole blasted through the wall. She was so surprised that she almost wanted to call out to acknowledge them. But then she remembered that her persona was that of an ordinary high school girl. So she quickly shut her mouth and covered her mouth tightly with both hands. "Rachel Ross," Shenyu landed in front of Raven. Raven dismounted from his fighting stance, but still looked at him with some wariness. "You know me." "Not really, but I'm looking for you." Wait a moment." Shenyu looked up, and the built-in display on his armor helmet quickly scanned and marked another human figure in the building. "I'll be back as soon as I go." After Shenyu finished speaking, flames shot out from his feet, and his body broke through the ceiling and soared into the sky, flying straight through the wall and hovering in the air in front of Lori, who was hiding there. "Sorry, buddy, but the cult has withdrawn from the community." Shenyu pointed his palm cannon at Lori, but the latter slowly turned his head, his face showing not only no fear, but even a hint of anticipation. "You're too late," he said with a sneer. "The moment you entered this building, I had already used my ultimate trump card. That was a gift from the supreme evil god he worshipped. A parachute landing that he had finally earned through his tireless and dedicated work. It was not some evil spirit, nor a low-level malevolent spirit from another world, but the great god he worshipped himself, who had personally descended upon him. Lori, who lived in Gotham, had certainly heard the story of this Ultraman, although he sometimes thought to himself that it was an overstatement for someone to be called Ultraman. He had heard of the great man's abilities, so the moment he realized the other party had arrived, he was certain that it was no match for demons and evil spirits. He must summon the true form of the evil god immediately. The formation has been activated, and a dark tornado has swept through the room, using Lori's own blood as a being of this dimension. As a medium, the surging magic seems to have pierced through the passage between reality and the other world, revealing the menacing eyes of a demon. "Do not be alarmed, my believers. I have heard your prayers and will answer them. My name is Belial, and anyone who dares to stand in my way will surely." The demon that appeared within the magic circle saw a somewhat familiar red and silver figure. Their eyes met and they recognized each other. The demon's chanting abruptly stopped. Belial glanced at the red and silver armor before him, then at the fanatical believer beside him, then, with his hands behind his back, he casually uttered a sentence not familiar with him. Loria Chapter 71 Boss Killer. Belial is about to swear. The moment he picked out, he knew he had messed up. No. In such a big world, there's only one overpowered guy who can glow. So why did I just happen to end up in front of him? What the hell is this fate? When Shen Yu saw that the person who came out of the magic array was an old acquaintance, he was pleasantly surprised. This body, this horrifying appearance, and that expression on its face that's even uglier than crying. It's definitely the guy who shares the same name as Belial. Belial is likely similar to Sangu, whose true form cannot easily enter the real world. Just as Sangu usually travels through the heavens and sows seeds everywhere, he relies on clones, with the ultimate goal of summoning his true form. However, it didn't matter to Shen Yao, who wasn't bothered at all, and was even a little pleased. After all, even a clone had experience, and given the demon's darkness intensity index, it could be considered an elite monster among all the monsters he had fought so far. Can you believe an elite monster that can automatically respawn? Reusable resources. However, people's joys and sorrows are not shared. Shen Yu was happy while the person opposite him was sad. But Belial remained calm and casually remarked, "I don't know him well, Loris." The smug expression of someone flaunting their powerful backer froze on the believer's face, then gradually faded, replaced by shock and bewilderment. "Not familiar? You didn't say that last night. Aren't you an evil god? Didn't you fool me by saying you could do whatever you wanted and were omnipotent in this world? So all you've got is surrender?" Laurie was filled with despair at this dark world. It's all fake, even the evil god is fake. Shen Yu, of course, ignored Belial's reaction to him. It didn't matter whether they were familiar or not. All he needed to know was that the other was a dark and evil villain. A walking experience point. Just take him down, that was the right thing to do. He raised his right palm, conjuring a palm cannon, but then a sinister shadow appeared behind the mobile armor. A twisted form creeping silently closer. "Watch out." That was the shout from Raven, who had followed him upstairs. However, if he waited until she spoke before reacting, it would undoubtedly be too late. Shen Yu had already sensed something was wrong, and as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he fired a palm strike. Belial, who was trying to sneak up on him from behind, took the hit squarely in the chest, his smoking body crashing through the wall behind him and tumbling down into the outer corridor amidst a pile of bricks and dust. At the same time, Belial, who had been standing with his hands behind his back in front of Shen Yu, vanished into thin air. It turned out that what was left there was an illusion. The demon, of course, knew that there was no reason to hold back when meeting an enemy. His words were merely to attract Shen Yu's attention so that he could launch a sneak attack from behind. Of course, it seems the plan isn't going very smoothly. Seeing that his plan had been foiled, Belial roared, spread his wingsand sword into the night. Shen Yu, relentless, activated his thrusters to the fullest and accelerated into the air to catch up. Two sonic booms erupted, transparent shockwaves exploding twice in the night sky. The demon and the armored warriors broke the sound barrier one after the other, engaging in a supersonic attack and defense in midair. At this moment, the comprehensive upgrade in mobility of the second-generation armor became apparent. Combined with Shen Yu's own superhuman reaction speed, the armor easily evaded the magical impact thrown back by Belial using various somersaults, short-range propulsion and other special techniques, while launching a series of counterattacks from all directions. In an instant, dazzling light effects crisscrossed the night sky, and missiles exploded one after another. Turning into fireworks, the dazzling lights intertwined, and the sounds of artillery fire and magic created a deafening, shattering sound. "Get out of my way," having been hit repeatedly. Belial was now covered in wounds. He roared angrily, spun around in midair, and flew backward in a backstroke-like motion, his wings flapping rapidly at the same time. He crossed his palms and a huge, intricately patterned magic circle opened in his palms, unleashing black flames like a jet-black fire dragon towards Shen Yu. Shen Yu extended his left palm end with a twist of his hand. The emanating light energy instantly formed a circular barrier. protecting him like a shield. A continuous stream of fire dragons surged across the light shield, while black flames licked at it, a miniature version of the Ultra Barrier. It is also a universal skill. Shen Yu weaponized this skill when upgrading the second-generation armor. The armor has multiple output ports that can support the release of the barrier. And with a little more energy consumption, it can even cover the entire body like a force field. Just like it is now, the light energy accelerated, and a barrier rapidly formed, enveloping him like a transparent bubble. The black flames of magic continued to surge forth. Shen Yu raised his right palm, and the light energy converged, quickly transforming into a swirling halo of light, entwined with wisps of azure lightning. 8 points of light. The light wheel was thrown out with unstoppable momentum, splitting the black flame dragon in two. Belial's pupils contracted, and he frantically flapped his wings, desperately trying to dodge. Although he barely avoided a fatal blow, his left black wing was still severed on the spot by the halo, turning into black smoke and dissipating into the night. The wingless demon let out a low growl and fell helplessly, crashing onto a rooftop with a loud thud, shattering the top floor of the attic into pieces. Shen Yu followed closely behind and landed lightly. A dark claw struggled to emerge from the ruins. Belial, panting heavily, crawled out inch by inch. He looked up and saw the arm pointing at him with a clenched fist. A bullet mounted on the gauntlet. Belial froze, covered in wounds and with one wing cut off. He looked half dead, knowing that all was lost. He simply gave up, lay down, and laughed heartily. You think you've won, you know absolutely nothing. The door has been found, and ultimate terror is about to descend. No one can stop it. Boom! The specium warhead exploded head-on, and Belial was instantly engulfed in a burst of flames. Shen Yu calmly raised his arm, and the arm armor was retracted into the hangar. So much nonsense. Almost at the same moment, Laurie, who was left in the abandoned building, suddenly shuddered. He could feel that the connection between himself and the great being he had summoned had been severed. Laurie began to tremble uncontrollably. Isn't it? Back when he was desperate, he sought refuge with a powerful figure in the underworld. However, all three of his former associates collapsed, earning him the nickname Boss Killer. He was quite dissatisfied with this at the time. What boss killer? Those so-called big shots are just too incompetent. It's all coincidence. I was just unlucky. He was determined to find a powerful patron to climb to the top and make those who had once mocked him look at him with new respect. To his utter surprise, found a powerful, otherworldly evil god to rely on. And now that evil god is presumably dead at this moment, he watched as the little girl named Raven gracefully walked up to him, her snow-white hand outstretched, fingers pointing at his face. A magic circle swirling in her palm. Laurie stood there, stunned, staring at the strange magic circle. Am I really? Thoughts were interrupted the next moment. He felt himself being swallowed up by boundless darkness. Chapter 72. Where are the people? Raven slowly stood up and looked at Chris and his two underlings, who were fast asleep against the wall. I made them forget what happened today, Raven said. When they wake up, they'll feel like they had a very long dream. But they won't remember what it was. Wow, that's amazing. Kara watched admiringly from behind. Raven, are you a wizard? It's a long story for me. It's all right, there's still a long night ahead. The two turned around at the sound and saw Shen Yu, who had finished dealing with the demon, flying back and landing lightly on the floor in his armor. I'm fine, Raven sighed softly. Let me start from the beginning. It was indeed a long story. But Shen Yu already knew the general outlines. However, the origins of the Raven varied slightly across different worlds and versions. So Shen Yu still wanted to hear her elaborate. To talk about the origin of the Ravens, we naturally have to start with the story of the Three Palaces demon, the pile driver of the heavens in the past. The Three Palaces demon conjured up a handsome face that perfectly matched the way of heaven, and seduced a girl named Angela to spend a night with him. After the girl became pregnant, she discovered she had been deceived. She attempted suicide by deleting her alternate account, Sangoku, but failed, and was transported to a sacred dimension called Azarath. There Raven was born and grew up, learning to control her innate magic from a young age. She was told about her origins by the priests of the temple, and knew that she was destined to confront her father, and that she would be the last line of defense against her demonic father in front of the entire world. So while Raven's origin story is a bit old, it does somehow resonate with certain trendy, filial piety elements popular in modern works. In any version, it always ends with Raven brutally beating up his father in a ready-for-a JPG-style animation. Jeed listened in silence while Bei Leahe wept. The neighboring knight Shed Shijima had just sent a congratulatory telegram overnight on behalf of the father's Avengers Alliance. When Raven was in her teens, the goddess who protected Azarath died. The remaining nuns were all masters of rhetoric, but their combat record was 0-5. Even if they all teamed up, their combined strength would barely reach 5. So the priests figured that if the three palaces came looking for them, they would probably be in trouble. So they simply kicked Raven to earth. That's why she's here now. I could smell my father's scent on that demon just now, Raven said uneasily. That means they've taken notice of this world. Sooner or later they'll be back. But wasn't he already killed? Kara asked. Raven shook his head, no. Their true forms can't easily come to this world. It's just an avatar if Sanamiya notices I'm on Earth. Kara patted her on the back, trying to comfort her new friend, but you just said that demons can't come here easily. Yes, but he will use me, Raven said somberly. I almost lost control when I was in Azarath. I had a nightmare and felt terrified and helpless. My magic was unconsciously activated in my sleep. And when I woke up, the priest told me that I almost summoned the Trinity to destroy Azarath. Kara froze, giving a look of surprise. Then he immediately cast an inquiring glance at Shenyu. It's like saying, why not ask the amazing Ultraman? At least so far, Kara feels like there's nothing he can't do. Perhaps there is a way, Shenyu said. I know a very powerful wizard who might be able to solve your problem. What? Raven sighed and shook his head. I grew up in Azarath since I was a child. For so many years, they have tried to help me control my emotions and magic to prevent me from going berserk. But in the end, I still ended up here. Shenyu smiled, no offense intended. But the wizard I'm taking you to see is not on the same level as those priests. Raven blinked, a look of confusion on his face. Another world, a chaotic dimension. Belial slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glint in them. You abominable being of light. The demon gritted his teeth. Another shadow appeared in the darkness behind them. How come you're dead again? The man asked coldly. What do you mean again? Belial retorted. Watch your tone, Soraka. Soraka was also a son of the third prince, however. It is well known that the third prince's children did not get along well. Is there anything wrong with what you said? Aren't you 02 now? Soraka retorted. I was careless. Who would have thought my dim-witted follower would run into that strange person of light again? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been arrested the moment I stepped out. So you actually fell for the same person as last time. Soraka frowned. Did you find out who he was this time? As soon as I went out, he started throwing spells at me. Then I flew away, then he chased me, and then I came back here. Belial spread his paws. What could I do? Soraka and Belial. Before the other party could show even more contempt for him, Belial hurriedly continued, but this time there was an unexpected bonus. He narrowed his eyes as he spoke and gave a cold laugh. Oh. I've discovered a father whose offspring are completely wild. Soraka narrowed her eyes. Are you sure they all knew? Of course you had. It meant to have a child of the third prince. It would be the key to their father's arrival in a completely new dimension, meaning that yet another world would submit to the third prince. Of course, Belial sneered. It's been so easy. I've already marked her magical characteristics in now. By starting with her, a new dimension will fall into the hands of our great father. Indeed, this is a great achievement. Soraka's attitude also made a complete 180-degree turn. and his tolerance for his zero-bar teammates seemed to have increased. The two demons exchanged a glance, then simultaneously curled their lips into a low, sinister laugh. She really is Sanemia's daughter. So powerful and so evil. It's hard not to recognize her with these magical characteristics. The old wizard stroked his long beard and frowned as he spoke. Oh, is there no way to help her? Kara asked worriedly. Who said there's no way? Who do you think I am? The old wizard leaned back strategically, beginning his incantation again. Guardian of the eternal rock modern magic. Then what do we need to do? Shenyu skillfully interrupted the reading bar. Raven also looked nervous, afraid that the old wizard would just shrug and say, I have no idea either, ultimately. She still needs to learn self-control and completely internalize that magic. The old wizard paused, however, as for emergency measures. I also know about Sangoku's magic. Using offspring as a means of dimensional invasion is his usual tactic. When you fall asleep or become distracted, your mind weakens, and the demon takes advantage of this vulnerability, controlling your spirit and possessing your body. Then it uses you as a medium to enter this dimension. The old wizard paused, then smiled confidently. But separated by the dimensional barriers of countless worlds, the demon's corrosive power is actually not strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to wait until you are unconscious to make their move. For a truly wise wizard, a simple spell is enough to ward off the devil's temptations, thus ensuring your safety. Raven's eyes lit up, and a rare hint of joy appeared on his usually expressionless face. Another dimension, where's the sister you mentioned? Soraka squinted at Belial. Don't rush me, we're still looking. Belial responded impatiently, then closed his eyes and continued casting the spell. Soraka remained silent for a moment. You wouldn't have made up this story to save face because you felt embarrassed after giving it away twice for nothing. Would you? Nonsense. You're slandering someone's innocence out of thin air. Belial retorted, you wait. Her consciousness will respond to our call every second. However, sweat began to bead on his forehead as he spoke. Wait a minute. He clearly remembered that he should have had his eyes gouged out. What about people? Chapter 73, drilling the net cable. Are you sure this will work on Brainiac? Shenyu looked at the virtual mechanical device model in front of him, which was composed of 3D projected light, and felt somewhat doubtful. The transparent screen next to him displays detailed parameters of the device. It should work. Former Kryptonian General Astra stood calmly through the glass of the Red Sun prison cell. Arms crossed as he introduced himself. Brainiac's usual tactic is to take away an entire, relatively advanced city from a planet each time he lands on it. As a collectible, he possesses some kind of miniaturization technology, allowing him to shrink an entire city down to a size large enough to fit inside his glass bottle. Shenyu naturally knew this. As a renowned figurine collector, city collecting was Brainiac's favorite part of his invasions. His spaceship housed a vast collection of representative cities from different civilizations. However, he ultimately seemed destined to be defeated by Superman, and his precious figurines eventually became a beautiful sight in the lonely fortress. If I remember correctly, even the destruction of Krypton was related to him. The fact that Kryptona's a super civilization was suddenly destroyed is somewhat suspicious. Furthermore, in later additions to Superman stories, the event of Krypton's destruction often involves the involvement of figurine collectors. Collectibles are valued for their rarity, a principle that Brainiac, the universe's #1 figure collector, also believes in. Therefore, when he lands on a planet and destroys a city, he will absorb and digest all the historiculture and technological knowledge created by that civilization. And after a period of time, he will quietly erase that civilization from the interstellar space through some means. In this way, the collection he possesses would become the last trace left by that civilization in interstellar space, and its value would be immeasurable. I developed this anti-miniaturization device after Brainiac left. Astra said casually, I placed 3 such devices at 3 specific coordinates around the city that Brainiac was targeting, forming a triangle. The electromagnetic barrier it generates can neutralize the miniature rays emitted by the Brainiac spacecraft. I see, Shenyu nodded. Par, did you understand? Assembly has begun. We expect to complete 3 anti-miniaturization prototypes within 2 days. Sir Pal's voice rang out, very good. And then you mentioned an even more crucial technology. Shenyu asked, what do you call it? A quantum teleportation robot. You can't do that, Astra shook her head, tell me. The anti-miniaturization barrier is the shield we designed to counter Brainiac, while quantum teleportation is the spear we designed to counter his attack. Astra said, the reason for this design is that when Brainiac invaded, all of Krypton's weapons were almost ineffective against his ships. His defensive field was impenetrable. We tried every means possible, both physical and energy-based, but to no avail. Shenyu nodded. He remembered that too, after all. Even with Superman's superhuman stats, he often couldn't break through Brooks's spaceship's defensive field. Later, we made some unexpected discoveries through our research. Astra continued, Brainiac is an ape, and his entire army consists of machines he created himself. There are no living beings among them after the wars. We repeatedly reviewed the situation and discovered a signal in a special frequency band that does not exist on Krypton. You mentioned this before, Shenyu nodded. You said you could detect Brainiac's movements based on those signal fluctuations. Yes, but using it for early warning is only one aspect. Our top scientists have proposed another solution. Astra said, Brainiac commands all his machines and warships to use signals on the same frequency band. Joe-Al invented a robot. The system on that robot allows it to switch between physical and signal states. Therefore, if we can crack and simulate Brainiac's signal frequency, our robot forces can infiltrate his command channel and directly jump into his warships in signal form. This ingenious idea initially surprised Shenyu, who couldn't help but think that the scientists in Krypton were indeed not to be underestimated, as they could actually come up with such a thing. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that such a thing was not uncommon in DC as well. The most famous example of a similar ability is probably Adam, who can shrink his body to a microscopic level and thereby develop the ability to jump along network cables, telephone lines, and even wireless signals. There's also Kinglin, a Phantom Zone prisoner who appears in the TV series Supergirl*, who also has the superpower to crawl through internet cables. Shenyu speculates that the Kryptonian's inspiration for this technology might have come from her. There was even a Superman from a certain period. During that time, Superman's body underwent an abnormality, transforming into Blue Superman, who was composed entirely of energy. He also developed the ability to transform into signal transmitters, jump along network cables, and travel through the data world. But speaking of which, Shenyu pondered, if that's the case, then he should probably be considered a pure energy body too. That's why I said it's impossible, Astra shook his head. The idea of the quantum transmission machine Legion was never realized. It remained only in the experimental stage until the destruction of Krypton. What? The person who possessed this technology perished along with Krypton, so no one can do it now. Before he could finish speaking, Shenyu interrupted him. Is what you're saying like this? As he spoke, Shenyu's body shone brightly, and a dazzling golden light burst forth in the room. The next moment, Shenyu's human form vanished, transforming into a ball of pure light energy, which plunged into a smartphone he had placed on the table next to him. Astraho had only spoken halfway, opened her mouth wide, swallowing back the words she was about to say, which were then replaced by that classic warm greeting. What the F***? The next moment, a golden light flashed at the control panel in the room, and a ball of golden light leaped out from the screen. Countless points of light dissipated, transforming back into Shenyu's human form, where he stood still and elegantly straightened his clothes. Is this what you mean? Astra's mouth opened into an O shape. After a long pause, he stiffly asked, what? What's wrong? Oh, this was an elective course when I was in school. It taught us how to convert our bodies into energy and then enter the data world, where we could jump around using wireless signals. Shenyu said casually, just as Ultraman Mebius, in his energy form, can transform into a signal and crawl through network cables. So can Ultraman in episode 27 of the TV series. Mebius digitized his body and crawled into the system of the Defense Force guys, where he fought the virtual monster Zeton in the data world. It wasn't anything special for Shenyu in the Land of Light. Not everyone could do it, but it wasn't too difficult to learn if you wanted to. Astra's eyes widened. Body data digitization. Elective course, what do you teach at your school? Then Astra realized something even more terrifying. Elective courses at school. Does that mean that everyone on this planet, as long as they study hard and make progress every day, can be as awesome as this? Thinking of this, her gaze towards Shenyu became even more horrified. So what kind of incredible planet did he come from? Chapter 74, Superman. It's okay, don't feel constrained. Just make yourself at home, Carla carrying her school bag. Led her newly acquainted best friend Raven back to the store after school. I'm just not very good at socializing. It's okay, I'm not good at it either, Kara said. I'll learn slowly, I'll get it. No, I think you seem quite good at it. Raven thought to himself but didn't say it aloud. He just nodded slightly and followed behind her. The old wizard had told us on our previous visit that the one who tied the knot must untie it. The one who was summoning the three palaces was Riven. And the only way to completely solve this problem was to start with Riven herself. Although Raven's magic originates from the third palace, and her aura is incredibly malevolent, the young girl herself is not bad-hearted, especially since she grew up in Azarath from a young age. She has always focused on learning how to control her emotions and wield magic, rarely interacting with people. Thus her heart is naturally pure. The old wizard found her somewhat agreeable, so he agreed to teach her the tricks of magic. Following Kara through the lobby and past the door with the sign, "No customers allowed." After a few steps, a meow was heard, and an orange cat came running over with a food bowl in its mouth, rubbing against Kara's legs. All right, stretch. I brought a friend Toddy and I have things to do. Kara patted its little head. Why don't you go find some food yourself, meow Tilda. Stryker seemed a little unhappy. He shook his head, picked up the bowl and went off dejectedly. Then Raven saw the orange cat carrying a bowl and flying up. Yes, that's right, it literally flew up. It floated lightly to a cabinet. Pride opened the door with its paws, accurately found the bag of cat food inside, bit off the long tail clip that sealed it, and began pouring food into its food bowl. After thinking about it for a while, it still felt unsatisfied. So it pulled out an empty bowl and a packet of milk powder. It even prepared to make the milk itself. Is this cat possessed by some kind of spirit? Raven's eyes widened, finding the scene somewhat eerie. But when she looked at Carla questioningly, Carla simply smiled and waved her hand. Oh, don't be surprised, this is normal. Raven fell silent. I just felt that her definition of normal was definitely quite different from mine. Raven changed the subject. Didn't I hear that old wizard? He used to be very powerful, yes. He probably only says it a few hundred times a day. Kara laughed, but I guess so after all, Mr. Shen said so too. Kara's criteria were simple, although she thought the old wizard looked like a decrepit old man. If Shenyu said he was powerful, then he must be powerful. He said he was some kind of guardian of eternity and rocks. I can't remember, oh, but Shenyu said his name is Shazam. Raven exclaimed in surprise, ah, Shazam. That Shazam, huh, you've heard of it. It's mentioned in one of Azarath's magical tomes. It says he was an ancient wizard from thousands of years ago. One of the strongest wizards, possessing power comparable to that of gods. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a loud bang that sounded like an explosion. The two girls stopped in their tracks simultaneously, looked at each other for a moment, and then cautiously peeked their heads forward. Then you see the legendary Great Wizard bombarding a poor frying pan with his supreme magic. Foolish cauldron, how dare you defy that wizard? Very well, then accept your punishment. As he spoke, he unleashed a thunderbolt that blew the pot open. Kara glanced at Raven silently, her eyes conveying the message. Are you sure this is the wizard you described? Raven gave an innocent look, indicating that's how it's written in the book. Although it doesn't quite look like that, okay. The old wizard was about to unleash another bolt of lightning when his gaze suddenly swept across the room, and he spotted two girls peeking out from the doorway. His throwing motion froze on the spot. Half a second later, he silently withdrew his arm, casually tossed the pot he had blown apart into the trash can, then turned around nonchalantly, stroking his beard with the air of a hermit sage. Yes, you've arrived, that's good. But I must warn you beforehand that studying under the Great Wizard will be extremely difficult. So be prepared. It was as if nothing had just happened. Underground laboratory system self-check complete. Anti-Breenek radar is online, Pal's voice rang out. Starting up, countdown 3, 2, 1. The interface was lit up, and the radar coverage area was displayed as a map on the projection screen, with the words scanning next to it. A dedicated radar, built using data provided by Astra, was specifically designed to scan for signals on the particular channel used by Brainiac. After all, the radar on DC Earth is the same type of radar used by certain Earth defense forces in the Ultraman series. It's all made of paper. Aliens swagger into Earth, practically running naked in the streets at 3 a.m. And the radar just plays dead, showing no reaction whatsoever. Therefore, Shenyu thought it best to do this himself. Hopefully, the Kryptonians' research will be reliable and actually work. It's a shame he can't test the functionality beforehand. He'll have to wait for Old Man Boo to arrive and test it out. Shenyu was taken aback. There was actually a reaction. He frowned and immediately glanced at the radar scan records. The signal was only there for a fleeting moment, quickly lost, but it definitely matched the characteristics of a figure fanatic in Krypton's database. Moreover, the coordinates of the lost signal were located in a metropolitan area. A chilling possibility immediately surfaced in Shenyu's mind. Could it be that Old Boo had actually arrived long ago, but was just observing and making plans in secret? That would make the problem serious. Just as I was wondering if I should go to the metropolis for a look, Kara suddenly rushed in from outside. Before they even saw him, they heard him shouting, Shenyu, our metropolis, we have to go to the metropolis. While they were still on the road, what happened? Look at this. Kara was agitated, her blonde hair all messy. She handed him her smartphone, which Shenyu took and glanced at. The phone is showing news feeds from Planet Daily, the most well-known newspaper in the metropolitan area. Faster than a bullet, more powerful than an engine. A Man of Steel, Superman, a photo was also attached below. A young and handsome man was wearing a blue short-sleeved t-shirt, slim-fit jeans and leather boots. The t-shirt had a striking S on the chest in the video. He is lifting a truck with his bare hands, his face beaming with an infectious sunny smile. It's Carl, it must be Carl, my cousin. Kara exclaimed excitedly, we have to go find him. Chapter 75, Metropolis. The Metropolis is a legendary city. Unlike the perpetually rainy Gotham, Metropolis is a city with more sunny skies than rainy days. This place is always bustling, with towering skyscrapers standing in every corner of the city, throngs of people moving through busy streets, and electronic signs reflecting off glass curtain walls, giving the city a modern touch. Here there are clear skies and sunshine, but it's not the warm sunlight of Kansas, where endless waves of wheat ripple across the fields. The sunlight in the metropolis seems a bit dimmer, and everyone living in this city is always in a hurry. It's very tall. Kara stood at the base of the skyscraper, looking up at the majestic building. The curtain wall reflected the dazzling sunlight, like a giant mirror reflecting the surrounding scenery, gleaming with the cold luster of steel and glass. The lines on the curtain wall intertwined to form beautiful geometric patterns, creating a wonderful visual effect through beveled cuts and reflections. After all, she had only seen Gotham since coming to Earth. And Gotham's style was completely different. Few buildings with a predominantly Gothic style were built to such a height. Only buildings like Wayne Tower and nearby office buildings might have this height. But the feeling they gave was also completely different. What? An elderly woman bumped into her as she looked up at the building, causing her handbag to fall to the ground. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Kara bent down to help her pick up her bag. "Let me help you." "What you do?" The old woman glared at her fiercely and snatched her bag back. "Give it back to me." "Sorry, I just wanted to, counting floors." "You're not from around here, are you, young ladies?" The old lady frowned. "No, no," Kara said nervously, tugging at her skirt. "Why? Locals don't stand around counting buildings all the time." "You country bumpkin," the old lady snorted heavily, slung her bag over her shoulder and left. "Stay away from me," Kara watched her retreating figure. A little hurt, "I thought only people from Gotham weren't so friendly." "That's how times are now. But who knows what will happen in the future." Shenyu patted her shoulder. "Don't think about her anymore. Aren't we here to see your cousin, okay?" Kara immediately put her discomfort behind her back. Now that she was all alone on a foreign planet, it was always exciting to see her blood relatives again. However, Shenyu hadn't taken 2 steps when he suddenly felt as if he had lost something. I turned around and realized, oh, I'd lost Kara. Kara stopped beside a pitiful-looking homeless man on the street. Her eyes wide. "Do you need help, sir?" "Of course." The homeless man pitifully raised his head, holding up the empty bowl in front of him as if he wanted to beg for some money. But upon seeing that there was a remarkably beautiful girl in front of him, he put down the bowl and changed his mind. "I'm still missing a wife, what do you think?" Kara shook her head. "There's nothing I can do about that." "Don't look at me like this." The homeless man quickly sat up straight, lowered his voice, and said with a serious expression, "I'll tell you this secret in secret. But don't tell anyone else. I'm actually not from Earth." Kara looked shocked. "I almost blurted it out. What a coincidence. It's not me either. I come from the Vega star system. And I belong to the royal family of our planet. We were forced to remain here due to internal turmoil. When I return to the royal family and assume power, I will reward you with a planet." Before he could finish speaking, Shenyu had already returned and dragged Kara away. As she was being pulled away, she muttered, "Hey Shenyu." "Wait a minute," said he's an alien too. A moment later, they finally arrived at the legendary Daily Planet. Why would Carl be in a place like this? Kara asked, puzzled. Because that's what interests him most. Wait a moment, let me find him. Shenyu narrowed his eyes. Otto's gaze easily pierced through the wall and locked onto their target. Kal-El Superman, whose Earth name is Clark Kent, right now. Young Takeo is sitting at his desk, which is piled high with a computer and documents. The young reporter in a suit and tie is sitting behind the desk, answering a phone. Calland has a cast on his arm. Shenyu was slightly surprised for a moment. What kind of deity could put a superhuman arm in a cast? However, a quick glance revealed that it was clearly an act. Superman's arm was perfectly fine, completely normal. It was obvious that his identity as Clark Kent had gotten him involved in some dangerous incident, and he was deliberately putting on a facade to clear his colleagues of suspicion that he was Superman. "Yes, Lois, I really want to go too." Clark made a helpless face and said into the phone, "But you know, I was thrown off a bridge by the mob the day before yesterday. And thankfully Superman happened to be passing by and caught me." "Yes, that's right, it's a serious injury. I can't feel my entire arm right now, however at this point." Takeo suddenly looked left and right, looking like a primary school student peeking at whether the teacher was present in class. Finding that no one seemed to be paying attention to him, he secretly pulled his arm out of the cast because he was holding the phone in his other hand, then quickly picked up the coffee on the table, took a comfortable sip and then, taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, quickly put his arm back in the cast. Shenyu. It wasn't that he wanted to complain, but Takeo's disguise was so half-hearted. He couldn't even finish the act. Yes, I'm too injured to move at all. I think I'll just stay in the office. That's all, see you later. Clark hung up the phone and let out a long sigh of relief. A young photographer with freckles on his face approached Clark. It's still serious, Clark. Yeah, Jimmy. Clark feigned pain, rubbing his shoulder in frustration. It makes me feel like a useless person. Don't be too hard on yourself. Perry said you can take a day off. Oh right, you have a visitor, mind. Clark was somewhat surprised. He doesn't remember arranging to meet anyone. Yes, it seems they came from Gotham. They just arrived at the waiting room. Okay, I'll go check it out, thanks, Jimmy. Clark got up in confusion and went to the waiting room. Who are you? He closed the door to the waiting room, looking puzzled at the unfamiliar face before him. Shen Yu from Gotham. Shen Yu smiled and shook hands with him. I'm a fan, nice to meet you, Clark. Or perhaps the name you use more often lately is Superman. What? Clark pulled his hand back as if he'd been electrocuted. I don't understand what you mean. Shen Yu looked at him helplessly, no offense. But you're only wearing glasses. Glasses, what glasses? Oh right, Clark adjusted his heavy frames. You mean my nearsightedness? It's an old problem, it's gotten worse since middle school. Without these, it feels like I'm blind. As the two were talking, Kara silently appeared behind Clark and stealthily approached. Then at close range, it suddenly accelerates and strikes like lightning with super speed. After being trained by Shen Yu, Kara had mastered the basics of super speed. And with precise movements, she removed Clark's glasses from his nose. Clark's pupils contracted, and he reflexively reached out and grabbed her fair wrist. Your hand looks fine, mister. Can't, Shen Yu interrupted. Clark blinked, looked down, and realized that he had instinctively pulled his arm out of the cast. Now there's absolutely no need to act anymore. Clark exchanged a glance with Kara. A look of surprise on his face. You Kara, pie time. Wuxia, you start with 60 years worth of internal energy. Chaos reigns and the martial world is in turmoil. Thieves disregard the law. Tyrants slaughter countless people. And demonic forces wreak havoc on the world. Jiang Ran transmigrated to this world and awakened the sword holder system, thus embarking on his journey into the martial world with a sword in hand. At the pinnacle of power, heroes gather. A peerless swordsman has emerged, dominating all directions. He pointed his sword horizontally, his eyes cold and sharp. Let me see which one of you is the wanted criminal. Chapter 76, Machine Factory. Kara. Clark looked surprised. Are you Kara or? Yes, I am, but how do you know me? This turn of events was also unexpected for Kara. My name is indeed Kara Zoaland, I'm your cousin. But you were only this old back then. She gestured with her hands. I used to hold you and you even pegged on me. How could you possibly remember me? Clark blushed slightly, somewhat embarrassed. I really don't remember anything about the people and events from back then. But I had your image in the cabin of the ship that brought me to Earth. The AI that was a backup of my father's consciousness on board told me that you are my cousin. And that we should meet on Earth. Great. Kara was so excited that she went up to her cousin and gave him a warm hug. I was worried you wouldn't believe me. Clark was a little flustered, his dangling arm seemingly unsure of what to do, as if hesitating whether to put it back in the cast. It's a pleasure to see you, Carla. You look exactly the same as you do in the videos. And you look so much older, Kara said. Then realized there might be a problem with that. Oh, I didn't mean that, I meant you look so much older. Kent, a loud roar came from outside the office. Kent, where did he go? Kara was startled by the shout and covered her ears, asking. Was that calling you? Clark was a little embarrassed. Yes, that's my editor-in-chief, my boss. I'd better get there quickly if I don't want to get fired. It's great to see you, Kara. How about we have a good chat later about our experiences on Earth? Like how about dinner? Yes, Kara was delighted. But as soon as she agreed, she remembered something and cautiously turned to Shen Yu with a pleading expression. It's like asking with your eyes, is it okay? Of course, we'll definitely be there on time. Shenyu patted her shoulder and looked at Clark at the same time. I also have something I'd like to talk to you about. Clark felt a little strange, but he understood that this was a friend his cousin trusted very much. So he didn't ask any more questions for the time being, and just nodded and said, okay. I'll arrange the seating tonight, we'll talk about it later. But I really have to leave now, or the editor-in-chief will kill me, that's all. He hurriedly left after saying that. Reporters are really busy, Shenyu sighed. Even with his arm like that, he still has to work overtime. Hopefully, Dekeo will remember to put his arm back in the cast before he sees the editor-in-chief. As night fell before dinner, Shenyu had other plans. This trip to see Dekeo was just one of the things on their to-do list for their trip to Metropolis. Another thing Shenyu needed to confirm personally was the coordinates of the suspected Brainiac signal frequency band discovered by the newly completed radar scan. What he planned to bring up with Superman at dinner was actually about Brooks. According to the original comics, Superman is the most powerful creature on Earth. Brooks is his nemesis, and given his connection to Kara, Brooks would be a crucial ally in the fight against Brainiac. No wearing armors, Shenyu flew to an abandoned industrial area following the coordinates marked by the radar. The dark abandoned factory, its buildings crumbling and lifeless in the shadows. Wild grass and vines grew on the outer walls, and the rusty iron gate creaked in the breeze. Ultra Armor's hands gripped the cold iron door, and the door slowly pried open with a creaking sound. Dust particles floated gently in the blue light radiating from the armor's chest, and shards of glass crackled beneath the heavy metal combat boots. Par, are you sure the source is here? Shenyu looked around. Yes, sir. But the radar itself is in the testing phase, and the possibility of false alarms cannot be ruled out. Par said, well, so it's very likely we've just made a wasted trip. He activated the scanner and walked inside looking around. Suddenly, an enemy attack alarm popped up on the front of the armored display. A pair of eerie green lights appeared in the darkness behind them. Shenyu reacted incredibly fast, activating his super speed without hesitation. He swayed to the side, and a beam of eerie green laser light grazed past his armor, cutting a clear crack in the ground. It seems we've received a warm welcome. It seems so, sir. The attacker's appearance appeared clearly on the monitor. Some kind of strange robot, cold metal covered in dark armor. Its head like a skull constructed of an unknown elemental metal. Its eyes flashing with an eerie green light, like the eyes of a demon appearing chilling in the darkness. The attack itself only proves one thing. He found the right place. Shenyu dodged the artillery fire, then closed the distance with a blur of movement. A knee strike shattered the robot's chest armor, and a left hand chops out, the steel arm piercing through the hole he'd created and going straight through the robot's body. He exerted force in opposite directions with both palms, activated the arm armor thruster sand with the added power, pulled in the opposite direction, tearing the robot's body in half at the waist. Par, activate deep scan, someone's hiding something. We've definitely found the right place, Shenyu said. The scanner is activated, and an invisible scanning beam slowly sweeps across the entire building within the built-in display's field of view. Structural scanning in progress. Pal's voice paused for a few seconds before ringing out again. Results suggest the possible existence of a hidden layer in the underground space. A movable area has been found on the floor. An area was marked as highlighted in his field of vision. Shenyu stepped forward and plunged his 10 fingers directly into the floor. Lottery draw time, let's see if we've won. With a powerful pull, he forcefully ripped open an entire floorboard. The hidden mechanical structure. Under the force of this incredible strength emitted a low, mournful groan as an entrance leading downwards was revealed. Shenyu leaped down, falling about 10 meters before landing on the ground with a thud. At the same second, pairs of eerie green eyes were simultaneously lit up in the darkness. Dark armor, metallic bodies, and a metallic skull head that gleamed with an eerie green light. They were all identical, layered upon each other in the darkness, enveloping Shenyu like an iron barrel. There are tons of robots like copy-pasting. A large number of machine enemies have been detected. With no signs of life, Par said. The scanner has detected Brainiac technology reactions that match the descriptions in the Kryptonian database. It looks like this is a hidden assembly plant, sir. I see it. Shen Yu's palms had begun to glow faintly. It seems like we've won the lottery. Today's PY Friendship Promotion, recommending a friend's book. Title: Ninja Academy Teacher, I can become stronger by teaching. Synopsis: Miyue transmigrates to the Naruto world, becoming an ordinary Chunin teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy, and also a member of the Root organization, fortunately. After awakening the teacher system, you can become stronger by teaching. In order not to become Danzo's consumables, Miyue worked hard to teach and increase her strength. Complete the teaching rated A for the first time and receive the reward Mastery of Fire, Attribute Chakra Properties Change. Your teachings have helped Uchiha Shisui mature his thinking and learn to think independently, earning him the reward the Sage Body. Under Miyue's guidance, Shisui understood that the village's enemies might not necessarily be other big countries, but might also be within the village, and that those who could talk about the will of fire very well might not necessarily act in accordance with it. Albedo got rid of the title of the last in the ninja school, and Might Guy became a master of physical skills earlier. Shenyu took the initiative, accelerating his advance and activating super speed. He flashed forward and appeared in front of the first robot, punching the metal skull face with the thrusters, shattering it. This punch was like a fuse that suddenly went off, instantly setting the stage for a fierce battle in the Dark Factory. A large number of Brainiac robots emerged from the darkness, their smooth steel bodies reflecting the eerie green light emanating from each other. They moved with equal speed, quickly deploying into formation and surrounding Shenyu from both the air and the ground. Collect. A strange mechanical sound came from one of the robots. Shenyu leaped into the air, simultaneously delivering a powerful knee strike that tore a huge gash in the robot's chest. The robot's eyes flickered. Then it swayed and plummeted to the ground. Knowledge needs to be collected, and the world needs to be archived, another robot said. Shenyu leaped into the air on flames, followed by more robots, with dense beams of light shooting from all sides. With so many enemies in the enclosed space, and green laser beams crisscrossing everywhere, there was no room to maneuver no matter how fast one moved. However, the energy of the Ultra Barrier had already been released, enveloping the armor in the form of a force field shield. Dense beams of light blasted from all sides, creating continuous explosions around Shenyu. But they could not shake the solid shield. How is the force field? Shenyu asked. 86% integrity, it can definitely hold up, Pal said. The shield system was incredibly effective, absorbing tons of damage without even a crack. Shenyu unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, causing the Brainiac robot to explode one after another under the impact of the palm cannons. They used to say that mass production would inevitably result in substandard products. But I thought they were just saying it casually as he spoke. Shenyu had already sprinted and disrupted the robot formation. He fired a rocket punch that pierced through one of the robots, and then swung it backhand, smashing another robot to the ground. Scans revealed that these robots utilize various extraterrestrial technologies, but the metallic elements that make up their bodies all originate from Earth. The PAL reported, it is speculated that Brainiac hijacked the vanguard of Earth's assembly line production. However, because it uses local production lines and raw materials, its body strength is not high. A light-powered cannon maintaining above 7% output is enough to destroy the outer shell. 7%, I'll remember that. Shenyu unleashed an 8-point light wheel, neatly severing an entire row of robots in two. In just 1 minute since the firefight began, more than half of the robots in the room have been wiped out. But they feel no pain or fear, and the remaining robots continue to surge forward. Muttering eerie phrases, lakes and seas were destroyed, and all birds and beasts were wiped out. Eliminate them all. We will take over what is important. A specium warhead fell, its explosive flames carrying deadly matter that swept across the area. Numerous machine bodies shattered one after another. The sounds of explosion sparks and clashing steel mingling together, leaving behind a vast expanse of charred remains. The last machine disintegrated, and a huge screen lit up in the darkness. Shenyu approached and stepped forward. A green background appeared on the screen, along with a Q-version face that looked like a skull. "I am Brainiac," the voice, like that of a synthesized machine, seemed to come from somewhere far away. "You are a planetary anomaly. You do not belong to this planet. I have been observing you." "Really, I'm truly flattered," Shenyu spoke calmly, while Par was already trying to trace the source of the signal. "What do you want?" Shenyu asked. "Knowledge collection archiving," Brainiac said. "I collect the knowledge of countless worlds, and store the knowledge of every civilization that the universe has given birth to in my library. So your next target is Earth, to correct you. I'm not targeting Earth now, I've been here for a while. And the knowledge about this planet has already been archived." Brainiac said calmly. "The species that live on this planet, they call themselves humans. They are primitive and backwards, yet also suspicious and self-righteous. The Kryptonians and your presence make them uneasy and drive them to seek a way out. And I offered them solutions, so they willingly opened their doors to me. Offering me what I wanted to collect. What do you mean?" Shenyu narrowed his eyes, glancing at the tracking progress bar in the corner of his vision. Theoretically, once the signal's origin is found, Shenyu could digitize his body and trace the path, though whether to do so remains to be seen. Charging headlong into the other side without knowing anything about the environment, deployment, or enemy situation would be reckless and obviously unwise. Pal silently showed him the progress via the screen. The location had been tracked somewhere beyond the atmosphere, in the boundless starry sky, but then the progress bar froze, the loading icon spinning in circles. Yet it seemed unable to find the source of the signal. "I know you're stalling for time, you're trying to find me. But that's impossible," Brainiac said calmly. "I'm everywhere." But at least Shenyu was certain of one thing. Old Boo himself is probably not on Earth. "I originally came here only to collect information about Earth civilization. But after arriving, I discovered that there were unexpected gains." Brainiac said calmly. "The remaining Kryptonians are also here. Kryptonians who grew up on Earth. Important specimens that need to be collected. And there's something even more important, you." Shenyu could almost feel the burning gaze of the super AI through the electronic screen. "I have collected civilization after civilization, conquered world after worlds, but I have never seen a being like you, an energy state life. Like a newly emerging star, with immense power and endless possibilities. Thank you for the compliment, but you can forget about me becoming your pet." "You will, sizzle." The signal seemed to be starting to become unstable. The screen began to flicker, and Brainiac's voice started to crackle. "Just give it some time, but before that, the Kryptonians have already begun the archiving process." The screen went black and the signal was lost. Shenyu frowned slightly. "Archiving has started." What does that mean? But he soon found out. A call was connected to the armor, and the message indicated it was from Kara. "Kara. What's going on?" Shenyu asked. "Shenyu, you come back quickly. Did you see the news? It's about Carl." "Oh my god," Carl was. "Calm down, Carol, me slowly." "What happened to Superman?" As he spoke, Shenyu gestured to Pal to open Metropolitan News on the monitor. Then he immediately understood what Kara meant. Almost every channel was interrupting its broadcast with this breaking news. "Superman successfully captured. Good news. Thanks to all the readers for your support." Although the fanfiction was heavily cut, this book still managed to secure a spot on the Three Rivers list with excellent readership. Bad news, there are too many books during the summer vacation. So Sanjiang has been scheduled for next week, and its release has also been pushed back to next week. The original plan was to release this climax of the Metropolis section all at once, but this release schedule has completely disrupted that plan. However, I don't want to deliberately slow down the pace just to force the release date. So I plan to stick to the original outline. It's just that I feel really annoyed that I can't release a huge batch of chapters all at once. It's frustrating. Chapter 78, Superman Arrested. Through the news and Kara's description, Shenyu quickly figured out what had happened. In short, a train traveling at 200 miles per hour went out of control tonight. Superman appeared and did his utmost to stop the train. But he was exhausted and was then captured by the military while he was weakened. Real or fake? Upon seeing this, Shenyu felt a sense of doubt. Superman stopped on the train, exhausted and arrested. Are you sure this description is the same Superman I know? But then he thought, just as Batman was a rookie when he first debuted, Superman probably wasn't much better off now, after all. The Superman he saw on TV at this point didn't even have his classic costume. Just a simple t-shirt, jeans and leather boots. It's not entirely impossible that Superman would be caught these days. Moreover, Shenyu immediately thought of what Brainiac had just said. The Kryptonian archiving had already begun. Perhaps Old Boo is also interfering. Judging from the description just now, Old Brooks may have already started contacting high-ranking military officials, and may even have fabricated lies to portray himself as the savior while depicting Superman as a heinous aggressor. It sounds like something Old Brooks would do. Then Brooks used some methods to help the military capture Superman. This guess sounded much more plausible to Shen Yu. It was quite normal for a newcomer like Superman to fall into Brooks' hands. Mom said I have to take care of Carl, I should look after him. Kara said nervously, what should we do now? Should we just storm into that base and rescue Carl? That's a last resort, no rush, Shenyu reassured him. Typical reckless thinking. Probably another classic Kryptonian solution derived from her super brain after careful consideration. Quickly use your superpower to ego. Wait for my message, I'll go check it out. The force that captured Superman was led by General Lane. He's also a familiar face in the Superman stories, the father of Lois Lane, Superman's future wife, and Superman's father-in-law with whom he has a love-hate relationship. This character bears a striking resemblance to Ross, the father-in-law in the Hulk stories, a staunch anti-Superman activist and a troublemaker. He claims to be acting in humanity's best interests by driving away aliens. But his daily life revolves around creating countless messes he can't clean up, leaving Superman to clean up his messes. General Ryan is probably still in the early stages of his illness and hasn't yet entered the obsessive phase of wanting to have a father. Right now, he just wants to find an opportunity to take down Superman. So now all we need to do is figure out a way to sneak into General Ryan's base and take a look. This was quite easy for Shen Yu. He was no longer essentially human. His human form was merely a disguise. He could transform into whatever he wanted, in other words. Disguise and transformation were among his basic abilities. So he had Pal forge the files and create a new identity. Mike Williams, a senior agent of Sky Eye. There were reasons for using the name Sky Eye, Chinese letter. Matters involving extraterrestrials fall under Sky Eye's jurisdiction. Furthermore, unlike other departments, Sky Eye is a special agency similar to SHIELD, the agency of Nick Fury and Marvel. They have a high degree of autonomy and often suddenly intervene in the affairs of other departments, only to be met with a mysterious classified when asked anything. Wearing the disguise of a Sky Eye agent and carrying a forged identity document from PAL, he successfully infiltrated the camp, but still encountered some minor resistance. Sorry, Superman is ours. This isn't a matter for Sky Eye, General Ryan said curtly. All superhuman and extraterrestrial events fall under the purview of the Sky Eye. Shenyu made sure his appearance and tone of voice matched the image of a Sky Eye agent as closely as possible. Furthermore, the Sky Eye recently encountered an invasion by extraterrestrial life, which behaved similarly to this Superman. There are indications that the two are connected. Then his tone softened, of course. Director Waller doesn't mean to steal this project. We just hope to share information so that Sky Eye can develop strategies to deal with these aliens. General Ryan pondered for a moment, seemingly agreeing that the request was reasonable. Row. General Ryan led him through the base to a facility hidden deep underground. Shenyu immediately spotted the captured Superman. Superman was now locked in a fortified room, strapped to an electric chair. His blue t-shirt was torn in several places, and he was covered in dirt. He sat there with his eyes closed and head tilted to one side, looking as if he were unconscious, however. After activating Ultra Vision and scanning once, Shenyu immediately laughed. Dekeo is perfectly fine, he's not sick at all. He's just pretending to be unconscious. Shenyu quickly guessed what was going on. Everyone says Superman is a brute. But a brute isn't a good cook. Superman probably already knew there was a group of people eyeing him all along, and deliberately took this opportunity to pretend to be outmatched so they would capture him, thus allowing him to meet the mastermind behind the scenes. Shenyu withdrew his gaze and stole a glance at General Ryan beside him. The old man, watching Superman strapped to the electric chair, was still unable to stop his lips from curving upwards in a wild smile, seemingly basking in the glory of having captured Superman, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. "Why haven't you started the interrogation yet?" Shenyu asked. "We're waiting for an expert," General Ryan said. "It was that expert's plan that helped us capture Superman. He's on his way and should be here in 20 minutes. General Ryan then began issuing orders. "Don't stop the gas. Don't let this alien wake up. This guy doesn't seem so super anymore." Seeing his smug look, Shenyu suddenly began to look forward to how he would react when he discovered that Dekeo's health bar was actually full, and he was just pretending to be unconscious the whole time. Superman clearly didn't need him to worry, in contrast. He was now more concerned about what Brainiac had said earlier. They sneaked into the base's server room and had PAL conduct a thorough search of the entire server network. Unfortunately, they found no trace of Old Boo. However, there were some unexpected discoveries. There was a restricted area within the base, classified as top secret, located on the 4th basement level. Its contents were inaccessible even from the main server. Only General Ryan had permission to enter that room. This piqued Shenyu's curiosity somewhat. He silently slipped down and landed in the room that was designated as a restricted area, and then suddenly realized what was happening. Alien objects. This entire room contains traces of extraterrestrial objects collected from around the world over the long years. Shenyu was even surprised to find an exoskeleton-like suit of armor in the room. However, a closer look reveals that it is not a traditional exoskeleton. Rather, it is a high-risk technology that requires a complete link between humans and machines. More like a RoboCop, the equipment is named Zero Armor. A code name quickly came to Shenyu's mind, Metal Man. Powered by a kryptonite heart, he is one of Superman's greatest enemies. Superman has suffered many losses at his hands, and has even had a near-death experience. A soldier named John Coburn became one with the Zero Armor, transforming into the kryptonite-powered nightmare from the Superman story. A quick scan revealed to Shenyu that the Zero Armor's ability to fight Superman wasn't solely due to kryptonite. The armor's design itself had many merits, and traces of alien technology of unknown origin could be seen within it. With a thought, Shenyu revealed the time-space bracelet. Just like the glasses that Psy-Rabbit uses to transform are usually stored in his bracelet, the time-space bracelet also comes with a subspace. Its capacity is limited and can't hold large items like airplanes or tanks, but it can easily hold small things. With the bracelet's built-in subspace activated, he directly stuffed the entire suit of armor into the bracelet. Unwittingly, they nipped a future mortal enemy in the bud for Superman and Supergirl. Anyway, when General Ryan finds out that something is missing, the blame will fall on Wallerand. It won't be his problem. His gaze swept around again, and he was surprised to find a cabinet displaying sparkling green stones, which turned out to be kryptonite in the original story. After Krypton exploded, many kryptonite fragments fell to Earth, which was the main source of kryptonite that the villains used to fight Superman. It seems that General Ryan's men also unearthed kryptonite, They identified it as an alien element, but they may not yet know that it is a superhuman weapon. So they are just collecting it for research purposes. After thinking for a moment, Shenyu casually poured all the kryptonite in the cabinet into the bracelet space. Stealing one thing is the same as stealing two. And Waller will still take the blame anyway. So why not take it? Doing good deeds anonymously eliminates another deadly threat. To be fair, Shenyu felt it wouldn't be unreasonable for the future Superman to kowtow to him. Chapter 79 Interrogation Superman. Shenyu was happily touching the equipment below when the expert that General Ryan had mentioned arrived. No introduction was needed at all. That bald head, so shiny it was like a mirror, was practically the visitor's business card. Lex Luthor, Superman's #1 fan, has been both a supervillain and a superhero, and considers himself the smartest person on Earth. "You're late," General Ryan said curtly. "Sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the way, and I still have a lot of things to take care of. But don't worry, know that I'm here. Everything will be taken care of properly." Lex Luthor walked up to the one-way glass window where Superman was being held and squinted. "So this is the Superman, the invulnerable alien." "Huh, I thought he would be taller." "A soldier came over to report, sir. The high-voltage electricity is completely useless. 100. 0 volts of high-voltage electricity has absolutely no effect." While sitting in the chair seemingly unconscious, DeKeo's eyelids twitched almost imperceptibly. "I thought to myself, oh. So they were just electrocuting me, oh no. I didn't even realize if it was too late for me to start acting now. Then let's switch to 300,000 volts first." Lex Luthor said calmly. "Let's see how high his voltage tolerance is." The researcher sought General Ryan's approval with a wink. And only after the general nodded did he increase the voltage as instructed. A powerful electric current, almost enough to scorch any ordinary living being, swept through Superman's body with crackling sounds. The current surged like a raging torrent. Superman, who had been unconscious just a second ago, immediately awoke, his eyes wide. His expression contorted in pain as he groaned, "Ugh." However, the defenses were still not breached. The 300. 0 volts of electricity only resulted in a spectacular miss on Superman. It's quite a feat for Superman's convincing acting skills. He really did a convincing job, to be honest. As a Kryptonian who grew up under the yellow sun, the concept of pain might be a bit distant for Superman. It's truly remarkable that he could act so realistically. This performance deserves an Oscar. The researcher shut off the power. DeKeo also stopped groaning, tilting his head to one side with his neck lolling out, looking like he was about to be electrocuted. However, no one knew that while Superman appeared to have his eyes closed, he was actually secretly scanning everyone with his X-ray vision. First memorized the faces of everyone in the room, and then scanned the business cards in his pocket if he had any. Then there was the base's structure rates weaponry, and the pile of long guns and cannons pointed at him through the wall in the next room. But he knew those toys were useless to him. The only thing in the entire base that he couldn't see through was a facility buried underground, where a large amount of lead blocked his X-ray vision. "It looks like it's working," General Ryan said happily. He was afraid that these aliens were truly invincible, being able to withstand 300. 0 volts of electricity is certainly incredible, but it at least shows that human weapons can inflict damage. However, Lee was clearly more suspicious. Superman's acting was so convincing that it seemed to have aroused some of his suspicions. "No need to try increasing the voltage again," said Lee too. "Let's try 500,000 volts this time." Superman listened intently the entire time, afraid he might not realize the performance was too slow once the voltage was turned on. The moment Leon Lai spoke, Superman held his breath, opening his mouth to shout unexpectedly. The outer door was suddenly pushed open, and a black man in a white coat barged in shouting angrily, "Stop, all of you, stop." The researcher's hand was already touching the start button when he heard this, so he quickly withdrew it from the control panel. DeKeo almost cried out, "Ugh," again. but realizing the situation had changed, he quickly swallowed the scream back down. Takeo thought to himself that was close. Luckily, I reacted quickly otherwise. If I had yelled before the switch was even turned on, I would have given myself away, Dr. Irons. Luther glanced at him. Doctor Irons was furious. Am I seeing things? You're using the electric chair to torture people. This is inhumane and cannot be tolerated anywhere. Correction, Doctor, that's not a person. Just an alien that happens to look human. Luther said expressionlessly. He has no human rights. Fine, then I quit. At least I won't be your accomplice, Doctor. Irons slammed the door shut in anger and left. I resign. Takeo sat in his chair and glanced at the furious doctor again, developing a rather favorable impression of him. Superman was deeply moved when he saw that the doctor had given up his job for him. He almost couldn't resist the urge to crash through the wall and fly out to tell him that it was okay, that he hadn't even lost a drop of blood, and that it wasn't really torture. All right, now let's talk about the aliens, Luther said. Superman breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to act anymore. Where are you from? I consider myself an Earthling. Superman raised his head, feigning weakness. But you are not. You are an outsider and most likely have ulterior motives. I have no ulterior motive, I just want to do what I can to make a contribution or something, Superman said. Like all the warriors in this room, what? Luther sneered. Let's be frank. We all know you're here for some reason, aliens. I don't know what it is yet, but I will find out. I really didn't, Superman said sincerely. I just want to have a good talk. I'm not new here, I grew up on Earth. There's nothing that can't be understood through conversation. Put away your arrogance. I know you're strong and many weapons can't hurt you. But so what? You're still obediently tied to that chair, aren't you? You don't even have the right to stand and talk to me. Superman thought for a moment, then snapped his hands free from the several shackles that bound him to the chair and stood up. Luther, soldiers, and many more. Did he just stand up from the electric chair? Luther was the first to react immediately, shouting, Poison gas, release the poison gas now. Before he comes out, don't worry about Dr. Luther. General Lane quickly regained his composure. That room is a fortress. It can withstand even a direct rocket hit. He's not that easy to deal with, Clam. Before the general could finish speaking, everyone stared wide-eyed as Superman walked straight out of his so-called fortress-like wall. Yes, that's right, he just walked out normally. Superman smashed through the interrogation room wall with his body and stood among the crowd. All right, Superman looked around. Now should we be able to talk face to face? The researcher in front of the control panel had a mouth so big it could fit a pineapple. Chapter 80. Where is my armor? Almost everyone was in disbelief. The room in front of them was a truly impregnable fortress, capable of withstanding even artillery bombardment. And so this alien just walked out so casually. Superman's unhurried pace, as if he were strolling in a garden, was particularly striking. The scene was so impactful that it seemed as if a series of jaw-slapping sounds echoed in the room. The researcher at the control panel remained rooted to the spot, his hand hovering over the button. When he noticed Superman's gaze sweeping over him, he shrank back and quickly stood up, making room for the chair behind him. Please sit down. Please sit down, the researcher said with a broad smile, sweat beading on his forehead. Superman smiled slightly at him, thinking to himself that he was indeed a researcher. Much more polite than this so-called general, of course. It's also true that it's hard for someone to be impolite when facing Superman. Thank you, but no need, please have a seat. Superman said politely, then turned to General Ryan and said gently, like I said, I just want to talk. I am indeed from outer space, but I grew up on Earth. I just want to do good deeds, please. General Ryan, though also shocked by Superman's monstrous performance, looked him straight in the eye without fear. He casually grabbed a newspaper and slammed it on the table. So you approached my daughter also to do good. A copy of the Daily Planet features an exclusive report on Lois Lane with the headline, Meet Metropolis's new savior Superman. Miss Ryan and I have more in common, that's all. Well, Superman scratched his head. The farm boy sounded a little guilty about this, because he had indeed paid a tiny bit of attention to the girl. Common language. What common language could an alien possibly have with my daughter? What do you want from her? Superman squinted. And the smile disappeared from his face. I'm sorry, General. I've said I'm here to not to be interrogated. I thought we could understand each other. It seems I'd better leave. As he spoke, he began to walk outside. General Ryan roared. If you leave here, you will be considered an enemy of this country. Superman paused, then slowly turned his head. The soldiers whose gaze swept over them all shuddered. American soldiers were notoriously undisciplined, and some of the more timid ones nearly dropped their guns. Some even cast pleading glances at the general, essentially saying, "Brother, please, please. If you want to die, just do it yourself. Who's going to clean up our corpses if we all go down with you?" To be fair, the general's courage in not fearing a powerful punch is commendable. But his actions are indeed perplexing as an Earth general. It's not unreasonable for him to defend against Superman single-handedly, based on the principle of those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. However, acting covertly is one thing, while openly provoking someone is quite another. To taunt them face-to-face within a few steps feels like a 3-year-old threatening a UFC champion with a bubble gun. The other person's nonchalance stems from a magnanimous attitude of "it's the new year" or "he's just a child," while the man smugly assumes the other person has backed down. Fortunately, DeKeo had a good temper and didn't say anything more before turning around and leaving. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, I thought he was going to," someone muttered. "I thought so too," the researcher pale-faced said. "Did you see him break through that wall and come out? Good heavens, that's a bomb-proof structure. He broke through it more easily than I ever did to my wife back then." Everyone was so engrossed in facing the pressure from Superman that they seemed oblivious to the oddity of his words. General Ryan said grimly, "Superman's actions just now are tantamount to a declaration of war against us. Notify all departments to prepare for battle." The researchers behind them turned pale instantly. The look in his eyes as he looked at the general seemed to say, "Seriously, officer, you're doing it again." The person had finally decided to let bygones be bygones and was about to leave. But it turns out the general was determined to say, "You won't leave until you kill me today, right? Security Area 9 is now open. Tell John Coburn to prepare." General Lane said in a deep voice, "Let's see how this alien performs against the Zero armor." However, a moment later, a man in a white coat came running over. "Generals." The doctor in the white coat was flushed and struggling to breathe. "The Zero armor is gone." General Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" the general roared. "Isn't the armored vehicle in Sector 9? Sector 9 is the highest level, top-secret restricted area within this base, with only one direct elevator serving as its entrance and exit. Furthermore, that elevator can only be activated with authorization from General Ryan himself. And it's not just the Zero armor." The doctor in the white coat was covered in sweat. General Ryan's heart skipped a beat. He pushed aside his white coat and hurriedly walked toward District 9. Identity verification passed, elevator unlocked. He took the elevator down to the ground floor and entered the dark warehouse. The lights came on, illuminating the entire room in white. General Ryan looked around, his pupils contracted, and he nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. The enormous warehouse, where General Ryan had collected countless alien artifacts over the years, had been emptied by the unseen forces, leaving it more than half empty. A large area of the factory was empty, and it seemed as if crows were flying overhead. Cawing mockingly, General Ryan's blood pressure spiked, and he almost fainted. He probably never dreamed that one day his base would be robbed. "Where are my things?" he roared. "Where did all my stuff go?" Everything else is one thing, but what about the Zero armor? How could such a massive suit of armor just disappear like that? We retrieved the surveillance footage. A man in a white coat swaying profusely handed General Ryan a tablet displaying surveillance footage. There were no direct CCTV cameras in the vicinity of District 9 that captured the intruder. However, we compared CCTV footage from other areas and searched for all individuals who might have gone to District 9. We then used the time of the theft to eliminate possibilities. And finally discovered. General Ryan squinted at the surveillance screen, where a person was seen walking through the monitored corridor. He paused the playback locked onto the face and quickly performed facial recognition. Mike Williams, a senior agent of the Sky Eye Society. General Ryan's pupils contracted. That agent. He shouted, "Where did that Sky Eye agent go? He seems to have left a long time ago. Go after him. Go catch up with him and bring him back to me." The trusted officer beside him hurriedly went upstairs. But General Ryan had a vague feeling that it was probably impossible to catch them. In an instant, he suddenly understood. All that talk about countering Superman and sharing information is fake. It's all a smokescreen. This group came prepared from the start. It turns out their initial target was the alien technology in District 9. Although it was a bit outrageous upon closer reflection, he actually felt that it did somewhat fit the behavior of the rogues at Tianyan. General Ryan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Waller, at that very moment, Amanda Waller, a plump, dark-skinned woman far away at the Tianyan headquarters, sneezed again. He then rubbed his nose in a daze. "It's strange. Lately I keep feeling like someone's thinking about me." Chapter 81. I caught you. The metropolis the next morning. A new day begins with the same fast pace of life. People hurry along their busy journeys. The city's hustle and bustle never ceasing. Warm sunlight spills into the forest of iron and glass. From above, the passing vehicles resemble a gently flowing river, and the bustling intersections emit a cacophony of horns. Clark Kent, dressed in a suit and tie, bought a cup of coffee from a street cart and waved good morning with a smile as he passed an old man's newsstand. A taxi honked its horn behind him, and the driver leaned out and yelled, "Can't you see where you're going?" Startled, Clark Kent's hand trembled, and the coffee he had just taken a sip of fell to the ground. 7:55, with only 5 minutes left before work. Clark rushed into the Daily Planet office, only to have his suitcase jammed by the automatic door. The lid opened and the contents spilled all over the floor. She frantically stuffed documents, Lynn Chapels, and photos of her father at the Kansas farm into her suitcase and rushed toward the elevator in the lobby, which was about to close. Unfortunately, she stepped in a puddle on the floor and lost her balance, sliding forward helplessly. Just as the elevator doors were closing, her nose slammed into the cold elevator door. He hurriedly got up and pressed the elevator button again, but the briefcase snapped open with a click from the impact. Its contents spilled all over the floor again. The young reporter scrambled down to pick it up, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his poor apple had rolled a considerable distance from his feet and was casually picked up and stuffed into the pocket of a passing cleaner. Several ladies in the hall chuckled at his Chaplin-like comical appearance. Clark picked up his small suitcase, adjusted his glasses, scratched his head sheepishly, and waved to the ladies in a Chinese letter, honest and simple manner. Kara remained silent for a long time after witnessing this scene. "I'm starting to understand why a pair of glasses can make people not recognize that Carl is Superman." "Me too," Shenyu nodded, arms crossed. While the glasses certainly contributed to Superman's secret identity disguise, his acting skills played a significant role as well. He portrayed Clark Kent, a country bumpkin who was clumsy, prone to getting bitten by dogs and hit by cars, in a way that resonated deeply with audiences, making him completely different from Superman in terms of temperament. It's actually quite understandable that people wouldn't recognize that these two are the same person. At noon, they finally sat down at a table. "Ah, you're that. That one." Clark stared wide-eyed at Shenyu in disbelief. "My God. I only saw that you had enormous energy, but I never imagined that you were actually Ultraman." Yes, I told you Shenyu is amazing," Kara said with admiration. "I've heard about it too." Clark's eyes seemed to sparkle as he looked at Shenyu. It started with that starfish incident, right? That supersized alien invader. And then there was that dream. You actually managed to enter a dream. You saved them all from an endless nightmare. And more importantly, you inspired them all. Then there was the tsunami. I watched the video on YouTube. And I saw you push the tsunami back. I used to think I was invincible. Think why no, I should be the one saying thank you. Clark said with a sincere expression. You may not have known me before, but you have no idea how much you have helped me. Shenyu raised an eyebrow. Have it. I was always confused before, Clark said. Before I came to the Metropolitan, my parents told me that they understood and fully supported my desire to express myself. But they also warned me that once I showed the world the truth, there would be no turning back. I quickly realized they were right. Because I was different from everyone around me. I was an outsider. I grew up here, but I didn't belong here. When I was little, I often looked up at the starry sky and asked my parents over and over again, are there other people like me? Maybe they also come from the star somewhere in this world. Then Clark laughed. He revealed his most genuine and sunny smile. Then I saw you, he said. You let me know that my guess was right. That I really am not alone. Not only that. You also answered the question that had been puzzling me for a long time with your actions, how to let the world see me. And how to use my abilities from the moment I first saw you. I couldn't contain my excitement. It was as if a voice was telling me, this is it. This is what I've been wanting, that's why I am where I am now. Trying to show my face in public for the first time in my life. They even gave me a name like yours, haha, Shenyu. He suddenly had a strange thought. Could it be that people in this world were really inspired by the name Ultraman? Which is why Superman exists. I have another important matter to attend to in the metropolis. Or rather it is for a terrifying enemy. Shenyu said in a deep voice, his name is Brainiac. Clark had never heard of this name before. What a strange name. Kara, however, cried out awe and immediately tensed up. You mean Brainiac, Kara, do you know? Clark asked. Of course, he was a mechanical demon, a living nightmare. I will never forget that day. No, she bit her lip. Even the Kryptonian army is helpless against him. If he comes to Earth. Don't worry, I'm here to discuss this issue. Shenyu said. Brainiac's target isn't just Earth civilization. But also the three of us, we're all on his collectibles list. Which is why I'm here specifically to warn you. We need to be prepared. But there's no need to worry too much. I might have a slight clue about his invasion plan. There's a mole within humanity. Someone has secretly made some kind of deal with Brainiac to help him capture the Kryptonians. Clark immediately connected the dots with what happened last night and exclaimed in surprise. General Ryan, I thought so yesterday too. But I checked the base last night and it wasn't him. There was no trace of Brainiac there. Shenyu narrowed his eyes. But I think I already know who it is. At the Metropolitan Interchange, Lex Luthor sat in the back seat of his stretch Lincoln. Answering a phone call, of course, I know you're right. You don't need to say more. I am indeed one of the world's top scientific geniuses. But you still need to be more open and honest before I'll consider the possibility of cooperation. But you're right about Superman. Did I underestimate him in some way, Krypton? What does that word even mean? Why do you keep repeating yourself? Lex Luthor gradually lost patience. I said I need more honesty, I need more information. Yes, Brainiac, your name, I already know that. But I need to know more. Where are you from? And more importantly, what exactly are you? At the same time, Shenyu, whose super hearing was locked onto Luthor the whole time, smiled slightly. It really is you, Baldy, got you. Chapter 82, Kryptonite. Lex Industries, Underground. You know I'm a cautious person. Lex Luthor sat in a swivel chair facing a huge video wall and spoke coldly through a microphone on his headset. Yes, I know you are very capable, you have shown me. I respect you, which is why I am willing to talk to you. A great scientific mind communicates with another on an equal footing. An exchange of value. But as I said, you've shown a lack of sincerity, my friend. I need more information before considering the possibility of further cooperation. What you doubt me, that's an insult to me. But I don't stoop to the level of aliens. However, I assure you, my system is absolutely secure. This is my private laboratory located underground at Lex Industries. It has military-grade security, and no one else is authorized to operate it except me. Absolutely no one else can get into this place. You can consider it the pride of the greatest mind on the planet. However, Luther, who was speaking so smugly, was completely unaware that at the same time he was talking, the first security door was being pried open from the outside with brute force. The door panel was deformed by the monstrous grip, like two pieces of cardboard being forcibly pried apart. A striking S appeared behind the door. Superman walked in from behind the door that had been forcibly pried open, glancing left and right as he went. Luther crossed his legs, the world's most advanced security system, designed by me personally, is working perfectly. Even an ant crawling in would immediately trigger an alarm. The security system has completely failed. The voice of the artificial intelligence pal came through Superman's headset. Lex Luthor is in the underground level. Thanks, Superman smiled along the passage. There was a row of robotic guards bearing the Lex Industries logo. However, instead of stopping the invaders, they raised their hands in salute to the red-cloaked intruders. As if to say, please come in, Luther continued confidently. Furthermore, the call line I use goes through my private satellite, which is specially encrypted and absolutely secure. It's impossible for it to be. Before he could finish speaking, there was a deafening roar. Like an engine stopping, the system abruptly shut down, and communications were abruptly cut off. What the hell? Luther suddenly stood up, turned his head, and immediately opened his mouth wide. The moment he saw Superman standing behind him with his arms crossed and a smile on his face, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. You and me. How could this be? Luther exclaimed in astonishment. My security system, my alarms, you have your tricks. And I have my technical assistance, Mr. Luther. Superman said calmly, all right now, Mr. Luther, tell me about your alien friend, LeBron James. Being the #1 fan of Superman's fan club, was surprised for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He sat back in his chair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Sit, he gestured to the chair next to him. But Superman didn't react. Luther shrugged unconcerned, and continued, I've long envisioned this moment. You and I were here talking face to face. I knew it the moment you showed up. You appeared in my city, swaggering around in a cloak, helping old ladies cross the street, rescuing cats from trees, and then getting your Daily Planet fanatics to write a long, rambling report about it. But you know what? This is my city, my world. It existed long before you came along, and no one can take it away, especially not a cloaked alien who can fly and dive deep. So you brought in another alien, Superman said calmly. You don't even know who he is. You've never seen what he looks like, right? How do you know he's more trustworthy? Who mentioned trust? I'm just using him to deal with you. Because, to put it simply, he's really good at this. He's given me a lot of information and a lot of important knowledge, which is the most important thing for a top scientific mind. More importantly, also told me your biggest secret, the most fatal weakness of the Iron Man. Luther abruptly opened a small lead box on the control panel and grabbed the small stone inside that emitted a deadly green light. This is it, kryptonite. Superman's most fatal weakness comes from the debris of his home planet Krypton's explosion. A small rock the size of a palm could almost hollow him out, and if exposed long enough it could even be fatal. However, at this moment, Superman crossed his arms and squinted at Luthor, who was smugly waving the kryptonite in front of his nose, as if he were looking at an idiot. The smile on Luthor's face gradually disappeared. No, I must be doing something wrong. So Luthor changed his posture and shoved the small stone at Superman again. This is it, still nothing happened. If we must say what happened, perhaps it's that Superman's expression gradually changed from scrutinizing the mentally challenged to showing care for the vulnerable. Luther's face instantly turned ashen. With his low emotional intelligence, Lai Tu is now like a clown. With his high emotional intelligence, after today he could consider debuting in Gotham and preparing to act opposite Batman. I knew it, I should have known. Luther angrily slammed the kryptonite to the ground. That alien conman tricked me, I should have known. How could anyone be afraid of such a small, broken rock? Despicable, shameless, and vile alien conman, snapped. Superman swung his hand and delivered a chop to the neck. Lai Tu rolled his eyes and fainted, seeing Leighton faint. Superman flipped his hand, and a white bracelet appeared out of thin air on his wrist. A pale blue ripple slowly spread from the bracelet, and he casually tossed some bright green kryptonite into it. A red and silver mech flew out from the ripples of light and landed on the dark ground. The armor clicked open from the back, and Superman entered. The armor closed, and the eyes in the helmet shone with a golden light. Once inside the armor, Superman emitted golden light. His body and face shifted, and the light particles reorganized, quickly transforming into the appearance of Shen Yu. Kryptonite has been contained, Shen Yu said calmly. You may come in. Two Kryptonian heads popped out from behind, one on the left and one on the right. Superman and Supergirl approached and sized up Luther. He's just an ordinary person. You said he would be in danger. Kara asked, looking puzzled. Superman's expression was also one of doubt. You're saying that little stone can hurt me? Really? Of course it's real. How about I take it out now and let you guys test if it's strong enough? No, forget it. Kara remembered the experience of testing the Red Sun generator last time, and she shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. All right, now let's check if there's any trace of Brainiac on the bald guy's server. As Shen Yu stepped toward the control paneled monitor, which had been dark suddenly lit up, no need to bother. A deep, mechanical voice seemed to come from all directions at once. You wanted to see me, so I've come. Chapter 83, Machine Frenzy. Kal-El, the last son of Krypton. Kara-Zor-El, the last daughter of Krypton. My name is Brainiac, a collector and a conqueror. Although Brainiac said that, the word last is actually a bit of an exaggeration. Perhaps only when the Superman character was first created could he be considered the true last son. However, as the story progressed, Superman's many relatives came back to life one after another, eventually bringing out an entire Kryptonian city, and even their cats and dogs. Old Boo called out Superman and Supergirl one by one like reciting a menu. But he hesitated when his gaze fell on Shen Yu. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, You have surprised me once again. I still couldn't find a matching data in the database of any known galaxies. And your life form is also very different from all the known species in the database. It is a life form in some kind of energy state. Yet it can freely conjure powerful physical entities. The skull's eyes in the interface flashed, as if it had shown interest. I originally came here only for Earth and Kryptonians. But now you've become my primary target. I would say it's an honor, as Shen Yu spoke. Pal had already begun to try to track him down again. In that case, why don't you come here in person? That way we can have a proper talk about this. There's no need for that, Brainiac said calmly. We will meet eventually, but not now, after a pause. The light in the skull's eyes went out, and even his voice seemed to lower slightly. Humans are indeed unreliable. I knew I couldn't trust that their simple brain structure was capable of doing any job. It doesn't matter anymore. You discovered my contact with Lex Luthor, disrupting my plans. But this only forces me to adjust my original plans, like moving the schedule up a bit. Shen Yu suddenly raised his palm and fired a cannon to the right. The chest of a black skull-shaped machine was blown open, sending metal fragments and sparks flying. The robot's vision went black, and it swayed and fell to the ground. But that was just the beginning. More and more green lights appeared, and the black armor gleamed with a chilling light. Skull-like machines emerged from all directions, surrounding the three of them. World Collection. Initiation, the screen goes off. All the robots took a step forward in unison, raised the energy cannons mounted on their arms, and uttered the same word in a muffled but unified manner. Collect archive, collect archives. The same scene was not only happening at Lex Industries, but also throughout the entire city of Metropolis. A deafening roar threw a factory into complete chaos. Giant robotic arms began operating like madmen, and all the metal equipment seemed to come alive, rotating and moving in perfect unison, assembling rapidly with astonishing efficiency. The equipment is malfunctioning. They're not working properly. The workers ran around the factory in panic. Turn off the power, we've tried it, it's no use. The operator cried out in despair. These things are like they've come alive, even though the cables have been unplugged. What are they assembling? Aren't we building subway cars? Black, skeletal machine bodies materialized one after another, crawling off the assembly line. They coldly surveyed the surrounding scan, locked onto their targets and raised their energy cannons. Collect archives. At the same time, at General Ryan's base, a machine army out of control. What do you mean by out of control? General Ryan shouted at the top of his lungs amidst the red alert. Then take back control, cut off the powers. Or just blow up those damn machines. Do what you experts are supposed to do. I've tried them all, sir. The expert in the white coat looked at the military machine soldiers emerging from the armory in the surveillance footage. His face pale and covered in sweat. We tried our best, but we were blocked from entering the system. Who's blocking the way? General Ryan roared. Before the experts could even speak, the culprit jumped out and claimed responsibility. All the devices simultaneously shut down, and the lights and screens went black at the same time. But half a second later, the screens lit up again, displaying a skull in the center of the interface. Archive, collect your world, which belongs to Brainiac. Boom! At Lex Industries, a massive fireball shot into the sky, illuminating the entire dark industrial area. The shockwave carried brickless and metal debris, scattering them with the scorching air. Building walls trembled violently, and huge fissures were blasted into the ground. A red and silver steel body shot into the sky, trailing a trail of flames, followed closely by a string of black robots, Superman, battling 3 or 5 skeleton machines, rushed onto the ground. He tore the oncoming machines in half with his bare hands like tearing toilet paper, while simultaneously kicking the head of another machine. The metal casing screeched as it broke apart, and exposed parts and wires clattered to the ground. He grabbed the 2 pieces of wreckage and threw them, which exploded into a fireball after hitting a machine flying through the air. 3 other robots tried to rush forward side by side, but 2 extremely domineering heat beams swept out, slicing them in half like fiery blades. At this moment, Kara also changed into the classic Supergirl uniform for the first time. But compared to the classic version, she added a Robin-style eye patch. She punched through a machine, and then her figure shot out with a sonic boom, destroying several machines in her path. A beam of alien laser struck her in the back, causing her to stumble. Kara let out a soft groan. But after regaining her footing, she turned around and unleashed a freezing breath. The frigid air instantly froze several machines behind her into ice sculptures. Kara flashed forward, and the robots were all reduced to dust. People in the city need help. Superman's ears twitched slightly, and a flood of cries for help and alarms came rushing in. Shenyu swept through the air, tapping his palms repeatedly, and the energy cannons blasted the bodies of the 2 robots apart. Sir, a large-scale anomaly has been detected. It's originating from beneath Metropolis, rumble. Soon they saw it, and everyone in the city saw it. The enormous tower-like structure with its metallic shell resembles a sleeping behemoth awakening from a dream, and stretches upwards like a giant iron vine, piercing the sky above the metropolis. The streets trembled violently, like ravines torn open by the claws of a demon. Skyscrapers collapsed like building blocks, and the booming sound of the giant tower as it burst forth was like an alien horn. standing coldly atop the city as if proclaiming the authority it had acquired. It appears that 3 iron towers have emerged from 3 different locations in Metropolis. Sir Pal said, they all exhibit strong brainiac signal responses. It seems the enemy intends to establish a position. I noticed, tell me something I don't know, Shen Yu said. The anti-brainiac radar detected a strong signal response from outside the atmosphere. A large unidentified flying object is approaching. It's his spaceship. Kara's face showed a look of horror, as if recalling the nightmares she had experienced on Krypton. Brainiac's ship, he's here just like that day. A certain type of particle aggregation has been detected outside the atmosphere, exhibiting a powerful and anomalous energy response. A match has been found with the Kryptonian database. Apal continued, it's a miniature energy identification response, sir. Shen Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. He wanted to put the Metropolis into his bottle. Chapter 84, Spaceship, the miniaturization device. The key technology for transforming cities into cities in bottles. It is also considered Brainiac's personal trademark. Old Brainiac would fly his spaceship over his designated district, release miniaturization beams from the air to shrink the city, and pull it directly into his spaceship along the traction beams. With this thought in mind, Shen Yu's armor suddenly spun 180 degrees in the air, during which the monitor in front of him quickly locked onto the robots surrounding him. The shoulder magazine popped open, and all 3 rows of micro-warheads ignited, whistling toward each locked target under the guidance of AI auto-aiming. A series of booming sounds and continuous explosions followed, as the skeleton machine exploded one after another like fireworks in the sky under the bombardment of bullets. This is a technology that Shen Yu just updated last week, a miniature version of the Specium warhead. Because while the previous Specium warhead was powerful, it didn't require that level of firepower to deal with ordinary enemies. And in most cases, the damage was excessive. The design goal of this small warhead is to engage in large-scale battles. It can load 18 rounds at once, each mixed with specium material, achieving maximum firepower while being condensed to the smallest possible volume, making it a powerful tool for instantly clearing out enemy troops. Wow, this is amazing, Kara's eyes lit up. Ammunition is limited. We only have 1 round left to use this tactic. After temporarily clearing out the remaining enemies in the area, Shen Yu quickly flew over. As Shen Yu spoke, he handed over the bracelet. A ripple of space appeared, and 3 transparent cone-shaped crystals emerged from the bracelet's space. Ah, Kryptonian crystals, Kara, native Kryptonian girl. Recognized the technology at a glance. Yes. I accomplished it using Kryptonian technology. Shen Yu said. To make a long story short, I won't explain the principles. In short, Brainiac's spaceship is already in low Earth orbit, and he should be arriving in Metropolis soon. He will release miniature rays to shrink and absorb the entire city. Just like he did to Kandor, Kara said bitterly. Kandor was once the capital of Krypton and its most prosperous city. But now it has become a collector's item for figurine enthusiasts. Yes, but we will stop him, Shen Yu opened his palm. And the armor projected a map of the Metropolis, marking 3 locations. We need to go to these 3 coordinates to set up these crystals. Once set up, they will grow into anti-miniaturization devices based on Kryptonian crystals within seconds. When Brainiac releases his miniature beam of light from the air, the device automatically generates a barrier to absorb it. Shen Yu paused, then glanced at the 2 of them. 3 crystals, 3 people, what do you think? Without saying a word, Superman took one from his hand and smiled gently. I feel like I was born for this. 3 afterimages, centered on Lex Industries, flew along the bustling metropolitan streets, their respective coordinates visible amidst the steel-filled chaos. The sounds of impact and explosions rose and fell, and wherever the 3 afterimages passed, the skeleton machines along the way exploded one after another, collapsing into fragments in midair. The energy beams of the mobile armor crisscrossed in a dazzling display, their red and blue afterimages crashing through like cannonballs, their heat vision unstoppable. Any machine that stood in its way was destined to be reduced to scrap metal. Meanwhile, a spaceship was slowly entering the atmosphere, propelled by a dark purple tail flame from a distance. It looked like a giant floating skull, its hull covered with mechanical structures wielding metal tentacles that writhed like ferocious snakes. A figure sat on a metal throne in the center of the spaceship and slowly opened his eyes. His body was half human, half machine, with metal components and muscles tightly intertwined. Half of his face was covered by a metallic mask, and the mask and the top of his head were covered with circular interfaces that emitted a pale purple light. Brainiac images of the surface played before his eyes. In 3 different areas, 2 Kryptonians and a pair of red and silver armored figures were rampaging through his mechanical army. But Brainiac remained calm and composed, simply watching and analyzing as massive amounts of data scrolled through another interface. Recording information and data. Kryptonians experience a leap in ability when exposed to yellow solar radiation. Initial observations suggest that the 2 Kryptonian individuals are still in the early stages and have enormous potential for improvement. Action is recommended to capture the individuals and control them with the energy of the Red Star for further research and analysis. He paused for a moment. Then his gaze shifted to the other suit of armor. Codename Ultraman, race and origin unknown. No matching race found in any known galaxy. Known abilities include gigantism, body energy transformation, super strength, super speed, interstellar weapon level energy projection, body reconstruction, dream entry, and geomorphic telekinesis. It is speculated that they possess numerous unknown capabilities. Their technological system also differs from any known civilization in any other galaxy. Action is recommended, but further observation and data collection are needed before any action is taken. Wait for Gantras to be in position before taking further action. After careful analysis and summarization, Brainiac quickly made his important strategic decision. Continue with Edge Ob anyway. Old Boo has plenty of cannon fodder, and the monster swarm tactic has always been the fundamental tactic of any of his invasions. The machine army was made entirely from materials sourced from Earth, but it utilized Old Brooks's technology. The entire army cost him absolutely nothing, and he wouldn't care how many were destroyed. For lower-level civilizations, simply overwhelming them with sheer numbers is often enough to take them down. More advanced civilizations can also use these free cannon fodder to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and force them to make a move. This allows Old Boo to take the opportunity to analyze and understand the opponent, so that when he personally intervenes, he can draw upon his vast knowledge to find the optimal solution and prescribe the right remedy. While the minions pushed up the lanes, he sat back at the fountain to direct the battle. His tactics were incredibly solid. Do you think you can just follow the internet cable over here and dismantle my fountain? Just as they were getting into the swing of things, an alarm suddenly went off inside the spaceship. System vulnerability, repeat, system vulnerability. Okay. Brainiac frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Can a level 3 civilization invade its own system? No, it can't be an Earthling, could it be? The next second, the operating equipment in front of him suddenly started to light up. Endless radiance shot out from the cold machine, followed by a fist formed in an instant by countless light particles. Bang! Old Boo took the heavy punch right in the nose. His head snapped back and he flew a long way from his seat. The light coalesced into a life-sized Ultraman form, which landed lightly. Brainiac, who had been thrown from the seat, rolled a long distance before crashing into the metal wall with a loud bang. A pale blue energy structure was revealed through the cracked walls of the spaceship, and electric sparks danced on Old Boo's body. He remained expressionless, mechanically twisted his neck. Stood up and added in a flat tone, record updated. Target codename Ultraman, ability list updated. The observed target can actually follow the signal and attack me. Chapter 85, the consequences are serious. Sure enough, Old Boo, who had taken the punch, seemed to be unharmed. He tilted his head and quickly stood up. After all, Brainiac's body isn't like those cannon fodder made from Earth's raw materials. even without his fleet of warships and interstellar weapons. Brainiac possesses combat power comparable to Superman's, based solely on his physical body. Of course, this generally refers to his physical form. Brainiac and Ultron from the next shed belong to the same villain family, or even a more powerful version for such a super AI. Edo Tensei, reanimation, and possession are naturally basic operations. I see, since the body is essentially light, it only needs to be adjusted to a specific frequency to move via communication. Old Boo, a figure enthusiast, is also a knowledge expert. Even though his house and face have been stolen, his biggest concern remains knowledge. Shen Yu also quickly scanned his entire body structure and the weapons and equipment he was equipped with using his ultra vision. "You're not Brainiac," Shen Yu said in a deep voice. "Or rather, you're not even here, are you?" "I am, but I am not at the same time," Brainiac said calmly. "There are countless planets in the universe. Too many worlds to archive. And too much knowledge to collect, unlike you, who are confined to a single body. I exist simultaneously in countless galaxies, archiving multiple civilizations in sync. I am here, yet I am not. I am everywhere." Old Brooks's spaceships are scattered throughout the stars, constantly executing the collect archive, destroy process. This process is multi-threaded, running in parallel across multiple sectors and star systems. "Look, your city is about to become one of the collector's great treasures." As they spoke, the floor beneath their feet vanished, transforming into a projection above the metropolis. A surge of immense energy erupted towards the metropolis in the form of rays. Then nothing happened, Brainiacs. The surface operations were also progressing smoothly. Superman, Supergirl, and the armor controlled by PAL all successfully completed their respective missions. Shen Yu chuckled. The plan doesn't seem to be going very smoothly. The barrier created by Kryptonian crystals is a legacy of the Kryptonians. It doesn't matter. The remaining Kryptonians will be wiped out sooner or later. Brainiac's mechanical clone raised its left hand, which had already transformed into a dark, gaping cannon barrel the same as you. Green plasma surged forth, followed by some kind of high-intensity light blast. But Shen Yu was prepared, and he dove sideways in a somersault to avoid the light blast, landing with his hands already clasped at his waist. Cut the light. This is a skill used by the original Ultraman in the TV series. A destructive beam fired continuously from between his palms in the shape of arrows. Its power isn't great, but its stealth is its strength. It has a short wind-up and a negligible cast time, making it the fastest-firing beam skill Shen Yu possesses. Furthermore, he intentionally waited for the opponent to make the first move, and while dodging with a somersault, he gathered his palms at his waist the instant his body was airborne and his back was turned to the opponent, maximizing the stealth and rapid-fire characteristics, and also taking advantage of the opponent's unprepared reaction time after firing. As expected, the cutting beam hit its target successfully. The arrow-shaped beam exploded in front of Old Boo's chest, causing his mechanical body to stagger backward. What exactly constitutes the prestige of this year's top graduate? He pushed off with his foot and, taking advantage of the moment, Old Boo stumbled, charged forward at supersonic speed, and launched a powerful swing punch. But Brainiac's AI reacted just as quickly, deflecting his heavy punch to the side with a flick of its mechanical arm. Shen Yu seized the opportunity, taking a step forward using the force of Brainiac's deflection, and then using the momentum to spin and push off. Old Blaine crossed his arms in front of him to block. A powerful spinning kick slammed into his leg, and a transparent shockwave exploded inside the spaceship. Blainek slid back several meters, his feet leaving 2 clear cracks in the floor, and the metal arm that had withstood the kick showed signs of deformation. Record updated: the target excels in close combat. Recommendation: move out of range and utilize ranged fire. Brainiac suddenly took off with Shen Yu close behind. The two afterimages danced through the spaceship like a whirlwind, their figures flashing like lightning. Sparks of battle erupted in almost every corner of the spaceship, the sturdy walls shattering like paper. countless fragments swirling in the air like stardust in the Milky Way. They fought their way from room to room, crashing through walls and cracking floors. The poor spaceship was soon riddled with holes, its hull riddled with bruises, and the air was thick with smoke and the smell of metal. Brainiac, who had been knocked back by the initial clash, unleashed a strange beam gun from his left arm, beams shooting out from its black muzzle. Shen Yu, who was charging forward, suddenly shrank, shrinking to the size of an ant in the blink of an eye, and was sucked into the gun along the beam of light. One of the signature techniques of old Beath figure fanatic is miniaturized light. Brainiac calmly stood up. Anomalous target trace, codename Ultraman. Containment complete. Before he could finish saying over, the gun in his hand exploded with a loud bang, and a silver fist shot out from among the shrapnel, striking him squarely in the face. The burst of air exploded from his face, and Shen Yu, who quickly expanded back to his normal size, forcefully broke through the shrinking ray gun with his body, and punched old Bu, sending him flying far away again. Record updated. The miniaturization ray is ineffective against the target. The target can neutralize the ray's effect using only their physical abilities. Threat level increased. Brainiac swept his arm through the air, and a ball of transparent blue energy instantly captured Shen Yu in midair, flinging him out like a cannonball in the direction of his sweep. A tractor beam similar to gravitational waves pierced through another wall. Shen Yu, enveloped in pale blue mist-like energy and electricity, crashed into the next room. But he rolled over to dissipate the force, and as he half squatted up, he had already prepared an 8-point light wheel in his palm. The sharp slashes and swirling saw teeth tore through the smoke and hurtled toward Brainiac. Old Bu was no pushover either. He immediately recognized the power of the light wheel. Instead of confronting it head-on, he spread his 5 fingers, releasing blue guiding rays once more, enveloping the spinning light wheel as Old Bu spun. The gravitational wave caused the light wheel to rotate once, then swung back towards Shen Yu's face along the path it had come from. Shen Yu laughed. Good griefs. It actually threw the light wheel back at me. Is it some kind of great shift of heaven and earth, however? The mind power micromanagement is a classic derivative of the 8-part light wheel, and Shen Yu has mastered this course quite well. Dividing the light wheel into 8 makes turning in the air a piece of cake. If anyone imagines that he can be hit by the counter damage of his own light wheel, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Shen Yu raised his hand and caught it easily. He then swung the 8-point light wheel back with his other hand, adding a little something extra to make it even faster and more powerful. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Brainiac immediately changed his strategy. He blocked with both arms, and light green particles formed a transparent barrier in front of him, directly blocking the trajectory of the light wheel's slash. However, to everyone's surprise, the halo ultimately did not land on his barrier. The light wheel appeared less than 2 meters away from the particle barrier. It cracked without warning. It split in 2, drawing 2 magnificent arcs to the left and right. Like a dazzling elusive dribble, he bypassed the frontal defense with feints and incredible mobility, attacking Brainiac's left and right flanks respectively. With 2 sharp cracks, Brainiac's 2 arms were cleanly severed by the light wheel. The particle barrier instantly dissipated, exposing the wires and components at the severed ends of the arms, along with a jet of inky liquid that spurted out like blood. Shen Yu chuckled inwardly. Telekinetic micromanagement, kid. To counter his 8-part halo, let me quote a line from a senior from the Land of Light. It's still 20,000 years too early. Brainiac staggered back 2 steps, but he felt no pain and immediately adjusted after the setback. His chest armor plate opened, revealing a hidden cannon barrel, its energy flashing as it prepared to fire. Shen Yu made a quick decision, bringing his left palm to his waist and placing his right palm flat on top of his left palm. A misty beam of light in the TV series it was released by Jack, but it was easily overlooked because it was blocked by the enemy's barrier skill during its only appearance. However, Shen Yu learned it himself and realized that this move is a super control skill that can instantly reach absolute zero temperature and can freeze almost any target instantly. Just like Brainiac, whose body was already severely damaged, was hit by this misty beam and most of his body was frozen, with only his head sticking out, record updated. Brainiac, whose only remaining ability was to move his mouth, diligently kept a record. Powerful cutting techniques that can be remotely controlled. Instant freezing capabilities. The target is stronger than expected, and the threat level continues to rise. However, the deception tactic was successfully executed. Inducement tactics sensing danger. Shen Yu abruptly turned his head and saw a hidden hatch open, revealing a massive fully loaded cannon. A fiery light, the boundless energy of all things. The moment the engine ignited was like the detonation of a supernova, with boundless, scorching energy bursting forth from the giant cannon, like a colossal sword devouring the sunlight. The intense light instantly engulfed Shen Yu's entire body. The stellar cannon is one of the heavy weapons carried on the spaceship. It achieves terrifying destructive power by absorbing the stellar energy of nearby star systems, possessing a power unmatched by any individual weapon carried by Brainiac's machine avatar. This shot should reduce the vast majority of known life forms in the universe to ashes. Brainiac blinked twice with his half-biological, half-mechanical eyes, looking at the red-silver body that had completely absorbed the star cannon. A hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. Why does it seem like the opponent has become stronger after that shot? Shen Yu patted himself, his whole body enveloped in a faint golden light, and silently looked at Brainiac. His eyes seemed to say, seriously, "You're going to hit me with solar energy." For about half a second, Brainiac froze in place, as if his computer had crashed, and did not take any further action. Half a second later, he dutifully resumed recording. Log updated, target code name Ultraman. Precautions updated, never attack the target with any solar-powered weapons. After thinking for a moment, he added more notes. The consequences could be severe. Chapter 86 Gauntras. Starry sky, the vast boundless starry sky, dotted with countless stars in the endless darkness, exudes an alluring and mysterious light, knowledge. Whether the secrets of the universe or the wisdom of civilization is considered priceless. From the moment of his birth on the comet, Brainiac was destined to be cursed by his thirst for knowledge. He was obsessed with discovering countless truths and powers in the ocean of knowledge, determined to conquer every inch of its vast territory and explore every unknown corner. That grand stage woven from endless darkness and starlight, that was his true goal. The reason for his birth. The starry sky knowledge conquest, one day. The entire universe will be collected and archived, and Brainiac will become the end of all civilizations. Brainiac proudly raised his head. Earth will be nothing more than the most insignificant one in my vast collection. His goals were grand, his ambitions were enormous, and he spoke with a powerful and resounding voice, displaying the demeanor of a cosmic overlord. If it weren't for this pitiful, remaining mechanical head that said these words. Yes, that's right, now Brainiac is just a head, and Shen Yu is holding him in his hand. As far as a brain is concerned, you've got quite a lot of drama, Shen Yu said by this time. His mobile suit had also flown up from the ground, although Old Brooks's Iron Legion still had some troops remaining on the ground. Superman and Supergirl were now more than capable of controlling the situation. Shen Yu is now to take over the spaceship. The mobile armor landed next to Shen Yu, its palm opening and two cables popping out and connecting to the remaining part of Brainiac's head. Brainiac scoffed, "Want to get inside me? Not so easy. My security protocols apply." Before he could finish speaking, his tone suddenly changed. "What are you doing? Get out of here," however. He immediately regained his composure and gave up the struggle. "Do as you please. My connection with my original body has been severed. All you can obtain is the data within this body." His body was blown apart, leaving only his head. The severe damage to his hardware also affected his ability to resist the invasion. Even if he wanted to fight back, he was powerless to do so. but he seemed to have a pretty good attitude. It's just like the old saying, life is like being stalked by a crazed woman. If you can't resist, you have to learn to enjoy it, anyway. After realizing he couldn't get rid of the intruder, Old Boo simply cut the connection and lay down, looking like he wanted to get it over with quickly. The hull node, disconnected from its original body, contained little of value. Shenyu used it to successfully take control of the spaceship, and then scanned its mind, detecting a noteworthy word. What is Guntras? It's a program that's already started. Brainiac's synthesized voice said coldly, a Vanguard. A Vanguard Sentinel that will only be deployed when the threat level reaches a certain value. A destroyer that will sweep away any resistance forces on the planet's surface. After a pause, the mechanical eyes on the head glanced out the porthole. It's too late, Gantras has arrived, no one can stop it. Shenyu followed his gaze through the porthole and immediately saw the thing as well. Like a meteorite, it broke through atmospheric resistance, the friction-generating flames that swirled and danced around it. On the stage of flame, countless rays of light intertwined to create a magnificent picture. And the unknown alloy at the center of the raging fire glowed as red as a branding iron under the force of air friction. The tip of the flame licked the metal shell, its leading edge like a burning blade and its blazing tail like a meteor transformed into a bright trail of light. Boom's a cataclysmic fall. Although the object in the flames had deliberately slowed down before landing, the sheer weight still ripped apart the streets of the metropolis. The violent tremors spread like an earthquake, collapsing buildings and shattering roads. Countless fragments of rock and sparks flew everywhere, creating a scorching chaos. The howling shockwaves shoved streetlights and vehicles into the air before they were pulled heavily back to the ground by gravity. A meteorite-like crater exploded in the heart of the metropolis, flames spewing from it and licking the solid metal at its center. Some kind of black spherical objectives, huge as a building, occupied the very center of the burning crater. The next moment, the indentations on the sphere began to spread out. It resembled the structure of flowing black liquid, which solidified into metal in a short instant. The smooth curves were broken, and the spherical surface shattered, revealing the sharp metal parts hidden beneath. As the parts unfolded, multiple robotic arm-like devices extended, the friction between the metal and the air producing a sharp roar. Strange gears and mechanical structures were gradually revealed, like a mechanical legion playing an unknown symphony. A colossal torso rises from within, like the awakening of an ancient beast. Surrounding it are intricately interwoven metal plates, like a delicate yet resilient spiderweb. The metal parts fit together perfectly, the black body towering to the heavens. Over 100 meters tall, it stands amidst the burning city, its streamlined lines and full curves resembling a majestic industrial sculpture. But it brought not civilization but destruction. Guntras reached target, mission initiated. A cold light flashed in the machine's eyes. Mission objective: destruction. In an instant, its arms, chest and shoulders all emitted a bright light, like countless stars streaking across the city streets. Their dazzling light illuminated everything. Then came the explosions, the explosions, the explosions. Lasers tore through reinforced concrete, reducing skyscrapers to fragments and flames. The shockwaves of the explosions and the roar of collapsing buildings drowned out screams. The trembling, collapsing earth seemed to be trampled by the footsteps of a dragon, and the alien technology's barrage was like a devastating downpour. Two red and blue afterimages flew from afar, piercing through the curtain of thick smoke and flames as they hurtled towards them. Superman and Supergirl. Gantras immediately noticed their presence, after all. These two were clearly its number one, or perhaps even its only threat in the metropolis at present. It raised its arm and mechanism sprang open on its thick arm, producing more than a dozen weapons that stretched out like metal tentacles. An incredibly dazzling light screen, a dense rain of energy projectiles, and bullets spewing orange-red flames swept over the two of them. Superman and Supergirl dodged to the left and right, their afterimages flitting about like butterflies amidst the barrage of light pollution on the screen. while simultaneously trying to close the distance between them. However, as the saying goes, Superman has zero evasion, let alone two novices who haven't even mastered flying yet. Superman crashed head-on into a pulse blast, while Kirana took a rocket head-on. Two brilliant bursts of fire exploded in midair, followed by two afterimages flying backwards along the same path they came from. Just like I said, Brynak's head said calmly. It's too late. Once Gontra's starts, it won't stop. Destruction is inevitable. Crack. That was the sound of its head being crushed in Shen Yu's palm. A lump of scrap metal, sparking with electricity and riddled with broken circuitry, was thrown to the ground. Do you need help, sir? Pal asked. No need. You take control of the ship. Shen Yu's entire body shone brightly. Someone just fully charged me up, and I need to exercise to digest it. Chapter 87 was absolutely worth it. Metropolis is indeed a city plagued by disasters, and it seems unable to escape its curse in any multiverse. On Monday, masked robbers in dump trucks carrying rocket launchers robbed a bank. On Wednesday, a supervillain who can either shoot lasers or lift a building with his bare hands engaged in an unrestricted fight with Superman in the street. On Friday, aliens invaded in spaceships with cannons. On Saturday, houses were rebuilt, and on Sunday, renovations were done before the paint was even dry. Another house exploded again next week. At this moment, the citizens of Metropolis are watching Superman's daily battle with the alien machine. Boom! An alien cannonball exploded in midair, and Superman, who was hit head-on by the shell, spun and fell, crashing into the already ravaged ground and creating another deep crater. Of course, even though it looks like a hard fall, at most it only deals HP 1, which is basically equivalent to no damage compared to Superman's endless health bar. He shook his head about to get up, when he suddenly heard a child by the roadside pointing to the sky and shouting, "Look, it's a big bird." Everyone looked in the direction the child was pointing. A blurry shadow appeared, initially just a huge dot flying in from the other side of the sky. But its size rapidly increased in everyone's view. "No, it looks like an airplane," someone said. "Well, anyway, it can't be Superman," said a soldier holding a gun nearby. "Because he's taking a nap here." Superman, who had just climbed out of the rubble. A massive afterimage descended, enveloped in intense light, vaguely revealing its enormous red and silver body. Trailing a path of light and afterimages, it delivered a flying kick that struck the alien machine's head. With a deafening explosion, Gontra's crashed to the ground. As the light faded, the red-silver giant landed in the stance of a flying kick, sliding a considerable distance with the force of the impact in a classic move that would send road maintenance workers' blood pressure soaring. Shen Yu slowly stood up from the dust in his head and locked his gaze on the alien machine. A height of 110 meters. His standard size is around 50 meters. But Ultraman's size is never fixed. He can be bigger when he wants to be bigger, and smaller than a toothpick when he wants to be smaller. The only difference is energy consumption. Around 50 meters is the standard size for most Ultraman characters, achieving a perfect balance between combat power and energy consumption. Under normal circumstances, even when facing an opponent larger than themselves, there's no need to force themselves to grow even larger to match the opponent, as increased energy consumption makes it inefficient. However, this applies to situations where the character suddenly gains power. Who cares? Labor and management can decide how big they want it to be. Moreover, this is not just a matter of visual appearance. Thanks to Lao Bu's rocket, Shen Yu's overall attributes have exploded, and he himself doesn't even know exactly how much. However, it seems he will soon discover it for himself. He pushed off with his foot, flashing forward in a streak of light. Gontra's, who had just been kicked to the ground and had just sprang to his feet using his back thrusters, was met with a magnificent, sonic speed giant fist that slammed into his face. With a dull metallic clang, the robot staggered back 2 steps, its steel feet leaving deep craters in the ground. A barrage of hooks and uppercuts followed by a heavy elbow strike. The golden light effect transformed into a transparent wave that exploded from the point where Shen Yu's elbow struck, denting Gontrez's face and sending shattered parts flying onto the roof of a building. Shen Yu glided forward, nimbly dodging the muzzle of Gontrez's left arm cannon, and grabbed the mechanical arms. Tesla's right arm then transformed into a blade and swept towards him. But Shen Yu also caught it firmly in his palm. Shen Yu clamped his arms around the robot's arms, channeling his inner energy at full power, intending to use his divine strength to forcibly sever the two arms. When suddenly he felt a mechanism on the robot's chest click open, revealing 2 rows of hidden cannon barrels. He reacted with lightning speed, instantly releasing his grip and leaping into the air in a fraction of a second. 2 neat rows of laser cannons shot out, almost touching his feet, missing their target and flying into the distance. Gontrez maintained his lock, and various weapons popped out from his chest and arms and shoulders. A barrage of fire, large and small, relentlessly poured into Shen Yu in midair. Shen Yu dashed left and right, flashing in all directions, while his palms fired a barrage of light projectiles, dodging and striking simultaneously. A vast expanse of sky was instantly covered by various colored lights and continuous bursts of fire, creating a scene resembling an apocalyptic world, a breathtaking, awe-inspiring, and exquisitely beautiful spectacle that left everyone in awe. Shen Yu huddled together, performing a series of supersonic somersaults, and landed on Gontrez's left flank. He made an obtuse angle turn and attempted to accelerate towards Gontrez. However, the robot's AI reacted extremely quickly, with a particle cannon on its left shoulder already locked on and ready to fire, its muzzle crackling with electric snakes. However, just before it was able to fire, the energy suddenly dissipated, the flame went out, and the entire barrel was instantly frozen. Seeing its movement, Kara accelerated and flew over, freezing the shoulder cannon into ice with a breath of freezing air. Thenj punched forward with both fists, using her body as a projectile. Red and blue afterimages pierced through and with a bang. She blasted the frozen giant cannon into ice shards all over the sky. But Gontrez reacted extremely quickly, adjusting its strategy in the blink of an eye. A hidden steel tentacle shot out from its back, opening powerful metal pincers, and hurtled towards Shen Yu, who was charging towards it. However, it didn't work. It was Superman. With lightning speed, flew away, creating a sonic boom behind him. The metal pincer was only halfway out when he caught it in his arms. Superman roared, "Ha!" and an incredible force burst forth from his small body, tearing the thick metal tentacle off its roots, sparks crackling and popping from the severed end. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yu had already lunged in front of it, with its countermeasures repeatedly thwarted. Gontrez had no more chances to respond and could only watch helplessly as the golden, heavy fist hurtled toward its face. A lightning-fast piercing, a deafening bombardment. A silver-white rear fist slammed into the robot's face, exiting through the back of its head, accompanied by a burst of golden light. The terrifying divine power, combined with the already imposing size and the dazzling golden light effects, creates a visual impact that is almost indescribable. All the citizens were unable to help but look up at this battle of the gods, feeling their worldview from the first half of their lives shatter. One particularly daring photojournalist pushed his way through the crowd and started snapping photos in a flurry. Jimmy Olsen of the Daily Planet, Superman's photographer and best friend. He captured this battle of the century with perfect lighting and angles, while also experiencing firsthand the soul-stirring power that far surpassed human capabilities. For a fleeting moment, such a thought did cross his mind. Do I really need to risk being crushed into mincemeat by them at any moment to take photos here? This question bothered Jimmy for about 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he raised the camera again. What am I thinking? Of course, it's absolutely worth it. It should be released this Friday if all goes as planned. And there will definitely be a lot of new chapters scheduled for release then. I also hope you guys will definitely place your first orders to support me. Thank you. Chapter 88, Superior Speech. Gontrez, one of the countless machines of aggression built by Brainiac. It was born for destruction, its very existence dedicated to eliminating all resistance on its target planet for its creator. It only engages when faced with a worthy adversary. Hence its exceptional physical strength and weaponry. However, Gauntless's artificial intelligence wasn't particularly intelligent compared to Brooks's army. Perhaps Brooks envisioned it as a steel beast existing for destruction, requiring only savagery and not a highly intelligent mind. So Gauntless spent a long time trying to figure out, with its not-so-bright brain, what was going on with this giant of light who was now punching and kicking him with golden light effects. Why does it look like it belongs to its owner? It probably never imagined that the immense energy Shen Yu poured out through his fists and kicks, as if it were free, was actually largely a gift from its own master. So the current situation is similar to the master feeding the enemy team kills and experience until they get fully equipped, then retreating and sending the enemy back to feed them. At least most supports say you've been buffed, go feed. But Lao Bu's support play was even more abstract. He literally injected the enemy with nano boost and told his teammates to go feed. The teammates went in, looked completely bewildered at the enemy's sparkling and lightning-filled effects, and then turned around to find their own backline had already run away. This is exactly the situation Gantras is facing now. Old Bro's machine clone is dead. The main body has been disconnected from the network, and the spaceship has been hijacked by the enemy. It's the only one left in the entire army to withstand the pressure, getting beaten up by Ultraman's punches. With parts and wires scattered everywhere, it's so hard. A golden hook punch nearly cracked the robot's already dented cheek, followed by a side kick that sent it sliding backward. Gantras staggered back, his internal damage alarm sounding just in time. The alarm was comprehensive. Everything was red from head to toe, with hardly a single intact part to be found. It was practically halfway to the scrap metal yard. But Gantras hadn't given up. It felt it could still be saved. The robot opened its arms, activating all the remaining weapons on them at once, locking onto the giant in front of it. Ready to fight to the death, however. Before he could raise his arms, they were firmly held in place on both sides. Two Kryptonians, Superman and Supergirl, each clung tightly to its arms, which were much thicker than their combined size, their fingers like steel piercing into the armor of the robotic arm. As the intense light in their eyes shot out simultaneously, the impact of the heat vision burst forth. The red-hot rays cut through the sturdy alien armor of the robotic arm like sharp blades, while the two Kryptonians pulled with terrifying strength, capable of splitting mountains and cleaving rocks. With a deafening explosion, the cutting power of the heat vision combined with the superhuman strength of the two superhumans. Both arms snapped off with a dull metallic groan. Compared to Gantras, its tiny, ant-like size belies the terrifying power it unleashes. The stark contrast creates a visually striking impact that is truly soul-stirring. The citizens of the metropolis couldn't help but cheer and shout. The light after the storm is the brightest, and the hope after despair shines the brightest. The metropolis at that time was experiencing just such a dramatic rise and fall. Superman and Supergirl each held up their two severed arms and used their super strength to unleash two arcs of surging air. Right in the center of his face, Gantras's head was even more severely deformed from the blast, and the internal mainframe seemed to be malfunctioning. Having one's own arm ripped off and used as a slap in the face, there's probably no more tragic fate than this. Archive collect destruction. Its neck joints twisted stiffly, and its disordered intelligence began to ramble incoherently. Mission destruction execution. The robot's eyes flickered twice when it looked up. Through the distorted screen's sensors, it could only see the red and silver giant standing in front of it. His hands crossed in a cross shape. Blue arcs of electricity and waves of energy surged in his hands. The sensor reported an error and could not monitor energy data. However, it doesn't need the data. It knows it has already sent it, archiving. Mission destruction failed, the robot blinked twice, its tone turning somber and somewhat sorrowful. I was originally planning to retire next year. Specium rays when fully charged. Even Specium's special effects are more gorgeous than usual, with dazzling beauty and a striking azure blue impact, like an energy blade flying across the sky above the houses, as if the air along the way is swallowed up by nothingness, rushing towards Gontras's body, like a fiery meteor streaking across the street. Gontras's seemingly indestructible shell shattered almost instantly upon impact. Cracks spread rapidly from the point of impact, and azure light quickly filled every crevice. Like spreading vines, the metal shell emitted a piercing cracking sound as its massive body began to break apart. The metal was crushed by overwhelming force, the cracks emitting sounds like bones breaking, and the entire massive and complex structure began to collapse like dominoes. A massive shockwave scattered metal fragments in all directions, like countless tiny pieces. Broken parts scattered in the Specium's brilliance, the destructive pulverization expanding from the center until the entire machine was reduced to countless fragments. The explosion of a giant machine over 100 meters tall is not a scene we see every day. Even in big-budget blockbusters, you might not see such a breathtaking scene. At that very moment, the citizens of the metropolis witnessed a scene so outrageous that it seemed unreal even by dream standards. Able to fire energy weapons with such power using bare hands. Such a creature must be a god, right? As the smoke dissipated, the red and silver giant slowly lowered his arms. The glow of the setting sun outlined his imposing silhouette, creating a dreamlike scene. Even the most staunch atheist cannot remain unmoved at this moment. They even felt an urge to worship and pray. It's okay now. Superman flew down and landed in front of the crowd. The crisis is over. He looked around at the dilapidated streets and ruins that had been swept away by aliens. Okay, it doesn't seem completely over yet. We still have to rebuild our homes, but that's okay. We'll work together and we can rebuild them even better. Just a moment with that Dakeo vanished in a flash, leaving the crowd bewildered and at a loss for what to do. But just moments later reappeared with a whoosh, dragging a hurricane with him. I just learned most of the architecture-related knowledge in the Metropolitan Library in an instant. Let's work together to build a better home than ever before. Anyone want to join me, citizens? What did you just learn? No, how long has it been? 10 seconds from beginner to expert. Become an architectural master in 10 seconds. Is that too much? Seeing that everyone was just staring wide-eyed in shock, but no one was raising their hand to join in. Superman seemed a little frustrated. Does nobody want to come with me? The onlookers continued to stare at each other. Then a man in a suit boldly spoke up. What do you want from us? Superman, what? Superman was taken aback. Are you an alien too? Who sent you? Nobody sent me. Superman shook his head, then someone asked, why? Once someone took the lead, people quickly started asking questions all at once. Ultraman, are you from the same place? What do you want from us? Superman scratched his head. No. We're not from the same place, I don't know him. I don't want anything, I'm just doing what I can. No, we don't have any ulterior motives. He quickly realized that answering these questions one by one would be endless. So he waved his hand. Listen to me, everyone, as she spoke. She soared into the air, her cloak fluttering in the wind like a raging fire. Everyone looked up at him and, sure enough, they all shut up and waited for him to speak with reverence. I don't want anything, and I believe Ultraman does too. Superman said, I grew up on Earth like an ordinary person. This world has protected me, and I am very grateful for that. When I saw Ultraman stepping forward in the media and online, I felt inspired and motivated to do something with my own talents. Something within my power. He paused, then revealed his unique infectious sunny smile. At that time I felt that this must be what he wanted to tell us. And it is also what I hope to convey to more people through my own actions. I hope everyone will stop looking for a savior in life. There is no great savior. I am not. Ultraman is not. And certainly not some self-proclaimed great entrepreneur or politician. You are the masters of your own lives, you all are. You are the masters of your own lives. And you all have the potential to create miracles. We have our talents and you have yours. Even the smallest talent can make someone else's life better. I hope everyone can use them to show the world the spirit of the metropolis. After speaking, Superman paused and thought hard for a while, seemingly feeling that he couldn't come up with any new words. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. I think that's definitely what Ultraman wanted to convey as well. So now, he smiled and extended his hand again. We still have many buildings waiting to be rebuilt. Anyone want to join me? The citizens began to smile, as if it were contagious. Smiles spread from one person's face to another, and even the sky seemed to become clearer. I. Having already deactivated his transformation, Shenyu listened to the speech from afar and watched this scene, nodding slightly in response, although he doesn't have the same talent for public speaking as Johnny Depp. But that's right, that's correct. He thought to himself that this was exactly what he meant. Chapter 89, The Strongest Man in the Galaxy. You'd better think carefully about what you're saying. Lex Luthor sat in his office, facing soldiers who surrounded him with guns. Do you know who I am? Do you know who's in charge in this city? I don't know, Mr. Luthor. The lead soldier pointed his dark gun at Luthor's bald head. But all I know is that it's definitely not you. You knew about the existence of that alien killing machine a long time ago. But you didn't warn anyone. Not only that, you also colluded with aliens, giving them the opportunity to invade. This is a crime against humanity, Mr. Luthor. Therefore, I regret to inform you that you are under arrest. I was protecting humanity, protecting this planet. Luthor said in a deep voice. I am the smartest person on this planet, the most brilliant scientific mind. I could have completely controlled the situation. I was acting for the good of humanity. If those alien lunatics hadn't stormed into my lab and escalated the conflict, summon General Ryan to see me, he'll understand. No need, the sound came from outside the office door. General Ryan appeared in the doorway, his face ashen. You've crossed the line, Luthor. I've let all your previous rudeness, your refusal to share information, and your self-centered behavior slide as part of your genius, but now you've crossed the line. I may hate Superman as much as you do, but before that, I was a soldier and my duty was to protect humanity. As for you, you've become a despicable criminal, Luthor. Upon hearing this, Luthor sat in his chair and, instead of being angry, laughed. So you're going to kick away the ladder after you've crossed it? Yeah, you need a scapegoat. A good general, you're thinking things through. But you should understand, Lex Luthor always has a way out. His tone suddenly hardened as he spoke, and he pressed a button hidden under his desk, his expression turning ferocious, like this. Nothing happened. Luthor paused for a moment. Impossible. He had anticipated this possibility and had therefore prepared accordingly. With a simple press of this button, his alloy robot, which had been waiting in the lower levels, would break through the floor and storm in, equipped with an anti-AI program personally written by Luthor, and with its weapons already fully loaded. It was more than capable of helping him break through the encirclement. So his biggest question now is, where is my robot Clang? The floor-to-ceiling window was shattered. An erect alloy robot crashed through the glass and was thrown into the office. Superman floated outside the broken window. Still holding half of a broken robotic arm, and smiled. Looking for this, Mr. Luthor? Lex Luthor's face was quite grim. Luckily, I listened to a friend's advice. He said you must have an escape plan, Superman laughed. So I came to take a look, and I just destroyed the machine gun turret and escape shuttle you set up. It seems there's no escape this time, Mr. Luthor. Luthor was trembling with rage. In his fury, he grabbed a magnificent solid gold trophy from the table and threw it at Superman. Superman swung his arm and caught the trophy easily, laughing. Looks like something slipped through your fingers, Mr. Luthor. This enraged Luthor even more, and then you caught it, huh? You think that's all? This is my world, my people. You think you can take these away from me? No, I never said these belong to me. Metropolis doesn't belong to anyone. Superman said firmly, you don't own us, Luthor. You really consider this your home? Superman shrugged. This is my home. And whether you like it or not, Luthor, it rejected you. So if I were you, I'd surrender willingly. Maybe if you behave well enough. Superman's expression suddenly changed halfway through his speech, as if he had realized something was wrong. And he immediately shouted, "Step back." General Ryan frowned. He's our prisoner, Superman. We can, what do you want to do, suddenly? Superman burst into speed, flashed forward, grabbed Luthor without a word and flew out the window, soaring into the sky before anyone could react. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted in the sky. A dazzling burst of flames exploded over the metropolis, illuminating the horizons. A few seconds later, Superman flew back. He self-destructed, General Ryan frowned. It's not him, Superman shook his head, extending his right hand to hold a bald head. It was Lex Luthor's head, though most of it was disfigured, exposing the crackling, sparking wires beneath. Robot. General Ryan stepped forward and looked at the machine head. Where have you been hiding, Luthor's? A safe place, General, the robot's eyes flickered, and Lex Luthor's voice came through them intermittently. And Superman, I'll consider this a win for now. But don't get too cocky. I'll be back and I'll take back what's mine. I'm waiting, Luthor, Superman shrugged. And with a flick of his 5 fingers, he crushed the remaining mechanical head into a lump of scrap metal. So afterwards, although Luthor ran away, General Ryan promised not to make things difficult for me again. Young reporter Clark Kent sat in the restaurant, adjusted his glasses and said happily. Although Shen Yu wasn't there in person, he could roughly imagine Lai Tu's displeasure. The image of the bald man angrily shouting, I donated buildings to the metropolitan government. I sold guns to the American army was rather comical. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? Kara asked. The atmosphere in our shop is really great. There's also a really kind old gentleman there. Clark smiled and shook his head. I'll definitely go and see it another day, but not today. I've been in the metropolis for a while now, but it's only today that I'm starting to feel like I belong here. Thank you again, Mr. Shen, it's all right. Even if we're going to express our gratitude, it's a two-way street, this wasn't just polite talk. Shen Yu genuinely felt that De Kao was his perfect partner. The video of his speech on the streets of Metropolis yesterday had been posted online and was now going viral. As he had guessed correctly, Superman was indeed a walking energy engine. At his words, actions, and even his very existence were all ways of charging Ultraman. He even felt that he was finding Superman more and more pleasing to the eye these days. But seriously, I think we should get together more often. Clark said, even if it's just to have a meal or coffee together. Come to my shop, it's in Gotham, the name is Hishiats on me. Shen Yu smiled. I have a feeling you'll absolutely love our coffee. The metropolis, night falls. An unknown aircraft silently descended, hovering over the outskirts of the city, its streamlined shape illuminated by a fleeting flash of light in the darkness. The hatch slowly opened, and a figure draped in a cloak appeared. It was a tall woman with a stunning figure and long, fiery hair. She gracefully stepped off the spaceship, her hair like a dazzling flame reflecting the starry sky. Following closely behind was a tall, burly man with a face full of fat and a body as large as a small mountain. His rugged appearance standing next to the woman naturally brought to mind words used to describe a certain classic couple. Beauty and the Beast. Following behind was a petite woman, also dressed strangely, who remained silent. The three stepped out of the cabin, and the hatch immediately closed. The spaceship emitted a faint hum. Then its hull became ethereal and vanished like a ghost. The red-haired woman walked ahead, with the burly man following behind. After a few steps, she suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly stopped. The man couldn't brake in time and bumped into her back. The man quickly lowered his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't mean it. Didn't I say not to call me Your Highness when you come to Earth? Yes, Your Highness. The woman raised an eyebrow. Say it again. What am I to you? Mind mice. The burly man's eyes darted around. It's my brother. Anger surged on the woman's face. I'm still your grandfather. What? The burly man looked bewildered and quickly lowered his voice to ask quietly. We've changed the script. The woman was so angry she laughed. Oh my God. I knew I shouldn't have brought you out. That won't do. The burly man said earnestly. Protecting His Highness, no. I mean protecting Grandpa is my duty. Even if it costs me my life, I must protect Grandpa. All right, all right. You'd better shut up and say less for now. The woman waved her hand impatiently. At least remember why we came here in the first place. Yes, I remember, the burly man nodded obediently. It was to find a man. He's not just any man, he's the strongest man in the galaxy. The woman smiled, a slight curve to her lips. Superman. Chapter 90 Repair It. The data encryption has been completely cracked. Shenyu walked inside the spaceship captured from Brainiac and heard Pal's voice in his ears. We have retrieved all historical cultural and technological development data records from 19 different civilizations. Par said only 19, Shenyu sighed softly. It was less than he had expected. He had been hoping to get more benefits from Old Brooks's ship, but it seemed to be just one of Old Brooks's countless invading warships scattered throughout the universe. So it was normal for the gains to be limited. The ship also has miniature cities, but only the 19 cities corresponding to the 19 extinct civilizations on board. And Kandor, the capital of Kryptonis, not among them. All the information about miniature cities has been found. Apar continued. The process of sealing the city in the bottle is irreversible, at least according to the database left by Brainiac. Once it is miniaturized, it can never be restored to its original size. Understood, Shenyu nodded. The city absorbed by Old Boo can be cancelled and restored to its original size at any time during the first hour of shrinking. But if more than an hour has passed, the encapsulation is complete. Abruptly unsealing it would have a devastating impact on the city within the bottle. Actually, it shouldn't be completely impossible to recreate. He remembered that in the original comics, after Superman took Krypton back from Brooks, although it took a long time, they eventually found the technology to recreate it. There are still solutions, but they still need to be researched and explored. Overall, the results were quite good. After his battle with Old Blaines, he felt a significant improvement in his basic stats and also acquired a spaceship full of knowledge about a vanished civilization. Furthermore, this ship could serve as a breakthrough point for further research into Brainiac technology. Preparing for his future arrival, Shenyu knew that Brainiac would definitely be targeting him after this battle. For a figure fanatic of the allure of Ultraman, such an unconventional and rare species was like that of an otaku seeing a naked plastic figurine in a closet, completely irresistible. For him, making such a rare creature into a specimen might be more important than conquering 10 civilizations. Therefore, Shenyu harbored no illusions. He was certain Old Blaine would return before that. He needed to gain a deeper understanding of Brainiac's technology to prepare for a full-scale war. The amount of knowledge to absorb has increased, and more technologies and problems await him to tackle, which makes him feel exceptionally fulfilled. Learning makes him happy. This is the self-cultivation of an outstanding intern at the Science and Technology Bureau of the Land of Light. Brainiac is truly skilled in mechanical engineering. The elite soldiers he created could even barely fight Superman in hand-to-hand combat based solely on their strength and physical prowess, though ultimately they couldn't escape being torn apart by Superman. Shenyu quickly absorbed and learned from his technical ideas and upgraded his own armor. After a day and a night of hard work, the third-generation mobile armor has been upgraded and completed. With higher energy efficiency, the power output of light-powered weapons has been enhanced, and the armor defense structure has been strengthened with the help of light energy, making it even able to withstand the impact of Kryptonians. And the most significant improvement is the strengthening of the power structure. It borrowed the power structure design of Brainiac that rivaled that of Superman, and used the light energy of the Ultra race to drive it, supplemented by Shenyu's own super strength. so that the third-generation armor could achieve a terrifying power output. As expected, Old Boo is quite capable when it comes to cutting-edge technology. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the spoils he has reaped. If they could capture the warship where Old Boo himself is located, the gains would be unimaginable. The negative phase fluctuation radar is reacting here, and the reaction level is quite strong, Pal said. In the Metropolis, radar activity in Metropolis is not as frequent as in Gotham. It's already marked on the map. Do you want to take a look? Metropolis suburbs. A strange creature lurked in the dense forest on the outskirts of the city. Its broad body outstretched. It stood approximately 4 meters tall with a pair of thick, powerful tentacles covered in tiny whiskers. Its head was oval-shaped, resembling a cat's eye. Its grayish-brown skin was covered in hard glossy scales, the fine scales shimmering like armor. The red-haired woman was standing not far away. She made a gesture, and her burly subordinates and maids all gathered around. All right, Yukto is now ready, as she spoke. She glanced at the monster writhing in the woods not far away. Yukto was the monster's name. Now Sass, reiterate our plan, she ordered the burly man. The burly man called Sass pondered for a moment and said, the plan is that we release the ferocious beast, Yukto. And that guy called Super Bro should come. It's Superman, the red-haired woman corrected. Frowning, the most powerful man in the galaxy. It's Superman and Your Highness. He quickly corrected himself when he realized the red-haired woman was glaring at him. Oh Noit's Yousister, pretending to be startled and then taking the opportunity to jump into his arms. More or less, the red-haired woman nodded. You finally remembered. So what about our identities and background? Sass racked his brains for a while, then cautiously asked. HM planet was destroyed, and we were the last survivors. The red-haired woman glared at him coldly. So we came here specifically to save Earth after discovering it was in danger. The red-haired woman was expressionless. Sass looked miserable. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. There are just too many versions of your script. I can't remember them all. Our planet's royal family is in turmoil, and we were chased all the way to Earth by cosmic beasts to seek refuge. Remember that? The red-haired woman explained impatiently. He is a strong man who sympathizes with the weak. It's easier to gain his favor if we position ourselves as the vulnerable ones who need help. Remember this, you'll definitely remember this time. A maidservant standing nearby said timidly, Your Highness, is there something you need? We'll talk about it later. The red-haired woman said impatiently. Can't you see I'm busy helping this idiot with his settings? It's not Your Highness but our Yukto. The maid pointed to the side. It's about to be killed. What? The red-haired woman and Sass both turned their heads in the direction she was pointing. They all saw it as soon as they turned their heads. A red and silver steel body holding tentacles in its hand lifted the cosmic beast into the air and slammed its entire body against the ground. A series of deafening roars shook the forest like an earthquake. After several rounds, the ferocious beast Yukachu lay on the ground like a dead fish, barely breathing. The three of them stood there dumbfounded for a long time. The maid slowly turned her head and asked softly, Your Highness, this doesn't seem to be the Superman you were talking about. Does it? Nonsense, don't you have eyes? The red-haired woman glared at her. Her teeth clenched in anger that made her breasts heave violently. How dare he ruin my plans, Sass, go and teach him a lesson. After thinking about it, I added something else. Just get rid of them, yes, Your Highness. What's missing from Chapter 91, drink? Having received the order, Sass shot out from his hiding place with a roar, his super-fast figure turning into a blur as he slammed his fist into the red and silver figure's back. However, Shenyu had already noticed him long before the enemy attack alarm was sounded. Shenyu calmly turned around, raised one hand with his fingers spread open. Boom. The thunderous crash of a heavy punch against steel created an exaggerated impact. The shockwave radiated outwards, sweeping away trees and sending leaves and branches swirling wildly in the gale. The powerful punch overturned almost the entire ground from a distance. But the spot where Shen Yu stood remained unscathed. From the air it looked like a stubborn rock in the water, with the turbulent current helplessly cutting him apart. Sass's powerful punch felt like it had struck an iron plate. His pupils contracted slightly, and he looked up at the steel body in surprise. This power. A superhuman or an alien? Shen Yu frowned slightly behind the built-in monitor. Sass didn't speak, but shouted again and threw a left hook that whistled through the air. But the other side was faster. Shen Yu's right palm suddenly shot out, his arm moving so fast it became a blur of red and silver. He struck first, and before Sass's hook could even reach its midpoint, his steel palm had already hit Sass's fleshy cheek. Ultraman slap. The dull thud and the impact spread like waves across Sass's face. The burly man's head lolled to the side, and he was sent flying backward, tumbling from the force of the slap. The maids watching from the shadows had their mouths agape. How is this possible? She looked completely bewildered. Sass is the royal family's top-tier warrior. This. She turned to look at the red-haired woman beside her, only to see that the woman's eyes were shining with excitement. Exactly, the red-haired woman said excitedly. Not only did he completely overwhelm Sass in terms of strength, but he also had speed. And did you notice his technique? That movithose graceful movements, it was simply like art. Maid. Wait a minute, your highness, isn't your focus a bit off? The fight continued even as they spoke. Well, calling it a fight is hardly accurate anymore. Within 2 moves, Sass was basically caught in his opponent's rhythm, and afterwards he was mostly just taking hits while covering his head. The red-haired woman's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Did you see that joint lock? The move was absolutely perfect. That hook was beautiful. That poor guy's jaw should be dislocated now. The maid whispered a reminder, your highness. You realize that that unlucky fellow is one of our people. Right? What? Oh, of course, the red-haired woman said. I was just letting him test the other's strength. He looks strong, doesn't he? Yes. But if we keep testing like this, Sass will do, won't he? The maid's voice lowered even further. Of course, I was just mentioning it casually. When the two appeared in front of Shen Yu, Sass was already bruised and swollen, lying on the ground on the verge of death. Shen Yu had intentionally held back, although the other party had launched a sneak attack first. The Ultra race still had to be reasonable, at the very least. They needed to find out where this person came from, whether they had a complice and what their purpose was. Shen Yu watched the 2 newcomers warily. The sensor quickly relayed the scan results to him. 2 more aliens, it's a pleasure to meet you. The red-haired woman said with a smile, moving closer. You're a valiant warriors. Your strength and skill are truly admirable. Especially that hook punch just now, it was absolutely beautiful. Sass lying on the ground, who are you people? What are you doing on Earth? Shen Yu asked. We come from Almeric, my name is Maxima. She had only given her name and background before she could even speak when Shen Yu instinctively jumped back, his gaze towards her becoming even more wary. Good heavens, she's Maxima. Shen Yu remembers that she appeared in the animated series Superman TAS that was shown on TV many times when she was a child. Maxime, the eldest princess of the Almeric royal family, is a notorious troublemaker in the galaxy. The lore states she possesses superhuman strength, super speed and vulnerability, even telepathy. Her greatest weakness is her inability to find a husband. That's not entirely accurate. It's mainly because her standards are too high, and she looks down on everyone. The princess has a fiery temper and is incredibly skilled in combat. It's said she once fought her way across the entire galaxy without finding a match. Yet, she insists on finding someone just as capable as herself in combat. However, this fighting across the entire galaxy setting isn't very accurate, because she has obviously only challenged a limited number of places, certainly not including Earth's. Ever since the princess's spies discovered that Earth exists in the galaxy, her record has changed from unbeatable by anyone in the entire galaxy to unbeatable by anyone on Earth. Well, it's not really that bad after all. Princess Adam is quite powerful. It's just that there are too many overpowered characters on Earth. This character first set her sights on Superman, and after relentlessly pursuing him for a long time without success, she turned her attention to Captain Atom. She even flirted with the Extreme Justice League member. Marvel basically. He's a love-struck character who seduces superheroes all over the place and is also incredibly good at fighting. His values are dictated by his fists, and he'll throw himself at whoever has the biggest fist. This princess wouldn't exactly be considered a threat. After all, although her main motive was to hook up with rich men, she had joined the Justice League and done quite a bit of work. However, once you get involved with her, the trouble will never end. Hello, are you listening? Maxima's voice pulled Shenyu back to reality from his reverie. Of course, Shenyu stopped listening to her self-introduction from the moment she started with her name. Oh, sorry, please continue. Shenyu snapped out of his reverie. I've heard of your name for a long time and know that you are one of the most powerful beings in the Milky Way. That's why I traveled thousands of miles to seek your help in this time of crisis. Oh, she blinked, her eyes flashing with a light that Shenyu perceived as a danger signal. Sass, lying on the ground, looked up blankly. I thought the strongest guy in the galaxy we heard about was Super Buddy. Wow, before he could finish speaking, the princess stomped on his head and shoved him back into the ground, stuffing a mouthful of mud into his mouth. So what do you think? She revealed a gentle and obedient expression, however. This expression seems rather incongruous on a violent woman who is stepping on someone's head. I think I have a suggestion, Shenyu said dryly. What you mean, anything I can do? Maxima hurriedly leaned closer. Go back to your Almeric state, as Shenyu spoke. He soared into the air, transforming into a shooting star and disappearing into the night. Princess Maxima looked up and stared at the disappearing trail of flames in the sky for a long time, seemingly more and more satisfied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with a smile. He is much stronger than he looks, I can sense it. Maxima said confidently. My intuition about strong people is always very accurate. Then His Majesty will surely be very satisfied with him. The maid said the people of Almeric will be very happy too. Maxima said excitedly. Finally freed from under the princess's boots, Sass lifted his head, lay on the ground, catching his breath. Frowned and pondered for a moment, feeling that things might not be so simple. Something doesn't feel right. Look. His Majesty is satisfied. Her Highness the Princess is satisfied. And the people are satisfied. But doesn't it feel like something's missing? The three fell silent instantly. Maxima glanced at him expressionlessly, then stomped his head back onto the ground. Sass again, a mouthful of mud. Ugh. Since it will most likely be released at noon this Friday. The update time has been changed, also. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, another major character should appear tomorrow. Can you guess who it is? Continuing to request pre-orders and first-time bookings. Chapter 92, Dimensional Anomaly. After their trip to the metropolis, Shenyu and Kara returned to the coffee shop. The two went empty-handed, but returned laden with souvenirs, a bunch of local specialties Kara had bought in the metropolis, and a large bag of gifts that her enthusiastic cousin had given them. Carla skipped and hopped into the kitchen with a frying pan in her hand. Looking for the old wizard, a gift for me. The old wizard's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, because I know the old man really likes pots. Kara grinned. They're made by the Lex Group in Metropolis. Although I've heard their president is a jerk, their pots are still highly praised. So I thought I'd bring one for the old man to try. The old wizard was overjoyed and couldn't put down the new pot. He immediately went to the kitchen to try it out. Kara then ran downstairs to see Astra. As an anti-Kryptonian prisoner, Astra actually lived a fairly comfortable life. She lacked nothing in terms of food and clothing, and there was even a projector TV hanging outside her cell to pass the time. If I had to pinpoint the worst part, it would be that the old wizard always liked to use her to test his ingenious new recipes. There's no way around it. Every time the old man comes up with some new, incomprehensible dish that's instinctively repulsive. The two aliens in the shop, one big and one small, either remember they forgot to bring in the laundry or forgot to feed the cat, and they vanish in a flash at super speed. So the old wizard naturally thought of the perfect candidate imprisoned underground. There was nothing she could do after all. She was a defeated general. She could only grit her teeth and silently endure this humiliation. However, to her surprise, at first those bizarre and indescribable culinary creations were hard for her to swallow and made her feel nauseous. But after a while, she actually started to find them delicious. It's actually kind of delicious sometimes. When the old man didn't come for 2 or 3 days in a row, she would even feel a little disappointed. Her stomach felt empty, as if something was missing. "Auntie, I'm back," Kara ran down excitedly. "Look what I brought you, a small gold trophy." Aunt Atlas squinted at it and saw a line of small writing on it. "The best grandma in the world. Since this is all we have left in the shop, you'll have to make do with this." "Okay, I'm going to the kitchen to help Grandpa Wizard now. I'll come see you again when I have time, Tilda." As he spoke, he suddenly vanished down the stairs. Under the red sun, Atlas looked at Kara, who had run away in less than a minute after coming down, and then at the best grandma in the world left aside, and couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly I felt nostalgic, remembering how close little Kara and I were. Every time she came, I would cling to her, wanting her to hold me and tell me stories. Time has passed, and now she's turned into such a heartless little darling. That little magical princess is very nice. Really very nice. The old wizard stroked his long beard and said to Shen Yu. The magical princess naturally referred to Raven. He was very pleased with his youngest daughter Sango. During Shen Yu and his group's trip to the metropolis, Raven still came to the shop every day to learn from the old wizard. She was born with astonishingly powerful magic, but she needed an expert to teach her how to control it. Sangong may be a scoundrel, but his daughter is really good. The old wizard smiled as he mentioned this. She's well-behaved, obedient, and sensible. She does whatever you ask her to do, and she has a strong ability to understand. Most importantly, she has a kind heart. It's ironic that such a terrifying, multifaceted demonic being possesses a purer and kinder heart than over 90% of the humans in the world today. It sounds like someone's thinking about choosing an heir again. Shen Yu said, "Yes, of course I want to." "It's a pity," the old wizard sighed. "I've spent countless years searching for a suitable successor, but the few I've truly chosen are either from other races or demon daughters. Be patient, give it some time." Shen Yu smiled and patted the old man on the shoulder. "You'll find it." "I hope so," the old man said, pursing his lips. After dinner, the old wizard waved his finger like a conductor. Suddenly, all the dishes on the table rose into the air and floated towards the kitchen. Following his direction, the old wizard went inside to tidy up, and the enchanted rags diligently wiped the table. Kara played with Stryker for 5 minutes, then obediently went to study with her textbooks. Shen Yu returned to his laboratory, intending to spend the evening there. However, just 10 minutes after sitting down, a beep-beep notification sound came from the system next to me. Negative phase fluctuations. Shen Yu glanced at the map casually. "No, sir. It's a reaction from the time-space bracelet," Pal replied. "Abnormal spatial fluctuations. And the readings are quite unique. The bracelet's monitoring coverage has expanded significantly with continuous charging. Initially limited to Gotham City, it now extends to other states and cities, this reading." Shen Yu cut it open and was secretly surprised. Spacetime fluctuation, such strong spatial energy. Is this a dimensional rupture? Shen Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Similar situations are not unheard of in the land of light. The first thing that came to Shen Yu's mind was something like the dimensional shattering that occurred when the extra-dimensional being Yapul appeared, or the effect of the Earth Defense Force firing the dimensional energy Cannon D4 after stealing Yapul's technology in the Zeta TV series. Shen Yu's mind quickly became active. some kind of energy that can transcend dimensions. If it could be put to use, could it become the key to breaking through the multiverse barrier and returning to one's own universe? No specific news reports have been found, but the address is marked on the time-space bracelet. Should we go check it out in person? Pal asked. Of course, give me the coordinates. Shenyu zoomed in on the address and glanced at it. The coordinates are located in Central City. Shenyu pondered for a moment. Central City, like Metropolis and Gotham, is one of the major fictional cities in the DC universe. And just as Metropolis has Superman and Gotham has Batman, people often associate Central City with the red-clad runners that are its defining characteristics. The Flash, the fastest man in the world, and that's definitely a compliment. Capable of easily exceeding the speed of light walking. Talking time machine for the Justice League. And a favorite reboot sacrifice for DC writers in major events. This comic book character's very existence in Western popular culture is practically synonymous with the definition of fast. And if you connect it with the background of this Justice League elder, it's easy for Shenyu to make connections with that powerful space-time energy fluctuation. The source of the Flash's superpowers, the thing that propels the entire DC multiverse forward, is the supernatural law that supposedly overrides all physical laws, the Speed Force. This made Shenyu even more expectant, as everyone knows. The Speed Force is the #1 time travel device in the DC universe. Whether it's jumping between timelines, traveling through the multiverse, or creating new timelines, the Speed Force is an essential tool for both home and travel. If we could conduct a scientific and systematic study of how the Speed Force works and its laws, it might actually help him find his way home. Par devise a flight plan to Central City. Shenyu was eager to try. Let's go take a look tonight. Chapter 93, Spatial Explosion. Midtown is a city that never stops. Many people would say that each city's iconic superhero sets the tone for the city. But conversely, heroes are also influenced by the cities that nurtured them. Midtown is such a dynamic city. The neon lights of skyscrapers adorn the city skyline at night, their lights reflecting each other. Cars come and go on the streets, and traffic lights flash alternately, creating a constantly flowing spectacle of light and shadow. The traffic forms colorful ribbons, weaving through the night, like the rhythmic arteries of the city earlier tonight. An explosion swept through the streets of Midtown. The cause is still unknown, but 3 people have already disappeared in the explosion. Police tape has been put up, and workers in warning hats and protective suits are busy investigating and collecting evidence in the streets. Police cars and ambulances are moving back and forth, their flashing lights and urgent sirens breaking the silence of the streets. Pal, what are we looking at right now? In stealth mode. Shenyu hovered high in the sky, looking down at the busy crowds within the blockade below. Magnified in the visual sensors. The cause of the explosion is unknown, sir. The official report has not yet been released, and there has been no further media coverage at this time. So it looks like we need to go down and talk to the people on site to get more detailed information. It seems so, sir. So do you need an identity document? Of course. Design one for me. Shenyu thought for a moment. Never mind, no need for a new one. Let's just use the one from last time. Mike Williams, senior agent of Sky Eye. Help me pull some strings. And remember to call your superiors at the Midtown police station. It's nothing, sir. A few minutes later, Shenyu, now wearing the Agent Williams vest, had crossed the cordon and arrived in front of Captain Singh, who was leading the on-site investigation. Captain Singh nodded after checking his credentials. I've received a call from above saying that an agency will be sending a secret agent. And I think you are that agent. Welcome. Shenyu shook hands with him and successfully entered the blockade. This is our on-site investigation specialist from the forensic department. Captain Singh introduced him to a young man. He was a blond young man with delicate featureless blue eyes, and was quite handsome, but with a touch of the typical tech geek vibe. Barry Allen, Crime Scene Investigation Department. The young man shook hands with him upon hearing this name. Shen Yu couldn't help but pay more attention. So this is the legendary Flash. But Shen Yu had previously noted that the laboratory electric shock accident that turned Bari into the Flash hadn't happened yet. So theoretically was just an ordinary person now. The kind who wouldn't even pass a physical fitness test's running test. Not the fastest person in the world. Show our superiors the situation on the ground, Alan. Captain Singh said curtly, mess this up again. Also, don't forget the written report. I need to see it by tomorrow morning. Yes, sir, Bari muttered. Shen Yu recognized that expression. It's that kind of expression that's typical of the workplace, outwardly calling the boss boss, while secretly wishing the boss were shorter and softer. A self-criticism. We've all written them before, you know. Shen Yu chuckled. How many words were they? 100,000 words, Bari said pitifully. Shen Yu wondered if he had misheard. How much? 100,000, Shen Yu was at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, I said, dude. Did you break some heavenly law? I was late, just a lot late, Bari said apologetically. And Captain Singh is rather strict. It's all right. I understand difficult bosses, Shen Yu smiled. I also have a difficult boss. He's as fat as an aircraft carrier and incredibly self-important. He's difficult to deal with the moment he opens his mouth. After exchanging pleasantries, Bari quickly led him to see the situation on site. A sudden explosion without warning, with no trace of any explosive device found. The cause is still under investigation, Bari frowned. I won't lie, I've seen explosion scenes before. But there's definitely nothing stranger than this. 3 people are missing from this explosion. And that's equally perplexing. I mean, look. There are no body parts, no remains whatsoever. It's like they just vanished into thin air. You understand what I mean? It sounds like you're saying you vanished into thin air. Shen Yu said. That's pretty much the gist of it, Bari said. And considering this isn't the first time. It's even stranger, not the first time. Shen Yu raised an eyebrow. Yes, it happened last Tuesday too. A similar explosion at a restaurant. There was no warning and no explosives were found. 2 people went missing that time, Bari shrugged. We have absolutely no clue about this series of explosions. The chief is about to lose his temper. Oh right, that's why you guys are here, isn't it? Bari's eyes lit up and he lowered his voice mysteriously. I heard you specialize in fighting aliens, is that true? Although FAST was originally a top-secret organization, with the increasing number of supernatural phenomena around the world over the past year and the more frequent FAST activities, many people have begun to hear about the existence of this organization. So although it is nominally a top-secret organization and has never been officially announced to exist, it is actually not that top-secret anymore, more or less. Wow, cool, Bari paused for a moment, then asked in an even quieter voice. If it turns out that we really have a connection with aliens, would you use that on me? Shen Yu was taken aback. Which one? It's that one. The long rod-shaped one, Bari gestured. They say if you let that thing flash for a second, you won't remember anything. Oh, and by the way, if you're going to do that, remember to set it up so you don't delete the self-criticism too. Because I've thought about it and if I forget to write it, Singh will definitely be furious tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, please don't erase any memories related to the washing machine if possible. I was in such a rush this morning that I didn't even put the clothes in the washing machine. They'll go bad if I forget them when I get back, Shen Yu. He truly lives up to his reputation as the Justice League's infamous chatterbox. It now seems this trait is clearly innate and unrelated to his superpowers. Shen Yu raised his hand and gestured to stop him from continuing. Stop, okay, don't worry, we won't erase your memories. Bari's mouth moved twice but no sound came out. As if he had slammed on the brakes too fast and swallowed the words but couldn't stop his mouth in time. You really don't intend to erase my memories, of course. What do I think I am, the man in black? Shen Yu said. But could you please quiet down for a moment? Let me do my job. Oh, of course, no problem. Bari gave an okay sign, you know when I want to be quiet. I can be very quiet without saying a word. Actually, I'm not that talkative back in my school days. Shenyu sighed softly. Okay, looks like it'll be a while. However, Shenyu quickly became certain that he had come to the right place. The abnormal energy readings here had reached their peak and had not dissipated even now. Sir, the readings have been rising steadily since they started. And at an increasingly rapid pace, Pal warned. Shenyu frowned. Now here, yes, right where you are. The reading suddenly broke through a critical value. And if the calculation is correct, you should be able to see it now. Shenyu looked up abruptly and immediately understood what Pal meant. A flash of lightning. Golden lightning bolts danced like thousands of tiny golden snakes in the sky above the sealed-off area. A crack was slowly widening under the onslaught of countless lightning bolts. Like a gaping maw ready to devour everything. Yes, I saw it. Chapter 94 will be available tomorrow at noon. It will be available tomorrow at noon. First, as usual, the sob story begins. To be honest, this book has had really bad luck. The data was good and its popularity wasn't low. But it ran into a version nerfed, even with the nerfs. It would have been quite strong if released in the first half of the year against the meta. But then it hit the crazy summer release season. If fanfiction up to last year was easy mode, this year's fanfiction trying to get a summer release and achieve a clean sweep is like an ogre graduating from elementary school in the land of light. Only to have the tutorial tell him, congratulations. You've received your elementary school graduation certificate. Now try to defeat Gattenauthor. To be honest, this book wouldn't have made it this far without the support of every single reader. It's been incredibly difficult, of course. As the saying goes, strong winds reveal the strength of the grass, and fierce fire refines true gold. Whether it takes off or crashes, we'll have to wait and see tomorrow's first-day subscription figures to know. Please, let's get some first-day subscriptions. I'll try my best to update first. 5 chapters will be released in one go after the book goes on sale tomorrow at noon. Kidian's first-day subscription statistics are based on the number of subscriptions within 24 hours of the chapter going on sale. So based on the number of subscriptions by noon on Saturday, we will continue to release more chapters as needed. This book currently has nearly 50,000 favorites and 500 readers following its release. This means approximately 50,000 people have added the book to their bookshelves, and around 500 paying subscribers have read the latest chapter within 24 hours of its release. Therefore, readership is generally the most effective metric for measuring subscriptions before a book is released. The initial subscription requirement isn't high. Let's start with 3,000 subscriptions. For every 500 subscriptions above the target, we'll add 1 extra chapter if we reach 6,500 readers. Then we'll add 7 extra chapters on Saturday, plus the 2 chapters already scheduled for that day, making it 9 chapters a day. But thinking about it, since I've already added 9 chapters, I might as well round it up. If I really do manage to get a high enough subscription number, I'll have 10 chapters on Saturday, of course. That's only a theoretical possibility. It's definitely extremely difficult, Thaha. But you should always have dreams, right? What if it happens? That's all for now. I'm going to pull an all-nighter to prepare some drafts. Please subscribe tomorrow at noon. Thank you in advance. Chapter 95. Let's turn ourselves in a few minutes ago. Midtown, the laboratory of physicist Dr. Elias. This is one of the most cutting-edge laboratories in Midtown. The walls are painted a pure white, making it appear clean and bright. The room is spacious and airy, filled with a high-tech atmosphere. The floor is covered with smooth marble, reflecting the light. A complex network of pipes and colorful cables hung from the ceiling, connecting various experimental devices. Portable instruments and monitoring equipment filled mobile workbenches, and the room was filled with a faint electronic smell and the sound of machinery. Dr. Elias and his assistant stood by the laboratory window. Finally, this moment has finally arrived, Dr. Elias wore an expectant expression. Finally. After so many years of research and so many years of searching, I have finally found a way to control this godlike energy. The assistant was equally excited. It's unbelievable. You are certainly the first person in the world to figure out how time, the most common yet most mysterious thing for humankind, works. Who would believe it? It's practically a miracle. Several years ago, Dr. Elias first noticed the existence of that mysterious energy. Through his research, he gradually became convinced that this energy was the key to driving the entire spacetime of the world. And now he is getting closer and closer. He is quite certain that he will be the first great scholar in human history to unlock the secrets of time. The explosions that occurred in Central City before were all accidents, caused by his failure to obtain and open the energy field of spacetime energy. Dr. Elias felt sorry for the few people who were caught up in the accidental disappearance. But who cares? Scientific progress always comes with sacrifices. Throughout history, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Once they succeed and can harness this energy and unlock the secrets of time, no one will care about such small details. Having learned from the previous two failures, all the instruments were calibrated and all the parameters were adjusted. This time would be the final one. He would personally open the portal to time and space and draw upon its miraculous energy. Dr. Elias excitedly pointed out the window. Towards the city center and the cloudless sky. Look at that azure sky. I see it, the assistant exclaimed excitedly. Yes, doctor, I see a miracle. I see the future. I see people reciting your name. And you will have a place among all the great figures of history. Dr. Elias gave him a blank, expressionless look. I haven't even pressed the switch yet. There's clearly nothing there, assistant. And now, the moment to truly witness a miracle has arrived. Dr. Elias slammed the switch down. All the equipment in the lab roared to life, the instrument readings jumping wildly. Massive amounts of data flashed across the large screen, the machines emitting a near-overload roar, radiating streaks of golden lightning. The two eagerly approached the window, only to see golden lightning beginning to appear in midair. This time, unlike the previous two failures, the powerful spacetime energy did not explode immediately after it appeared, but instead gradually tore cracks in space. We did it. We did it, Dr. Elias exclaimed ecstatically. Did you see that? We did it. The portal to time is opening. And behind it lies the secret of time. Yes, but... The assistant looked at the instrument's readings with a hint of surprise and uncertainty. The portal is a bit beyond our calculations, the assistant stammered. It looks less like a portal and more like a wormhole. A very powerful wormhole. It's generating extremely strong gravity. If it continues to expand, it might suck everything nearby in. Yes, this is worth noting down, the doctor nodded. The assistant hesitated for a moment, then said, but that would... The entire street below could be sucked, and there could be heavy casualties. So, Dr. Elias asked. The assistant choked for a moment. So. Maybe we should consider shutting it down. Are you an idiot? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance to uncover the ultimate secrets of the universe. And you want to let this opportunity slip because of a few insignificant lives. Dr. Elias rebuked him sternly. That's impossible. This sacrifice is perfectly acceptable for the progress of science. We'll increase our efforts, yes, doctor. The wormhole rapidly opened, flashing with golden lightning. A bottomless vortex ripped through the air's calm, its powerful gravity transforming into a nighttime hurricane that effortlessly warped everything in its path. Glass shattered, dust and debris swirled in the air. Roads collapsed, vehicles lifted off the ground, crushed into dust before being sucked into the massive vortex. If it is allowed to continue to expand, it may turn into a disaster that engulfs an entire city. But no one will ever know this if, suddenly, a golden light shot into the sky, followed by a giant enveloped in golden light. Before the golden light had even dissipated, the red-silver giant's arms formed a crescent, a vast, azure wave of light surged towards the wormhole like a raging river. Specium rays. Specium energy can do much more than just destroy. just as Zeta in the TV series can forcibly restore shattered space with his ultimate move. The Zestim Ray. Injecting a sufficient amount of specium energy can achieve the same effect. And so everyone witnessed this astonishing and shocking scene. The Giant of Light emerged right after the wormhole, unleashing a powerful beam of azure light that abruptly halted the rapidly expanding crack. The immense gravity seemed to be severed instantly, and the unbridled gale was as if it had been forced back into the void by the light. The expanding wormhole was instantly filled with the azure light, trembled with difficulty for a moment, and then seemed to quickly exhaust its power, beginning to shrink unwillingly under the suppression of the blue light. In the laboratory, doctors, Elias and his assistant stared wide-eyed out the window, then slowly turned their heads to look at each other. Then they quickly realized that the other person's mouth was wide open, just like theirs, big enough to stuff a pineapple into each of them. No, can someone explain to them what this is? A giant appeared out of nowhere and casually conjured up a beam of light, anything at all, that directly blocked their spacetime portal. That's a wormhole. Can't you at least give it some basic respect? After a specium was unleashed, Chen Yu stopped firing, and the cracks in front of him stopped expanding and began to shrink little by little. After observing the wormhole and the energy readings, he had a thought, and his whole body shone brightly again, transforming into a ball of light that rushed straight towards the shrinking spatial rift and plunged inside. A few seconds after it went in, a pair of hands even reached out from inside, grabbing the edges of the contracting crack from the left and right, and exerting force from the inside to accelerate the contraction process. He even closed the door behind him after he went inside. The survivors on the street stared blankly at the sky, at the location where the wormhole appeared and the giant materialized. They were all speechless, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. Dr. Elias and his assistant fell into deep thought. Just seconds before, he thought he was about to master the power of the gods and make a name for himself in history. But when Elias saw the giant who had suddenly appeared casually close the wormhole, as easily as closing a window, he suddenly felt that it was rather boring. The laboratory fell silent for a moment, until his assistant suddenly spoke up. Let's turn ourselves in, Doctor. I suddenly feel it's pointless to have harmed so many innocent people because of this stupid experiment. Okay, Dr. Elias nodded in agreement. Let me go get a coat first. Chapter 96, Speed Force. Shen Yu hovered in midair, slowly looking around. Chaos was his first impression of the space he was in. A scene of utter chaos, the sky filled with vibrant colors, the disordered landscape distorting reality, an upside-down pavilion standing in the air. Stone statues are misaligned, and buildings and mountains intertwine. A rusty British Spitfire fighter plane was stuck in the middle of a towering mountain peak, while at its foot lay an overturned Tiger tank, its body riddled with scratches and bullet holes, the origins of which were impossible to ascertain, or how long it had been forgotten in this time and space. Time and space intertwine here, with chaotic clouds drifting through the colorful sky. Upside-down pavilions float in the air, and stone statues are scattered haphazardly on the ground, their shapes distorted and deformed, as if telling a chaotic history. The abnormal spatial energy reaction of the time-space bracelet has never been so intense. Shen Yu vaguely realized that this was the legendary speed field, the energy source that propels the entire multiverse forward, and the source of the speed of the fastest person in the world. Machines from the war erased on statuesque mountains, and ancient buildings from an unknown period. The Speed Force's settings have been rebooted again and again. But this scene quickly reminded Shen Yu of a description in the Flash magazine that matched the current situation. The Speed Force is like a giant sphere of energy existing in an independent spacetime. It propels every spacetime within the multiverse forward. But as it moves, its energy rapidly expands and accumulates until it exceeds a critical value and urgently needs to be released. When energy accumulates excessively, it becomes violent, like a pressure cooker that could explode at any moment. Therefore, the shadow of the Speed Force begins to appear in many different dimensions. Sometimes it manifests as a bolt of lightning. sometimes as a fleeting spatial rift, and sometimes as a spacetime explosion. Many things in history have mysteriously disappeared because of this. For example, some of the ruins of the Mayan civilization, and the stone statues airplanes, and tanks that Shen Yu see before him now, whose origins are unknown. There are also some unfortunate beings from different eras who were inexplicably swept into the space of the Speed Force and are forever trapped here. Many inexplicable historical events are linked to the Speed Force. These include mysteriously disappeared planes and ships that have never been found, and even people who supposedly disappeared and reappeared decades later without having aged. Like earthquakes, floods, and hurricanes, the Speed Force goes berserk. The probability of it happening is extremely low, but it is still a type of natural disaster. The Speed Force is waiting for its decompression valve, namely the flash Bari Allen at first. People thought Bari had simply connected to the Speed Force, but it was later discovered that he had actually created it. From the moment he was struck by lightning, the Speed Force was born and began to spread outward from that point in time to all dimensions and all spacetime, both in the past and the future, until it covered the origin and end of time. At the same time, Bari acts as its pressure relief valve. The flash's running stabilizes it, preventing the pressure cooker from exploding and the energy field from creating a wormhole that could affect reality. The light in Shen Yu's eyes gradually faded. He closed his eyes, trying to sense the unique energy in this space. Sure enough, he began to feel it in this spacetime. An invisible yet ceaselessly flowing energy called the Speed Force surges from the past to the future. He even felt that this entire spacetime was alive. It's as if it has its own consciousness. Shen Yu tried to extend his consciousness, attempting to communicate with this space, and even went further trying to establish a connection. Then I received feedback, ugly rejection. This result is not surprising. Those who gain the Speed Force, known as the Speedsters, may seem to have all acquired their abilities through accidents. But according to the original work, they were all chosen by lightning. Only if the Speed Force allows can they access it, and then gain inexhaustible speed and the ability to traverse spacetime barriers. This result was not unexpected. But Shen Yu was not discouraged. You think you can't do anything if you refuse me? Although only those who are granted permission can wield the Speed Force, there are quite a few people in the comics who, besides the legitimate speedsters, can use the principles of the Speed Force to achieve super speed. Batman's armor has the ability to simulate the Speed Force energy to gain super speed. Amazo, a Justice League villain who can copy any superpower, can also copy the Flash's speed. The supervillain Savage developed a drug called Fast 9 that can give people temporary super speed. And so on. Light, the driving energy source for the Ultra race, is inherently omnipotent, especially since the Heisei era. While everyone still uses light, each generation has always managed to forge a different path, unlocking various new forms and abilities. These range from small-scale power and speed enhancements, creating clones, teleporting and purifying psychic energy, to large-scale space creation, time reversal, and even the creation of universes. It can be said that as long as we scientifically study and find the right way to use it, light can do almost anything. Therefore, what Shen Yu needs to do is simply to analyze and understand, to study with a scientific eye, and to use his own light to adapt to the special laws that already exist in the current universe. He swayed, leaving a blurry afterimage as he suddenly rushed out, like a bolt of lightning piercing through space. In a fleeting moment so short as to be negligible, he had already rushed more than 10 miles away. It was indeed very fast. This move is also a common technique of the Ultra race, Mach movement. From the Heisei-era street thug Dina Miracle to the Gauss who can teleport for free in the movie, super speed skills have appeared more and more frequently with the advancement of special effects technology, until they have become a race-specific skill. This was a skill that Shen Yu had mastered 800 years ago. However, after analyzing how the Speed Force operated, he gained some insight into the unique spacetime laws of the DC universe and applied this insight to the way his own light energy was driven when he used Mach Shift. Sure enough, the speed increased dramatically in an instant. Moreover, this was merely a superficial understanding he had gained from his first encounter with this unique spacetime law of DC. He could sense that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The speed force was something far more immense, containing knowledge far exceeding what was merely on the surface. Yes, knowledge, that's what Shen Yu has always valued most. Only knowledge that he has fully learned mastered, and can use freely, is the only thing that truly makes him feel at ease. The Land of Light already has a precedent of Psy Rabbit unlocking the radiant form and gaining the ability to reverse time through a power surge. Shen Yu believes that if he studies hard, he might also be able to comprehend some kind of lightning radiance form from the speed force and become the next time-manipulating, overpowered being in the Land of Light. In the Ultra Brothers, considering only flight speed, excluding the ability to travel faster than light during interstellar travel, the fastest in actual combat within the atmosphere should be Taro. With a flight speed of Mach 20, Shen Yu felt that he was even faster than that now. He was a recent graduatia junior scientist who could fly faster than the bigwigs of the security detail, something unimaginable in the past. Shen Yu activated the bracelet's function again and scanned the area. The entire space was permeated with the energy of the divine speed force, but there seemed to be varying degrees of intensity. The bracelet, like a radar, displayed the energy density of the surroundings, and through its display, Shen Yu quickly noticed that the energy density in a certain direction was increasing. Shen Yu flew in that direction for a while, and soon a desolate palace appeared in the chaotic spacetime before his eyes. The grand hall was desolate, its walls a somber gray, weathered and cracked by time. Fragments of murals could be faintly seen in the colonnade, indistinct but vaguely depicting a story of an ancient tribe and lightning. Energy readings converged at the center of the temple, at a golden stone crackling with lightning, a mineral with some kind of superspeed power. Chapter 97. Come again next time. Shen Yu shrunk back to his normal size and entered the temple through the main entrance. The spatial energy reading inside the bracelet reached its peak, indicating that the speed force energy in this area was more abundant. Entering the temple, his gaze slowly swept over the ancient murals. The weathered carvings silently told stories lost to some unknown era. The main characters of the story are a group of gorillas. One day, a primitive gorilla tribe was suddenly struck by lightning. Powerful bolts of lightning descended from the sky, their intense light piercing the heavens and falling upon the rolling mountains. Lightning brought enlightenment and perhaps even wisdom. Primitive tribes began to develop civilization. Apes learned to make tools and build structures. They gradually evolved and grew stronger. They worshipped the lightning that had enlightened them and bestowed its gifts, building temples and altars for it and holding regular sacrificial ceremonies. This is why a huge lightning bolt-shaped symbol hangs in the very center of the temple. It is not only a symbol of the ape civilization that built this temple, but also a representation of their beliefs. The golden ore churning with lightning at the center of the altar is perhaps a naturally formed product of this space, possessing the property of storing divine speed energy. Over countless years, the stones have absorbed and accumulated a considerable amount of energy from their surroundings. Shen Yu had a sudden thought and quickly realized that if he could bring the stone back to his laboratory, it would definitely be of great benefit to his subsequent research. Just as he stepped forward and reached out to touch one of the stones, a flash of lightning, a blue lightning bolt, accompanied by a blurry afterimage, shot straight towards him from the direction of the main hall entrance. It moved at an unbelievable speed, seemingly accompanied by a savage roar, and lunged at him for support from behind. It is incredibly fast, unfortunately. Shen Yu's speed attribute on his base stat panel had just received a massive boost. He needs to be even faster, almost reflexively. He sidestepped without even looking at the figure. The gigantic shadow instantly missed its target. Shen Yu seized the opportunity, grabbing and pulling, gently deflecting it in the direction of its charge. The gigantic shadow immediately lost its balance, flailing its arms and legs as it hurtled forward with its supersonic momentum. It crashed through the temple with a thunderous roar, trailing a trail of lightning, and tumbled away into the distance. Shenyu lifted his feet off the ground and floated lightly through the smoke screen to chase after it. He saw the giant shadow fall to the ground at supersonic speed in a dog-face-mud manner. But it quickly shook its head, spat out mute, and jumped up. It's a gorilla. It had a huge and powerful body, with well-developed muscles, and thick black hair covering its entire body, with electric sparks and black smoke dancing on the hair. A supersonic gorilla. Shenyu's mind raced, and he quickly scanned the other's body. Sure enough, it stored a considerable amount of speed energy within its body. This gorilla likely falls into the category of those lost individuals within the speed force mentioned earlier. It accidentally got lost in the speed force field and has been stuck there for an unknown period of time. Although it wasn't chosen by the speed force like the speedsters, it naturally absorbed speed force energy over the years while in this space, thus gaining a certain level of super speed, of course. The speed gained in this way is far less than that of the fastest speedster, and it will disappear quickly once you leave the speed field. Roar, the chimpanzee roared, looking furious. Through telepathy, Shenyu quickly understood its meaning. This is my home. Everything here is mine, without giving a chance to reply. The chimpanzee roared and pounced on him again, using both hands and feet. It was still a split second of supersonic speed. Lightning from the speed force erupted from the chimpanzee's body, and its enormous paw swung down. But even at that almost invisible speed, it was still clearly visible to Shenyu, its sprint jump. An exertion of force, its eyes full of offensive intent. The twitching of its muscles before launching the attack, all the details were clearly reflected in his eyes. Although the gorilla guy possesses super speed, his combat awareness and skills are clearly terrible. Almost before he even sprints, his attack route and intentions are written all over his face. So Shenyu anticipated this and shifted to the side, extending his right foot to wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Sure enough, a flash of blue lightning streaked past where he had kicked. The gorilla not only missed its target, but was also tripped by the supersonic speed and fell to the ground, rolling away in a dark furry ball. But after only a moment it jumped up again, looking defiant, roaring loudly and pounding its solid chest with both arms, as if showing off its muscles to the outsider. Shenyu suddenly threw out his right fist, which struck the mountain peak beside him. Boom. In an instant, it was as if the entire space trembled violently. The mountain rumbled, and the enormous shockwave shattered all the upside-down rocks in the space into flying fragments. Mountain grass was torn apart, the earth trembled, and the destructive force spread in all directions, forming layers upon layers of invisible waves. The steep mountain peak was instantly flattened, and the entire mountain was turned into rolling rocks under that punch, with smoke and dust spreading exaggeratedly. An ordinary punch caused mountains to crumble and the earth to split. Shenyu shook his hand as if he had just done a trivial thing. The chimpanzee remained in that chest-pounding posture, then froze, its mouth agape. This. Shatter a mountain with a single punch. Holy crap, did I just rush out and attack this monster? How could I be so brave upon seeing this scene? The gorilla's fur nearly stood on end, feeling as if its spine had been stabbed hard. At the same time it secretly rejoiced, thinking that it was only thanks to the magnanimity of the adult that it could still breathe. Thinking of this, the chimpanzee slowly lowered his fists that had been pounding his chest, and the anger on his face gradually disappeared. Instead, there's a certain amount of flattery. It trotted back to the temple gate and gestured to Shenyu with utmost politeness. Shenyu also understood this meaning. Basically, it means, please come in, please come in. Make yourself at home and don't be shy. After this minor incident, Shenyu returned to the temple, picked up a piece of orixamine and scanned it, and then stored it in the bracelet space. The chimpanzee watched pitifully from behind, not daring to utter a sound, but its heart was bleeding. He silently muttered to himself, "Stop taking it. Stop taking it, there really isn't a single drop left." Then I saw the other person pick up another piece. You still took it, okay, you can take it. The gorilla is depressed, JPG of course. The intelligence granted to it by the Speed Force was enough for it to understand that it had only ended up here by accident. It merely discovered the temple first. But to call it the master of this place would be a bit of a stretch. It still hurts. Finally, Shenyu stopped. Seeing that the terrifying humanoid creature finally gave up. The chimpanzee breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over, all right, I'm about to leave. Shenyu turned to look at it and asked in a friendly manner. Do you want to leave from here? I can take you out. The gorilla shuddered and shook its head repeatedly. No, 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 when it first wandered into this place. It was desperate and frantically wanted to go home. But as time went by, it now thinks it's pretty good here. Much better than its previous life. It's so much fun here, it doesn't want to leave at all. Okay, I'm leaving then, the gorilla was overjoyed. Then Shenyu said, if it's not enough, I'll come again next time, gorilla hug again. Chapter 98, Killing the Wizard. Did you see that? It was an absolute miracle. Barry Allen's face was beaming with excitement. Of course I know Ultraman, I've seen him on TV. I know he's an alien and I know he's very strong. But do you understand? Seeing him in person is a completely different experience. I mean, that was a wormhole. It could have been a devastating disaster. Many people could have died and I might have died too. After all, I was right below that wormhole at the time. But he just appeared like that and suddenly effortlessly. He resolved the problem, you understand. It was simply, yes, I think I understand, Bari. Shenyu said with a smile, oh right. Of course you understand. Because you should have been nearby at the time, Hatha. Look what I'm saying. But he saved my life and more than that, seeing him appear. Seeing that miraculous sight meant a lot to me. Bari spoke softly, his tone lowering slightly. Shenyu understood what he meant when Bari was very young. His mother was murdered at home, and his father was imprisoned for the murder. Bari was the only eyewitness. But his testimony was not accepted because he was too young, and his testimony was considered too absurd. He said he saw a hurricane. A storm of red and gold swept through their home. He saw an impossible scene. Experts believe he was too young. And his brain couldn't process the image of his mother being killed by his father. So he distorted the scene to deceive himself. But Bari knew he wasn't mistaken. So he spent his whole life pursuing the impossible. He wanted to prove the existence of supernatural phenomena. And more importantly, to uncover the real secret behind his mother's murder and clear his father's name. Sorry, I tend to talk too much when I get excited. Are you leaving? Bari took a deep breath. Yes, let's say goodbye. Thank you for your help, you did a great job. Shenyu shook hands with him. Shenyu was in high spirits after his fruitful trip to Midtown. He couldn't wait to return to the lab to further study the properties of the Speed Force energy. Thanks, it's a pity that others don't think so. Bari sighed softly, another unlucky day and as usual. I performed consistently well. I was late again this morning. And only when I got to the door did I realize I had forgotten my office key. I bought an ice cream cone at noon. And it fell down the stairs before I could hold it properly. Just as I was feeling down, I turned around and saw Captain Singh coming up from downstairs. He looked even worse than me. But I didn't dare go up to comfort him because I saw an ice cream cone on his head. Well, that's really unfortunate. Shenyu didn't know how to comfort him, and even felt a little like laughing. He patted Bari on the shoulder. It's okay, calm down. Ever heard the saying? The law of conservation of good character. Sometimes your luck will turn around. Yes, I think so too. Bari smiled. See you next time, sir. See you. Midtown, 6 p.m. after get off work. Bari went to Iron Mountain Prisons, where his father was being held. Why are you here again? Henry Allen, behind bars, was not happy to see his son. Didn't we already talk? Don't come again. But today is the anniversary of Mom's death. So I went through the files again. The truth will always come out, Dad. Technology is advancing rapidly. There are technological innovations in forensic science every year. Old Henry shook his head. Stop torturing yourself, son. Don't trap yourself in the past. I killed your mother, I'm a sinner. Bari was furious. You and I both know that's not true. That's just how it is, don't waste any more time on this. Go live your own life, Bari, she would want that too. The prison visit ended badly. Midtown Police Station, sterile laboratory, 7 p.m. A bolt of lightning shattered the laboratory window. The shelf full of chemical bottles was smashed, and glassware shattered one after another. A streak of blue lightning like a raging dragon of thunder, carrying splattered liquid, struck Bari Allen behind the lab table. Just as it was destined, Bari was thrown backward by the electric shock, all sensations including pain vanishing. In that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. He is going to die in his final moments. His father's words involuntarily echoed in his mind. I killed your mother, I am a sinner, let it go. Yes, let go, what else does it mean? From the moment his mother died, he was trapped in an invisible vicious cycle for the rest of his life, endlessly going around in circles with no way out. Maybe this is for the best. Just like that, I let go, sank and fell into the abyss. Never mind, he will be able to see his mother soon. An endless darkness engulfed everything. Bari Allen collapsed among the debris and remaining solvent. Unconscious, electricity crackled across his body. Strange energy gathered at his chest, where his clothes had been burned through, briefly coalescing into a winding bolt of lightning. Elsewhere in the darkness, Dr. Thaddeus Savannah slowly opened his eyes. A human left eye and a magical right eye flashing with magical lightning. It's a success, it's finally a success, Doctor. Savannah's face lit up with excitement. This is the power I've been pursuing my whole life. He swung his arms violently, and a surge of immense magical power erupted from his body, transforming into 7 dark and twisted monsters. The 7 deadly sins. The powerful monsters once sealed within the Rock of Eternity were the 7 brothers: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and ecstasy. They possessed immense magical power and chose Dr. Savannah as their agent on Earth. He has now gained unparalleled powers, enabling him to do whatever he wants in this world and make all those who look down on him pay the price. First, Gridon of the 7 deadly sins spoke, his voice chilling. The object of our revenge is that despicable wizard. The arrogance in the darkness declared, indeed. He imprisoned us for endless years, we must pay the price. Find him and crush him to pieces, he roared furiously. That's too easy on him. We need to destroy everything he cares about first, and then slowly torture him to death. Agile said in a deep voice. The demons quickly reached a consensus, Doctor. Savannah listened to their discussion, pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, it was just a question. But don't you brothers share the same thoughts? Indeed, the 7 deadly sins are one entity, said Envy. We brothers are of one mind and one body. So when you're having meetings here, aren't you essentially just talking to yourselves? The genius doctor's curiosity kicked in, because it does sound pretty strange. The 7 deadly sins. A brief silence fell in the darkness. That's not important, laziness interrupted. The point is, the wizard must pay the price, starting with what he cares about most. That's right, I've already searched for the spells. The wizard has left the Rock of Eternity. He's now in the city humans call Gotham, and the person he cares about most. As he spoke arrogantly, a misty magical aura swirled around him, conjuring up an image that resembled a projection. The picture shows a handsome young man from the east and a beautiful young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. The 7 deadly sinners exchanged glances. They then let out a series of sinister, villainous laughs. Chapter 99, The Wizard's Closest Person. Gotham after school at the crossroads. Kara should have been home by now. But when she and her best friend walked to this intersection, the two of them, who were supposed to part ways, got so engrossed in gossiping that they forgot the time. They talked about Bob from Class A and Kane from the basketball team. And before they knew it, they were late. Kara, who was happily gossiping with her sisters, was completely unaware that a pair of eyes were quietly opening in the shadows behind her. A hideous demon, named after one of the most feared sins of mankind, is called envy, that's the claim. But they aren't actually the only beings to bear the title of 7 deadly sins. These brothers are monsters derived from each of the 7 original sins, not the original source of these titles. Legend has it that the true origin of the 7 deadly sins lies in ultimate monsters that transcend the multiverse. Their power is so immense that no one knows its true extent. Yet any one of them could annihilate the multiverse in the blink of an eye. Of course, these are all ancient myths nowadays. Even the strength of those monsters and whether they ever truly existed are still in doubt. In any case, since the birth of these 7 deadly sins, those mythical creatures that were touted as gods have long since disappeared. Now, the 7 brothers have inherited the title of 7 deadly sins and become the original sin of the world. After some discussion, the 7 deadly sins decided that envy would be chosen to carry out the capture mission. After all, the target looked like an innocent high school girl, let alone a powerful being like the 7 deadly sins. You could just grab any random demon and hang a sausage around its neck. There was absolutely no need to send out their entire force. So they only sent this one representative. At this point, jealousy has entered a hidden state. On the surface, it seems no different from usual. But in reality, under the enhancement of magic, it is practically invisible to the human eye. Some wizards can see it under the influence of magic, or even the legendary Shazam the Thunder in his transformed state. The magic was released silently, and wisps of misty black energy, as if spreading from jealousy's body, slowly extended outwards. Like gaseous threads, they connected to the girl's limbs. Similar to jealousy's body, these threads were not visible to ordinary people. Only experts in the mystical realm could perceive them. Similar to traditional puppetry magic, the captured person will be like a puppet on strings, their body completely under the control of the caster. They didn't want to harm the girl, at least not yet, because if they didn't act in front of that despicable wizard, the effect would be greatly diminished. Therefore, its mission is to capture it alive, connected. Jealousy secretly swelled within it. The girl was now completely under its control. All it needed to do was pull her with all its might. Not moving, jealousy paused for a moment, then pulled again with all its might. The misty thread trembled violently from the pull, yet remained motionless. The girl was still chatting and laughing with her classmates, completely unaware of anything amiss. Envy. What's going on? Could it be that I've forgotten how to use magic because I haven't used it in so long? Just as she was racking her brains trying to figure it out, Kara finished chatting with her classmate and was about to part ways. She raised her right hand and waved goodbye to her classmate vigorously. In an instant, the invisible thread was pulled. The jealousy, caught completely off guard, was suddenly pulled into the air by these puppet strings and flung away with a wave of its hand. Jealousy was suddenly pulled hundreds of meters into the air, flying backwards in the wind like a kite with a broken string. While in midair, her eyes were wide open, filled with shock. It's as if it's saying, "This is supposed to be a harmless high school girl." The demon's body seemed to transform into a star in the sky. It was only then that Kara realized the feeling of waving seemed a little strange. But looking at her little hands and then turning to look behind her, nothing seemed amiss. The little girl tilted her head in confusion. Illusion. As Shen Yu had predicted, my control over my strength was still not precise enough. I need to continue training. Kara hummed a little tune as she continued walking home from school. A moment later, jealousy flew back, covered in seaweed and with a fish on its head, careless. It glared fiercely at the girl's back, snatched the fish off its head, and angrily stuffed it into its mouth. This is definitely not an ordinary girl as expected. Anyone who deals with that old wizard is no pushover. But it's all right, it was just caught off guard. Jealousy has other methods. It flew ahead of Kara, its concealed form disappearing into an alleyway beside her likely path. Following it, Kara adjusted its tactics and unleashed a new spell. The gas emanated from its fingertips, merging into the air and drifting slowly down the street, invisibly surrounding Kara. Jealousy revealed its sinister smile once more. It discovered that the little girl seemed to possess inexplicably great strength. And jealousy happened to be the one among the brothers who wasn't particularly skilled in strength. But it's not a big problem, it will outsmart you. Magic that creates illusions using gas can bewitch the mind and trap the target in a dreamlike state. In theory, this tactic should be quite effective against Kryptonians. Kryptonians have high health and defense but low magic resistance, and are especially vulnerable to mind manipulation spells. However, despite this, Kryptonians possess superhuman heightened senses, including their sense of smell. Furthermore, their constitution is inherently weak in magic, making them exceptionally sensitive to magical stimuli. Kara frowned at her little nose twitched and she sniffed, sensing that something was off about the smell. But this action secretly alarmed the jealous person hiding in the shadows. She actually noticed. Ordinary humans would never be able to detect this magical mist. They would usually fall into the devil's trap without even realizing it. Fortunately, she seemed to just feel something was off and hadn't figured out what the problem was. Take it. Just as jealousy was smirking and thinking this in a sinister way. Suddenly, I saw the little girl open and close her mouth repeatedly, as if she was about to choke. A super sneeze suddenly unleashed a powerful cold wave, sweeping out like a hurricane carrying ice crystals, instantly freezing the entire alley into a frozen wasteland. Kara quickly covered her mouth after realizing that she had accidentally triggered cryorexia with a sneeze. Oh no, I've messed up. But she felt that she couldn't really blame herself. Her nose suddenly became very itchy, as if she had an allergic reaction to something. But I should be immune to all diseases by now. So how come I can still have allergies? Kara quickly peered into the alley thankfully. There were no people or cats around, and no innocent bystanders were harmed, thank goodness. Kara's eyes immediately fell on an ice sculpture in the alley that looked rather odd. Even a little ugly. The little girl tilted her head in confusion, her ahoj cowlick standing on end. Why is there such an ugly thing in the alley? Jealousy inexplicably frozen, at %*@ results report. First orders within 24 hours are out. The final first-day order figure was 4069. Not exactly a takeoff but not bad either. At least we achieved some quality products. But this is just the beginning. I've heard that getting recommendations for fanfiction after it's released is even harder than during the initial release period. The road ahead is long, and I still need to continue to ask for your subscriptions and votes. Please almost plating. According to the previous standard, the initial subscription starts at 3,000, and one more chapter is added for every 500 subscriptions, which is 2 chapters, however let's round it up. Let's call 4069 as 4,500 and add one more chapter, adding to the original 2 chapters. The total is 5 chapters. Oh, by the way, here's a little tidbit I just heard recently. The automatic subscription setting on Kidian doesn't automatically subscribe to subsequent chapters. It only subscribes to an additional chapter before or after a paid chapter when you're reading that one. This way you don't have to manually unlock it, improving the reading experience also. The automatic subscription setting only applies to the book you're currently reading. It doesn't apply to all books. Enough with the chit-chat, here's the extra chapter. And please continue to subscribe and vote with your monthly tickets. Chapter 100, A Clumsy Disguise. Jealousy slowly opened its eyes. He's so stupid, really. He only knew that the old wizard had many dangerous tricks up his sleeve. But he never expected that a seemingly innocent and harmless little girl next to him could be so difficult to deal with. That superhuman strength made me feel jealous, almost as if it could rival the legendary Shazam, who possessed the power of 6 gods in his transformed state. And that sneeze in the freezing cold felt even more absurd to him than superhuman strength. This level of freezing magic would be considered a major control move even by traditional wizards. Right, what happened after a sneeze, are you kidding me? Even Noah's she came to her senses. The jealousy that had just surfaced left her with a head full of questions. So where did that shaman find such an outrageous little girl? Of course, this was purely due to the shock of being caught off guard and tricked. It wouldn't be accurate to say that I was afraid this time. They were caught off guard entirely due to carelessness. Jealousy assumed he was dealing with a weak girl who couldn't even kill a chicken. And her deceptive appearance made him completely unsuspecting. But when it came to strength, Evan Shazam the Thunder, who possessed the power of 6 gods, was not someone the brothers would necessarily fear. Jealousy gradually revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. I was careless just now, but it won't happen again. Round 2 now that girl is finished, okay. When she came to her senses, she realized that he couldn't move a single finger. His body was paralyzed, and even his thoughts seemed to have become sluggish. His body, which should have been able to vaporize at will, was completely unresponsive, and there was no reaction to even the slightest attempt to mobilize any energy. A pang of jealousy shot through him. This feeling seemed strangely familiar, could it be? His name is Jealousy. A familiar, aged voice sounded from the side. The old wizard Shazam stroked his large beard and spoke. One of the 7 deadly sins. As long as original sin exists in the world, it can never be completely eradicated. It is a very dangerous opponent, but don't worry. It has returned to its seal and no longer poses a threat. Envy. He then realized that he had returned to the abominable rock of eternity and had reverted to his sealed statue form. Standing next to the statue were the old wizard and the beautiful blonde girl. After accidentally freezing him, Kara instinctively felt that this strange-looking person was not a good person. So she carried the entire ice sculpture back. The old wizard immediately recognized that this was one of the 7 deadly sins. Envy. So he treated him accordingly and locked him up in the special cell for envy in the Rock of Eternity. I never knew I'd encountered something so dangerous. Kara was surprised, patting her chest with lingering fear. It's such a close call. The gesture of lingering fear seemed to say luckily. I was more skilled. Jealousy locked inside a statue. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I was the one who got beaten up. And I was the one who got sealed away. You're so close, what a joke, 7 deadly sins. Doesn't that sound like there should be 7? Cora asked. Indeed, those 7 hate me to the core. Now that jealousy has emerged, what follows is probably not far off. The old wizard said solemnly, we must be prepared. Oh dear, we should tell Shen Yu right away. By the way, where is he? I didn't see him when he came back today. I was a little nervous because of this unexpected display of jealousy. The little girl only just realized that she hadn't seen Shen Yoren when she got back. O's been down there all day soaking up with your aunt. The old wizard muttered. He's been down there for most of the day. The door's been locked tight. I wonder what he's up to down there, Kara. My radar detected certain specific signals late yesterday. What? Shen Yu stood in front of Astra through the glass and swiped open the floating screen. Some identification signals from beyond Earth, at first. I suspected it might be another move by Brainiac. So I compared it with the data I obtained from your spaceship. Surprisingly, it was discovered that, with a flick of his wrist, the screen in front of him split into 2. The 2 interfaces displayed 2 separate signal bands, which then merged together with his gesture perfect fit. The identification signal of your spaceship is exactly the same. Astra remained silent. I guess that's your teammate, right? Shen Yu looked directly at her from Rosberg. Rosberg is a Kryptonian prison located in the Phantom Zone. And Astra and her husband both came from that prison. Astra's face was ashen and she remained silent. But from her expression, Shen Yu already knew he was right. You've been missing on Earth for so long. It's normal for someone to come looking for you. Is it your subordinate? No, I guess. Perhaps it's your husband now that you're gone. He should be in charge of Rosberg, right? I couldn't find the coordinates and access code for your headquarters in your spaceship's flight log. Could you please provide them to me when I left? Rossberg was near Mars, with coordinates and access code XXXX damn magic. She snorted angrily and glared at Shen Yu. Your despicable spells might make me reveal the truth, but it won't work. Rothsburg is a base that can be moved at any time. My husband must have changed his address after I disappeared. Even if I told you, it wouldn't make a difference. The password I mentioned is just the first part of the authentication process. Rothsburg is one of the most impenetrable prisons ever built by Krypton. No one can enter or leave freely without authentication. And even if you have the password, it won't help. It authenticates you using facial recognition, iris scanning, and biometric information. So unless you can impersonate me, even if you have the password, you won't be able to. Before she could finish speaking, Shen Yu, who was standing in front of her, was suddenly enveloped in a golden light. Astra was so blinded by the radiance that she instinctively closed her eyes. When she looked again, she saw that the handsome young man outside was gone, replaced by a tall, dashing Kryptonian general dressed in black. She had the exact same face and figure as her. It was like looking at her own mirror image. Astra's unfinished sentence was abruptly cut off, and she involuntarily opened her mouth wide. Her shock evident in her expression. Is this what you mean? Shen Yu asked. Damn it, even their voices sound the same. Astra's facial muscles twitched. Know what's going on with you people from Lightstar? It can shoot lasers and is super powerful. It can grow bigger and smaller. It can crawl through network cables. And now it can even change its face. So, is your race's real superpower just that you can clap your hands and get whatever you want? And just open the skill bar and make one up on the spot when you need it? Astra, her face cold and forcing herself to remain calm, snorted in a deep voice. It's useless. It's just the simplest disguise. The most basic of basics for Kryptonian technology. Our Kryptonian system's authentication cannot be fooled by such a crude disguise. The identification system scans the biometrics and even genes of those entering. Your crude disguise is useless, is it? Shen Yu calmly walked to the black Kryptonian spaceship, the same spaceship Astra used when she came to Earth. He reached out and placed his hand on the outside of the spaceship. The Kryptonian spaceship immediately activated, and two scanning lasers slowly swept across Shen Yu's disguised form. The spacecraft systems then immediately activated, emitting pleasant electronic sounds. Welcome back, General Astriel. Is there anything I can do for you? Shen Yu smiled and looked behind the glass, his expression saying, see, it's perfectly fine. The Real Astra, Chapter 101, Great Purge. Astra was becoming increasingly confused. Krypton also possesses the technology for shapeshifting and disguise. Changing appearance, body shape, voice, and so on is possible. But even so, it's impossible to fool top-tier machines. Because no matter what method or technology is used, you can never truly transform yourself from the inside out into the person you're impersonating. But this alien actually fooled her spaceship's AI. Moreover, it appears that no tools or technical means were used. It was entirely based on their own abilities. So all of your race's skills are made up on the spot as needed. Basic procedures: stay calm. After giving her a little Ultraman shock, Shen Yu immediately returned to his original state. For him, altering his appearance and even replicating his genes were quite simple. Far less difficult than others might imagine. This was mainly because his life form was different from that of conventional organisms. Ultraman himself is a very abstract being. Even his current appearance is entirely a product of imagination. The recombination of light particles allows him to transform into any shape, including his genes. However, this doesn't mean his mimicry is truly perfect. On the contrary, in previous TV series, Ultraman's mimicry was almost perfect in front of humans. Yet when aliens came to Earth, they could always spot the most handsome one in a crowd at a glance. The main reason is probably because it's too strong to be covered. Because particles can recombine and bodies can transform. But no matter how they change, the sun-like energy within their bodies cannot be hidden. Even in human form, they resemble walking light bulbs. Therefore, tow aliens with some perception. They might look like a bald man walking in the dark. His bald head really drawing attention, but that's all right. Shenyu has already started designing solutions for this part of the problem. What he can't do himself, he has to rely on science. As an intern at the Science and Technology Bureau, Shenyu believes he shares the same scientific worldview as his blue-skin director. He already has a plan and is confident that he can soon solve the only weakness in his mimicry ability. Astra's face turned ashen. What do you intend to do to my husband with my face on? Let's not talk so strangely, Shenyu said helplessly. I'm just using you as an excuse to get him to let me in. And then see if I can say something I would only say to you. Why does it sound even stranger when I say it out loud? Astra's face was quite grim. She was furious but seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Your teammate's identification signal comes from Broodhaven. Shenyu continued, I checked. And there have been several recent disappearances there. Could it be related to your friend? Broodhaven is also a fictional city in DC Comics. A sister town to Gotham City, with a crime rate that's considered a step below Gotham's. In the comics, it's the city that Dick Grayson, the original Robin, took over after leaving Batman and adopting the codename Nightwing. At this stage, Nightwing is still playing in the mud. Batman has only just debuted and can't even manage Gotham City. Therefore, Broodhaven is basically a lawless area right now. The police's only specialty is eating donuts. The mayor is so close to the mob that they're practically inseparable. And the people are living in dire straits. Before each questioning, Shenyu would always have the old wizard cast a truth spell, which Astrono powerless could not resist, she muttered. Perhaps they are preparing for the Great Purge. Shenyu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The Great Purge is a technology that my husband and I developed that can brainwash an entire planet. Astra said coldly, if Norn is going to use it against Earth, then he will need to capture enough human samples to study their brains and bodies in order to make targeted adjustments to the Great Purge system. This way, when the system starts, it will only brainwash humans. We Kryptonians won't be affected even if we're within signal range. Shenyu frowned, but I remember you said that you have no interest in Earth. It's because I have no interest in Earth. Astra said dryly, my husband Norn has always advocated taking over Earth and establishing a new Krypton. I think it's only a matter of time before Earth is destroyed by Brainiac. And we don't need to confront him directly. I am a general, with a rank far higher than my husband's. So they used to listen to me, but now I'm clearly in your hands. So my husband will take my place. If his proposals are followed, a massive purge of the Earth would be to be expected. Shenyu frowned slightly. Massive cleanup. If this were to actually happen on Earth, it would certainly be a wake-up call. That massive area of effect brainwashing attack would be forbidden technology even on Krypton. It's practically a cheat code. Although Shenyu was quite confident in his mental strength, it would be better to prevent it from activating as a precaution. Furthermore, even if he is immune, the existence of an anti-human system like the Great Cleansing is incompatible with the Ultra race, which relies solely on hope as fuel given the chance. He would definitely destroy even its backup. Shenyu went to Broodhaven that very night to take a look for himself. Broodhaven, a sister town to Gotham, is just a short distance away for Shenyu, which is practically like taking a stroll after dinner. He got through the back door of the Broodhaven authorities. This part wasn't difficult. After all, even the Pentagon's security on this planet is like a public toilet. He quickly went through the information related to this series of missing persons cases, but unfortunately didn't find anything. 9 people have gone missing so far. But through this series of investigation files, Shenyu seems to have only one word in every line put. There was no investigation, no questioning. Just a simple record was made, and that was it. It seems no one really wanted to seriously try to find out where the missing people had gone. He also bumped into 2 police officers near the residence of one of the missing persons. According to the files, they were a duo assigned to this hot potato at the Broodhaven Police Department. All right, don't get out of the cars. Just make a quick look around and go back. One of the older police officers said, huh. The young officer was taken aback. But shouldn't we be looking for any evidence we might have missed? The veteran officer looked incredulous, as if he doubted that he had misheard what he said. You don't mean to say that we should try our best to solve this case? Do you? The new officer stammered. No, I mean I think. Maybe right. He looked cautiously at the old police officer. Isn't this our job, huh? What do you think our job is? Protect the citizens, wrong. The veteran officer admonished earnestly. It's to make people think that citizens are protected. New police officer, the young man paused for a moment. Then cautiously asked the gang. Of course it should be our citizens. The veteran officer gave him a look that said, what are you thinking about? The gangs knew all along that citizens were not protected. What? The new officer seemed to feel his worldview had been shaken, and still tried to make a last-ditch effort, but I think I have a lid. Everyone has overlooked the common thread among the missing persons. They all went to that bar called Beijing. We might actually be able to. Forget your stupid bar theory. Do you think the reason I didn't include your stupid theory in the report is because I was afraid that some idiot who reads the report would believe it? Then we really have to go to that bar to investigate. The veteran police officer was so angry that he spat out words. What if things get even worse? What if we actually find out something, Shen Yu? Although it's a bit strange, there's something about this Broodhaven system that gives off a pregnant pill vibe. However, it was still a worthwhile experience. Is it Beta Guy Bar, Chapter 102 Bar Broodhaven Badgie Bar? The colored lights flickered on and off, as if an unseen hand were manipulating the switches. At times the shifting lights resembled a deep blue sea, casting all sorts of shadows on the dance floor. At other times, they were like blood-stained waves in the ocean, eerie and sinister. People on the dance floor moved with abandon, the music deafeningly loud. Strange patterns shifted on the bar walls, and eerie sounds flickered intermittently. The bartender behind the counter was tall and elegant, with a handsome face and neatly combed black hair that perfectly accentuated his features. He wore an impeccable black suit and a white shirt, his long arms deftly mixing drinks. His smile gentle yet alluring. What do you need? He asked with a standard professional smile. Shen Yu had just sat down at the bar, but he had used his mimicry ability to change his face. Coffee will do, Shen Yu said. Okay, a moment later. A steaming cup of coffee was placed on the bar, but as the cup was handed to him, Shen Yu noticed a dark, tentacled appendage, covered in suction cup-like structures, protruding from the bartender's back. A tiny eyeball was wrapped around the limp tentacle, which then plopped into the dark brown coffee. After doing all that, the bartender casually retracted his tentacles and smiled as he pushed the coffee across the bar counter. Please enjoy. Shen Yu looked at the large eyeball that had just been thrown in, then at the smiling bartender, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Seriously. Is it really okay for you to blatantly add this kind of undignified stuff to my face like this? Couldn't you at least make some kind of fake gesture to cover it up? Or is it that? Or is it something that ordinary people cannot see? As Shen Yu's mind raced, he quickly considered this possibility. Perhaps what he had just witnessed, which seemed utterly absurd to him, was actually protected by some kind of mental or visual shielding mechanism, making it invisible to ordinary people. Most similar methods don't work on him, but clearly, the strange bartender in front of him doesn't know that. Shen Yu remained calm and prepared to continue observing in secret. Just then someone sat down next to him. 2 glasses of whiskey with olives. It's a red-haired woman, she said to the bartender. A drink, sir, as she spoke. Winked at Shen Yu, intentionally or unintentionally showing off the deep trenches and boundless scenery of the northern hemisphere. Thank you, Shen Yu said politely. The woman moved closer and smiled. Sir, you seem to be a novice. Is this your first time? It has happened a few times, Shen Yu said. But the last time was a long time ago. He was telling the truth. The last time he went to a bar was before he traveled through time. Thousands of years ago, the woman chuckled. You're actually an experienced driver. I never would have guessed. It's all right, Shenyu said casually, influenced by some senior mentors who wished to remain anonymous. He was particularly skilled at driving jeeps. Are you confident in your marksmanship? The red-haired woman leaned closer, bringing with her a fragrant aroma. Spot on target every time, Shenyu said calmly. This is no exaggeration, shooting is a basic course. What does it mean to be the top student in your graduating class? Such a boastful tone, but I like it. The woman smiled and tried to entangle herself around him, like a water snake winding its way through a meadow. But without saying a word, Shenyu suddenly threw out his right fist. It was as if the air exploded in the enclosed space, and the wine glasses in front of the bar were shattered into pieces. The red-haired woman was thrown back and sent flying, smashing a table and all the dishes and bottles on it to pieces with a crash. The woman's neck tilted to the side, and she fell unconscious amidst the scattered shards. A series of distorted, corrupted data images rolled across her beautiful face, instantly transforming it into a dark-side monster. It wasn't anything special. It was just some kind of holographic projection disguised technology. Shenyu saw right through it, so does everyone else. The moment he threw the punch, the entire bar erupted in chaos, the bartender shouted, and several twisted tentacles emerged from behind him. The people in the dance floor stopped dancing and jumped out, revealing monstrous faces. A woman in a red robe clung to the ceiling like some boneless animal, crawling along the roof like a large spider, her long hair hanging down, a bizarre and terrifying sight. The burly man sitting next to Shenyu at the bar roared and swung his right arm, which transformed into a bone blade-like shape and slashed sharply toward Shenyu's neck. They're all aliens. It turns out that there wasn't a single human in this bar from the very beginning. Of course, this also includes Shenyu, who isn't an alien at some point. Shenyu sat calmly in his seat, watching the bone blade beside him swing towards him, rapidly approaching with a slicing sound as if the air was being cut, until it was almost millimeters away from the tip of the nose. It stopped. No, it wasn't just that burly man. The bartender shooting tentacles at him, the woman crawling on the roofs, the aliens surrounding the entire house, the debris exploding into the air, and the liquor in the shattered bottles, all of them were suspended in midair for a moment. It was as if someone had lowered the floodgates of the river of time, instantly turning the once torrent into a trickle. And the passage of time became as slow as if it were being carried on the back of a giant tortoise, inching forward inch by inch. This is because Shenyu was too fast. His movements were quick and his mind worked just as fast, naturally creating a bullet time effect in his field of vision. He slowly rose from his seat, deftly avoiding the sharp edge of the bone blade. Passing by the burly man, he casually extended a finger and lightly touched the cheek of the man's face, frozen in a roaring expression. In this seemingly frozen space-time, even the most casual poke amplified by the ultra-high speed would be imbued with astonishing force. The shockwave slowly rippled from the point where his finger touched the burly man's face, making his ugly skin appear like waves slowed 100-fold. Looking utterly comical, the other two, looking like aliens from different races, charged towards the bar side by side. Shenyu strolled up to them, glanced at them, lifted their claws and positioned them in attack stances, aiming at each other's heads. Then he lightly applied a reverse force to their arms. He wandered around the bar for most of the time, punching here and slapping there, turning around a big guy who was about to charge, or dragging an alien into the path of his teammate's skill. After circling around and returning to the bar, he glanced at the bartender, whose expression was contorted in slow motion as he shot tentacles at him. After thinking for a moment, he raised his right hand and grabbed all the tentacles in his hand. He grabbed the tentacles, pushed off the wall, jumped, somersaulted over the ceiling, and casually tied the tentacles into a knot on the fan. He landed back on the ground, clapped his hands, walked back to the bar, crossed his legs, and sat back down in his original spot the next moment. The burly man at the bar's neck snapped and his head slammed to the ground. A group of alien buddies suddenly swung their claws at each other's faces. Screaming in agony, several aliens collapsed, while others spun around in place. A massive figure charged aggressively into the bathroom, unable to stop himself, and slammed his head into the toilet bowl, swallowing a large mouthful. The bartender screamed as he flew off the counter, his tangled tentacles getting caught in the electric fan. The fan wailed as it was ripped from the ceiling, crashing to the ground along with the bartender, smashing a table in the process in the blink of an eye. The entire room of ferocious aliens lay sprawled on the floor, some lying down, some reclining and some hanging on the wall. Only Shen Yu remained, calmly sitting at the bar with his legs crossed, as if everything was none of his concern now. Shen Yu sat in the chair and glanced at the groaning aliens filling the room. Does anyone else want to go out? Chapter 103. Is this person a GM? Easily. Super speed is a skill Shen Yu naturally possesses in human form, a racial talent in the original work. There were other ultras who used this skill in human form, such as Hikari, the blue-skinned director of their science bureau who, upon arriving on Earth, engaged in a real-life, no cooldown teleportation duel with the human form of the alien monster Bagaru. After learning new knowledge from the Speed Force, his Mach speed became significantly faster than before thanks to this new method. Now, he is already incredibly fast even without transforming. To be honest, when Shen Yu came to this bar, his original plan was simply to use his supervision to scan for traces, casually ask people for information, and see if there were any clues related to the aliens in Rosberg. But the scene he saw upon entering was something he never expected. There isn't a single normal person in this shabby bar. The aliens were from different races, but none of them were particularly strong. Even if their physical abilities surpassed those of humans, their strength was still limited. However, that's just how the DC universe is. Superman-level overpowered characters are extremely rare in the entire universe. If we only consider individual combat strength and not technology, most races aren't that strong. Shen Yu glanced around briefly. The threats in the bar seemed to have been eliminated. Now he just needed to grab someone and ask them a few questions, seeing which unfortunate soul around seemed to know more. Just as he stood up and looked around for someone to question, he felt a gust of wind. A sharp blade surged from behind his neck, sounding as if the air itself were being sliced apart. It appeared almost instantly, its edge seemingly inches from the back of his neck. Shen Yu was slightly surprised. He had clearly checked just a moment ago, and there wasn't a single capable target left in the bar. Where did this sneak attack come from? Of course, doubts did not hinder his brain's operation or his hand movements. The moment his pupils contracted, time seemed to freeze once more, but this time, in that seemingly still space and time, he could still feel the approaching gust of wind behind him. It was noticeably slower, but it continued to cut and slash. Shen Yu immediately understood that this meant the attacker also possessed super speed. In the DC universe, super speed and super strength are almost a standard, bundled together attribute to how not ubiquitous. There are certainly quite a few characters who possess them. Conversely, characters with these abilities are very likely not mere henchmen. However, Shen Yu was faster than his opponent. He sidestepped his elbow, knocking a glass off the bar, which flew in an arc into the air, spilling most of the golden liquid and freezing it in midair. Like a still image from an art photograph, a black blade narrowly missed Shen Yu's cheek, and behind it, gripped the hilt, was an arm covered in blue skin. Shen Yu dodged the blade, seized the outstretched arm, and with a powerful thrust of his right shoulder, used the force of the opponent's high-speed thrust to execute a first-generation over-the-shoulder throw. Using his immense strength and the force of the attacker's rapid movement, he slammed the assailant to the ground with a powerful over-the-shoulder throw the moment the man landed. It was as if the entire foundation of the bar sank. The floorboards shattered dramatically, and the man, propelled by the incredible speed, spun and rolled a great distance before crashing into a broken table corner and being crushed beneath it by the collapsing table. Shenyu frowned slightly when he saw the attacker's appearance clearly. "Wow, Mystic, aren't you from the Marvel Studios? You've come to the wrong place, of course." He immediately realized that it couldn't be Mystic. Even setting aside the possibility of a mistake on set, Mystic couldn't possibly be that fast. And a throw like that over the shoulder should have resulted in the person being completely obliterated. Although the demon-like woman in front of me was also a bit dazed from the fall, she immediately swayed and crawled up from the rubble. Her physical strength was quite formidable. Her name is Kinglin, an inmate in Rossburg prison in the Phantom Zone, and one of the boss-level villains in the TV series Supergirl. At first glance, she looks a bit like Mystique. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as Shenyu threw her. Seemingly realizing she was in trouble, Kinglin acted decisively, narrowing her eyes and turning to disappear in a flash. "I have to run away immediately." The moment she turned and started running, she vaguely sensed that the person behind her seemed to be catching up. But she felt nothing inciting fact. She even felt a little amused. Chasing me, yes, was fast. She had already tested him in that split second of their exchange. Although Kinglin also possessed extraordinary speed, she was clearly not as fast as him. But she wasn't flustered at all, because she had a trump card up her sleeve. Drill the network cable suddenly. Kinglin's entire body disintegrated, and her graceful blue body transformed into a liquid-like substance that churned and surged before diving headfirst into a cell phone lying on the floor. As Kinglin charged into the world of data, she sped off at breakneck speed, laughing inwardly. She couldn't beat those Kryptonians who were practically cheating in a fight. But when it came to escaping, she was second to none. Even when she was captured by the Kryptonians, it was because she was ambushed and tricked. She wanted to run away. She had never failed in her life. More than 10 miles away in an abandoned storeroom, the screen of a large old-fashioned computer, which should have been discarded long ago, suddenly lit up. A strange liquid substance churned and surged out of the screen, landed on the floor and reassembled into a humanoid shape. Kinglin landed on the floor in a half-squatting position, struck a pose and even casually tossed her hair. Men. Trying to woo me, dream on. After striking a pose, she calmly stood up, but the moment she looked up, Kinglin nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. She saw that man again. The man in the bar who was moving incredibly fast. He was leaning against the wall of the storeroom with his arms crossed, looking at her with a smile. Kinglin. This scene dealt her a devastating blow. 100 times more powerful than if a Kryptonian had used monstrous brute force to pin her to the ground and beat her to a pulp. After all, it's normal to lose a fight, but if she can't escape, she'll break down. No, I crawled out through the network cable. Where did this person come from? Could it be a ghost? On a whim, she turned and ran again without a word. Her blue form transformed back into data and dove back into the old-fashioned computer in front of her. Entering the world of data gave her a sense of security again. Her body felt like a torrent swept along in an endless ocean. She ran at full speed, glancing back occasionally. Then, upon glancing at the data, the entire data body was almost scared out of its wits. She saw a hand, a gigantic silver hand enveloped in endless, sacred golden light, caught up at an astonishing speed, following the endless stream of data. Then, even more strangely, when the hand wrapped in golden light caught up with her, the 5 fingers of that hand suddenly clenched. He actually managed to grab her. Kinglin. She couldn't struggle, couldn't move, and felt as if her soul was being gripped in that enormous palm, being pulled back even faster than when she came in. An endless stream of questions nearly overwhelmed her mind. No, I'm digitized. I don't even have a physical form. So how can I be grabbed by someone? Could this person be a GM? Chapter 104, Weary Arrogance. Commander Norn takes your disappearance very seriously and has immediately decided to send troops to Earth. This is one of our main purposes for coming to Earth. The core mission of our team is to find your whereabouts. And secondly, to study human samples to make targeted adjustments to the Great Cleansing System so that we can take cleansing measures against Earth in the future. Commander Norn attaches great importance to this mission, which is why he sent me to lead the team personally. I am one of his right-hand men and one of the strongest forces in Rothsburg. Astra listened silently to Kinglin finish speaking before calmly replying. And then you got arrested too, yes, that's it. Kinglin nodded as she spoke. She had already been imprisoned just like Astra. In fact, she was lucky to be imprisoned. The only reason she was still breathing was that the Rothsburg headquarters was still missing. And they still needed her to reveal information about the Great Purge and Norn's movements. The other, most notorious Rothsburg criminals weren't so lucky. Every single one of them has been turned into experience points. It's not that I'm bad, I'm being targeted. Kinglin shouted, have you seen that freak? He can enter the data world just like me, but that's not all. He's faster than me in the data world. And he even managed to catch me inside, can you believe it? Even I couldn't do that, it's completely unscientific. Unreasonable, inexplicable to her surprise. Astra remained unmoved upon hearing her tearful accusations, merely giving a faint hum as if it were no big deal. Kinglin asked in confusion, don't you think this is outrageous? That's outrageous. Astra said expressionlessly, but you get used to it after a while, Kinglin. Astra peered through the glass at the blue cell opposite and asked, what about your abilities? You can't get out of here. Astra couldn't escape because the red sun's constant 24-hour exposure drained her superpowers. But Kinglin also possesses superpowers. Even if the cell lacked electronic devices and she couldn't penetrate network cables, her own super strength should be enough to physically break through walls. Of course, Astra knew that the cunning Starman wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Since he had locked Kinglin in this cell, must have a plan. She was just curious about what that plan was at this point. Kinglin's anger flared up immediately, that shameless guy. He stuffed so many strange things into my body. I feel like I'm completely stuffed, but I can't get them out. I can barely breathe, let alone use any of my abilities. Astra, it's a virus, Kinglin said angrily. He wrote me a bunch of messy viruses that interfered with my abilities. This is also the inspiration that the original work gave Shenyu. It's even a bit funny in Supergirl. Kinglin boasts that I have transcended time and space and am invincible. However, when she tries to sneak into the computer of the Alien Department, Super Investigation Department, to attack their headquarters, her superpowers crash after the IT guy stuffs a bunch of viruses and malware into her computer. She would probably die with regrets over that humiliating defeat. Even after she's buried. Why would I have such a dream when my invincible time-space technique was defeated by 360 antivirus? Shenyu's virus was naturally more effective than the one from the Super Investigation Department. His virus precisely paralyzed all of Kinglin's abilities and weakened her physique, achieving an effect similar to that of the red sun on the Kryptonians. This meant she couldn't easily leave this place, angrily. She kicked the glass in front of her, but the recoil made her foot hurt. Kinglin slumped to one side feeling depressed, and asked in a low voice, so, are they going to use torture to interrogate me later? Tell me what methods they have so I can be mentally prepared. Astra glanced at her expressionlessly and uttered a few words softly. Dark cuisine Kinglin during his trip to Broodhaven. Shenyu raided an alien hideout, captured a high-ranking officer from Rothsburg, and incidentally seized an alien spaceship in the basement of a bar. This was the vehicle that Kinglin and her investigation team used to fly to Earth. Shenyu now has more and more spaceships at his disposal. One Kara, one Astra, one Kinglin, and Old Boo's warship. If things continue to develop like this, he feels he will be able to build an entire interstellar fleet all by himself in the future. Anyway, the space beneath his coffee shop was originally a subspace he created using the same kind of dark room technology that Ultraman transforms into. And its capacity is sufficient for the time being. After the prisoners and spoils were settled, Shenyu went upstairs, intending to ask the old wizard for a spell to help with the interrogation. When suddenly Kara came running over. Kara, Shenyu asked curiously, where have you come from? Hey, come with me from the Rock of Eternity. Kara's face was very tense. Let me tell you I was attacked today, what? Shenyu looked at her with a strange expression, you. Were attacked after a moment's hesitation, Shenyu asked. Is everything all right on the other side? Jealousy caused the trouble. He narrowed his eyes arrogantly and said, We were careless. We didn't expect that the little girl beside the wizard to be so extraordinary. We should have expected it. It seems we need to consider adjusting our battle plan. How about we discuss it? He turned to look at his teammates as he spoke. He mumbled something in a fit of rage, as if a muffled thunder rumbled in his throat. Just arrest and kill the wizard, no way. Arrogance shook his head, that would be too easy on him. He's tormented us for so long. He deserves a far greater price. He can only die after everything he cares about has been destroyed. Hey, can you shut up for a bit while you're binge eating? The gluttonous creature next to them, which had been wolfing down its food, stopped eating. Its paws and mouth were full of half-eaten raw meat, and it blinked blankly in the darkness. And you're so lazy, can you stop sleeping for now? Another pair of eyes opened in the darkness, and a dark shadow appeared asking in confusion what? We're discussing revenge against the wizards. The arrogant man said us pleased. Lazy scratched his head. We brothers are of one mind and one body. Your discussion is practically the same as my discussion. Arrogant, I suddenly feel a bit tired. This teammate is so hard to manage. I have a plan, Giles said, his arrogant eyes lit up. Oh. You have a plan too, he thought to himself finally. At least there's someone more reliable, tell me. There's more than one point of entry for the wizard. I happened to see during my reconnaissance that the wizard had another person he cared about. As Giles spoke, magic surged forth, and the mist transformed into an image. The image shows a street. An old wizard is coming out of a convenience store, followed by a pretty girl with short, dark blue hair and pale skin, who is helping him carry his bags as they walk back. The two walked and talked non-stop, seemingly having a close relationship. Not bad, not bad. He nodded arrogantly, quite satisfied. Then the target changes. Our target now is this girl. Find her, and use her to make that despicable wizard feel pain. Chapter 105, Teammates flanking from behind have not yet returned. This thing is the 7 deadly sins. At the Eternal Rock, Shenyu examined the bizarre and ferocious sculpture before him, while simultaneously activating ultra-vision to scan it. Indeed, on the surface it may seem like just an ordinary sculpture. But with his eyesight one can see the strange energy bound within this body, flowing like some kind of water, futilely impacting the cage that binds it. A somber voice emanated from the sculpture, show some respect. I am a being far beyond your imagination. I bet you definitely are, Shenyu shrugged. You're a pretty shrew. The monster in the sculpture hissed and screamed. Jelosier more precisely. The wizard Shazam walked to his side. Is just one of the 7 deadly sins. There are 6 more like it out there. Each of them is extremely dangerous. And they hate me to the core. They certainly won't give up so easily, Kara. Standing to the side put her hands on her hips. A hint of pride in her voice, it's not that dangerous. He snorted heavily, filled with jealousy. Don't be too smug. I was just careless and caught off guard for a moment. Jealousy said menacingly, but there won't be a next time. My brothers are stronger than you can imagine. And soon they will come for you. Enjoy your last moments of smugness, you foolish wizard. They're coming soon. And your magical new friends won't save you. Nor will your fancy spells, my brothers are unstoppable. Before the words were finished, a cloud of black mist was launched from the entrance of the hall like an arrow, traversing the entire hall and disappearing into another sculpture of the 7 deadly sins next to it. That is sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins. In the midst of laughter and conversation, yet another of the 7 deadly sins was sealed away. Jealousy swallowed the rest of her jealousy-filled words back down her throat. The old wizard stroked his long beard and couldn't help but smile. Besides us, I've only granted one other person permission to enter the Rock of Eternity. The next moment, old wizard's new apprentice Raven floated in through the front door, dressed in a Raven's classic school swimsuit uniform, with a hood and cloak, his figure shrouded in dark purple magic. This thing attacked me suddenly, Raven landed. I was forced to defend myself, so I lured it here and sealed it away. I remember reading about it in a book. Are they the 7 deadly sins, everyone? The 7 deadly sins are really unlucky. They just wanted to grab someone randomly, but they ended up grabbing a Kryptonian first, and then a princess of the 3rd palace. Moreover, Raven, with her protagonist aura, is probably the most overpowered of Sanemia's offspring. In the original works, it has been shown more than once that Raven, when unleashed and at full power, is even stronger than her father Sanemia himself. She is a top-tier mage in the entire magic system of the multiverse. Although her awakened abilities may only be the tip of the iceberg, she is progressing rapidly under the old wizard's systematic tutelage. Taking down a lone member of the 7 deadly sins should be a piece of cake, especially if the opponent is careless and underestimates her. Good job, you did a great job, the old wizard smiled, his eyes narrowing with an expression that said, as expected of someone I trained, then smiling. He turned to Jealousy. What were you saying about your brother? Jealousy pondered for a few seconds, then said sullenly, I said we brothers are unstoppable. Except for that good-for-nothing laziness, the lazy guy, who had just been thrown back into his cell, said gruffly, Hey, I'm still listening, so what, it's just food. Do you think you're in a right to give it away for free? So you're here too, and you delivered it even faster than me. What are you talking about? I was careless, I got tricked. Me too. Who would have thought that the little girl we randomly grabbed would turn out to be a mage? Lord. 2 of the 7 deadly sins were inexplicably taken down. Kara grabbed her best friend Raven's hand. Raven, you're amazing, now we each have 1 down, so it's 1-1. I don't have any, Shenyu said sullenly. He was a little unhappy. Wasn't he one of the people around the old wizard? Why couldn't he just run into the 7 deadly sins and get killed? It's one thing for a teammate to get a kill, but the real problem is that they don't gain experience or drop any equipment when they do, which feels like a real loss. This won't do. We absolutely cannot give up the remaining 5 heads. The 7 deadly sins are difficult to find, but Shenyu has clues. The 2 currently imprisoned look quite similar to their appearances in the Shazam movie, therefore based on this, it's highly likely that the 7 deadly sins are possessing the villainous doctor. Sivana, in the film, monsters are hard to find, but finding a specific person is much easier. Unsurprisingly, Pal quickly located the target after a short search. Dr. Thaddeus Sivana from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania address. Mark the address for me and make a flight plan. Shenyu said, looks like we'll have to go for another drive, in the dark. Sloth hasn't returned either, said Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, in a deep voice. The brothers were speechless for a moment. The teammates who flanked us haven't returned. There were only 7 people in total. 2 teammates went to flank the backline and haven't been heard from since. How about we send someone else to try? Bliss suggested tentatively. I saw a young man with that wizard, a coffee shop owner. Surely this guy can't be the problem again. There can't possibly be that many cheaters in the world. Right, give it away again, he glared arrogantly. I was just mentioning it casually. Our strategy was flawed, Arrogance said in a deep voice. We underestimated our enemy before. From now on, we must advance and retreat together. Only by working together can we, damn it, binge eating. It's just for a couple of seconds, can't you just stop eating? The chewing sounds in the darkness finally stopped. Gluttony raised its head, its innocent eyes seeming to say, You do your thing and I'm eating mine, how am I bothering you? Ha 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 ha, laughter echoed in the darkness. Who? Arrogance suddenly turned around and narrowed his eyes. Take it easy. The form of a demon emerged from the darkness. Jet black curly hair, a grayish-white body, and wings like those of a fallen angel, the demon Belial. Excuse me for interrupting, but I saw that one of you had a conflict with my sister not long ago. Belial smiled. A demon, he said arrogantly. What? You've come to demand justice for her. The 7 deadly sins were all eager to fight, looking ready to brawl. Oh no, 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 don't misunderstand, of course not. Belial smiled. In fact, I'm here to help you subdue my sister. The 7 deadly sins, chapter 106. Why is it always you? Let me double check, he stared arrogantly at Belial. You said that the young mage is your sister. And you're planning to help us take her down, yes. Belial nodded. Sister. Blood relatives, Belial said firmly. In fact, it's mainly because my power in this dimension is limited. Otherwise, I would have taken matters into my own hands. But I know her weaknesses, I know her flaws. With your help, we should be able to easily win her over. As he spoke, a wicked smile crept onto his face, revealing a wicked look as if he was already mentally popping champagne before his plan had even succeeded. His smile gradually became distorted. Arrogance pondered, what kind of brotherly love is this? Avi, I thought our brotherhood was complicated enough. He scoffed arrogantly. In that case, temporary cooperation isn't out of the question. I have an idea, the furious man said in a gruff voice. I still think we should just go and take down that wizard. He's at his weakest right now. He can't possibly face all of us. Its strategy is very simple, just go all in and attack. No, no, the arrogant man snapped. We've already discussed this. That's too lenient on him, we must make him suffer, but I've heard that many villains meet their demise this way. They always say the timing isn't right, or that they want to make someone suffer, when they could actually do it. And then when they finally want to kill them, I can't. You should read less of the products of human imagination. It'll ruin your brain, he said arrogantly and coldly. Are you trying to say that we're like those third-rate villains that humans imagine? Oh, I think it's fine, nothing. He shut his mouth in fury. So you wanted to deal with a wizard, Belial smiled. That's even better, I can help you. In exchange, after you subdue my sister, leave her with me. It really is the love of an older brother. Arrogance believed it had seen through the truth. But it wasn't interested in other people's affairs, especially the demon's domestic matters. It chuckled softly, that's fine. But first, you have to prove yourself trustworthy. Ha, that's completely unnecessary worry. Belial smiled elegantly. We demons value integrity above all else. You can absolutely entrust your backs to me without any doubt. There is no more reliable ally than me. Boom. A deafening explosion blasted through the darkness. Blasting a wall through it, the wall collapsed. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, and objects scattered all over the ground, with countless tiny dust particles flying in the air. A blinding light shone into the darkness from the outside. A faint silhouette glowing with red and silver emerged from behind the dust, eyes radiating divine light. A core like azure crystal, and a body as strong as steel gently sliced through the dust, flying into the once pitch-black room. Considering that 7 is a character who fought Shazam in the movies, Shenyu will be making his own appearance in full-body form this time. He located Dr. Savannah's family company and, after scanning the exterior, immediately discovered that the remaining members of the 7 deadly sins were all in a locked conference room inside the company, acting suspiciously as if they were having a meeting. When he first arrived, Shen Yao, being a being of light, was in poor condition due to the dark filter inherent in the DC universe, and sometimes had to conserve his energy, but now, with the bracelet and himself having increased their energy reserves with each previous action, coupled with the debut of Superman, who is practically DC's designated self-propelled light generator, his current state is completely different from when he first landed, before Ultraman's entire face had even fully appeared. Belial, who could only see the 2 orbs of light through the smoke, was already close to cardiac arrest. The demon was already roaring in its heart. You again. Why is it always you? Belial's eyes widened in shock, almost unable to accept this cruel and absurd fact. No way, you block my way wherever I go. Don't you have any work to do, or am I the class monitor? Shen Yao, who unexpectedly saw an old acquaintance, also paused, and a similar question arose in his mind. Why is it you again? However, people's joys and sorrows are not shared. At this moment, Belial felt like he'd been cursed out, while Shen Yu was pleasantly surprised. Can you believe you can farm experience from the same demon 3 times? 3 times the fun. How dare you trespass on our territory? He said arrogantly and coldly, since that's the case. You must be prepared to pay the price. Demon, it's time for you to prove yourself, huh? He subconsciously turned his head to look, but was instantly stunned. Where is the demon? The huge demon that seemed to be right next to us just a second ago is gone. Looking back, I saw Belial smash through the glass and spread its wings, soaring into the night, the 7 deadly sins. Seriously, are demons this low class now? Even just standing there and saying 666 would be better than running away before the fight even starts. Right, but Shen Yu didn't chase after them immediately. After all, the main event today was the 7 deadly sins. As for Belial, a shooting star streaked across the window as the unmanned red-silver armored vehicle chased after the demon's retreating figure. A series of long-range exchanges ensued under the cover of night, followed by a fierce aerial battle, after which the demon was once again blasted into a dazzling star in the night sky by Specium. It's a really precious item. He muttered something arrogantly, squinted at the unexpected visitor, and decided to continue his interrupted opening remarks. Since you dared to come here, you must be prepared to pay the price. Bang. He ultimately failed to finish his opening threats before the entire room full of the 7 deadly sins could react. Ultraman's figure vanished into thin air. A sudden, supersonic explosion erupted, and a white vortex burst open within the confined space. Papers and documents flew everywhere in the shockwave. The conference room's projection screen shattered, and glass shards scattered in all directions. Bookshelves collapsed to the floor, and photo shards and paintings hanging on the walls spun like spinning wheels in the sonic boom. The moment it was activated, it broke the sound speed barrier. Shen Yu left a trail of afterimages and flashed in front of Arrogance, his silver fist hitting him squarely in the face. Arrogance's entire face looked as if it had been flattened by a blast. His head tilted back, and his body shot out under the divine power enhanced by light energy, crashing through the wall and flying outside the building. Its pupils contracted instinctively so fast, however, the moment it crashed through the wall. Its arrogant form began to disintegrate, its black, ferocious body transformed into mist, invisibly dissipating the force of the punch, before surging back into the room and reforming into its arrogant form. Very powerful, he said arrogantly in a low voice. But you are no match for us. This is a characteristic also shown in the 7 Deadly Sins movies. They are almost immune to direct blows like punches. Their bodies can freely switch between a mist-like form and a solid form, and even Shazam's punches cannot harm them. But it doesn't matter in the movie. Shazam didn't ultimately defeat the 7 deadly sins with his fists. Shen Yu knew their weakness. They needed to depend on a host to exist, although they themselves were immune to harm. The host was different, Doctor. Savannah's magical right eye is actually the true form of the 7 deadly sins. If you remove that eye, all 7 deadly sins will be rendered powerless. Meanwhile, Dr. Savannah was hiding in the control room, which was protected by the 5 monsters, with his X-ray vision locked onto his target. Shen Yu's mind raced and he launched himself once more, leaving a trail of red and silver afterimages as he charged head-on towards the 7 deadly sins left-wing leader. Wrath with a furious roar, it clenched its claws into a fist and unleashed a powerful punch. However, Shen Yu's move was merely a feint. He didn't actually meet the punch head-on. Instead, he feigned an attack, then with a nimble turn, he dribbled past the behemoth and shot towards the control room behind it like an arrow. Arrogance was greatly alarmed. That despicable warrior of light is trying to take hostages. It shouted immediately, "Stop him." Chapter 107, You Still Want to Unleash Your Full Power. The control room door was smashed open, and Shen Yu flashed into the control room, where he immediately saw Dr. Savannah hiding in the back watching the show, with the same gleaming forehead as Lex Luthor, and that right eye flashing with magical lightning. Such distinctive features would make it impossible to mistake him even on first meeting. As depicted in the movies, Dr. Savannah is just an ordinary person. He only gains superpowers comparable to Shazam when possessed by the 7 deadly sins, such as super strength, super speed flight, lightning release, and super healing. But when the 7 deadly sins leave his body, he is the host, is just an ordinary person. Therefore, from Shen Yu's perspective, Dr. Savannah was almost completely still when he rushed into the control room at supersonic speed. He, like the flying debris and suspended glass shards, seemed to be just a backdrop in this frozen space-time. Shen Yu extended his right hand, pointing directly at the doctor's right eye, which radiated blue electric snakes. However, just as he was about to touch the eye, Dr. Savannah, who should have been still, suddenly moved. Although it didn't look easy, and his speed was still not as fast as Shen Yu's, he did move in this bullet time-like space-time. He tilted his head to avoid the grab, and suddenly threw a punch in the opposite direction. Shen Yu raised his left arm to block. The doctor's punch slammed into his arm, the impact sending a transparent shockwave through the entire room. Glass shattered with a crash, cracks radiating outwards along the wall tiles, as if an air bomb without gunpowder had destroyed the entire room. The 7 deadly sins return to the host's body in a split second. They also know that although they are immune to fists, they still need to protect their host. If the host is attacked, they will all be finished. Possessed by 5 demons, Dr. Savannah suddenly felt powerful. His eyes flashed with electricity, and he raised his right fist, crackling with electricity, unleashing a scorching strike that left a trail of lightning in its wake. Boom! The entire floor was almost destroyed by divine power, and the electric current devoured everything in a frenzy. The entire floor of glass turned to dust, and azure lightning burst forth from the center of the building in all directions. Amidst the flashing lightning, 2 afterimages burst forth from the smoke screen, one after the others. The 2 flew into the night sky at supersonic speed, their bodies constantly intertwined. The collision of their fists and feet created bursts of transparent air currents in the night sky, with unstoppable force. Although 2 of the 7 deadly sins are gone, Dr. Savannah, possessed by the 5 deadly sins, is still very powerful. After all, he almost completely overwhelmed Shazam, who possessed the power of the 6 gods. Throughout the movie, although the main reason was that Billy Gang was not familiar with the power, and his own combat awareness and skills were severely outmatched, it is enough to show that the Doctor's basic stats are not weak. However, in terms of overwhelming power through consciousness, the situation is now reversed. Dr. Savannah appears incredibly strong against the Fantastic Family in the movies, but without his superpowers, it's basically like kicking a kindergarten in the North Sea, bullying a bunch of kids. But when he faced Shen Yu, his skills were clearly not up to par. It seems that Dr. Savannah's doctoral degree certainly did not include combat sports, and his martial arts skills were nothing short of rubbish in Shen Yu's eyes. His attack plans and strategies are practically written all over his face. Fighting him in close combat is like taking an open book exam. Meanwhile, Dr. Savannah became increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on. He clearly possessed godlike power, and felt that he had inexhaustible strength. However, he was locked in close combat with this strange alien, and so far he hadn't even been able to touch a single hair on the alien's head. It felt like the opponent could read his mind. All his movements and offensive intentions were completely anticipated and countered before they could even take shape. He threw weak punches only to miss each time. He unleashed lightning bolts, but they only pierced through the afterimages left by a silver hook struck his cheek. And even with his divine power enhancing him, he felt as if his jawbone had been shattered. He roared and instinctively swung his fist in the direction from which the punch had come. But halfway through the punch, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder blade. A powerful chop had almost dislocated his arm. He tried to kick butt before he could even exert any force. He felt a sudden sharp kick to his shin. The excruciating pain as if his leg bone were breaking neutralized his flying kick before it could even take shape. The two fought fiercely while flying at high speed, flitting among the towering buildings like butterflies among flowers. Shen Yu controlled the pace of the battle, intentionally avoiding buildings and busy areas while unleashing his combos. In an instant, the two had flown out of the city and into the suburbs. Avoiding civilians and disaster control are equally essential lessons. Fundamental principles ingrained in the DNA of every citizen of the Land of Light. Otherwise, who knows when some guy might suddenly appear on a rooftop and deliver a classic, "What have you been protecting?" JPG message. A knee strike that nearly made the doctor vomit his bile was followed by a 360-degree aerial spin and a single-leg whirlwind. Doctor. Savannah plummeted downwards with a transparent impact that exploded in midair, crashing thousands of meters into a forest. The shattered air was compressed into a massive sonic boom, a deafening impact that uprooted trees under an invisible force. Countless birds took flight in panic, and tattered branches and torn bark flew everywhere. Doctor. Savannah shook his bald head and staggered to his feet from the crater he had fallen into. "He's too strong, I can't beat him," the doctor said in a panic. "Don't be nervous, you're immortal now." Arrogance whispered in his ear. "But be careful to protect your eyes and don't let him get close." A deafening roar drowned out all other sounds. It was the explosion of Ultraman landing after chasing him from the sky. The shockwave like a tsunami. The alternating red and silver colors were stretched into a blurry afterimage by the ultra-high-speed movement, breaking through the dust waves and rushing towards the doctor's location. Dr. Savannah hurriedly extended his right palm, and lightning shot out from his palm to meet the afterimage. But the afterimage suddenly changed direction, and in a flash it had already flashed to the right flank, continuing to charge forward without slowing down. Dr. Savannah's reaction was extremely fast. Enhanced by divine power, he unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, his divine power flowing wildly as if it were free. And bolts of lightning shot out from his hands one after another. Trees were snapped in half, lawns were charred black, and debris flew wildly among the interwoven electric grid. For a moment lightning crackled through the forest, but the red and silver afterimages flickered and danced between the flashes, never quite reaching the edge. "No, he's too fast, I can't keep up, you can do it." The arrogant voice continued to ring in his ears. "Everyone looked down on you. Everyone thought you couldn't do it. But we discovered your potential. Think about those who bullied you and looked down on you. You are destined for greatness." Thaddeus Savannah. Become the person you want to be. After being given a dose of chicken soup, Dr. Savannah's face began to twitch violently. His life was a failure. Countless images flashed through his mind, and hateful faces passed before his eyes. For example, his older brother who bullied him since childhood, and his father who never respected him. "I agree with you." Dr. Savannah's expression gradually turned sinister, and the electric light in his eyes intensified. "I want them to know, I want them all to see my power. I will be the god of this world," as he roared. His magic seemed to surge, and lightning radiated from his entire body, like a magical frenzy, until the red and silver whirlwind suddenly swept past him. The lightning stopped abruptly. Dr. Savannah remained standing in place with his arms outstretched, looking up at the sky in a childish pose, and a perverted smile on his face. Half a second later, I realized something was wrong and instinctively tried to blink. Only then did he realize with shock, "Damn it. Where are my eyes?" Turning his head in horror, he discovered that his magical right eye had turned into a ball of light, which was being held in the hand of Ultraman, who was passing by him at supersonic speed. Such a show-off. Shen Yu pinched the magic orb he had successfully obtained. He's not even the main character, yet he wants to unleash his full power. 7,000 words today. Please vote with monthly tickets at the end of the month. Chapter 108, The Black-Robed Crowd. In a dark dimension, a pair of evil eyes quietly opened. Belial furtively looked up, glancing left and right before meeting his brother Soraka's disdainful gaze. "How come you're dead again?" Soraka asked coldly. Belial hesitated for a moment, then said sullenly, "I was careless. I think the problem lies in your thinking." Soraka said coldly, "Do you have some kind of problem with our great father? Don't make false accusations." Belial's face flushed red. Just a few clones. You've already given away 3. Your strength wasn't great to begin with, so you're probably even less useful now," Soraka sneered. "That's the truth. Defeating the clone won't harm the main body, but it's impossible to say it has no impact whatsoever. Losing 3 clones will inevitably deplete your energy and significantly affect your strength and condition." "It's not my fault I'm being targeted," Belial shouted. "It's that wretched creature of light again. It's always there wherever I go. This guy's got some issues. Wherever I go, the moment I step out the door, a blinding flash of light hits me. What can I do?" Belial spread his paws, once again expressing his helplessness. Oh, so all 3 heads were given to the same person. Soraka was even more disdainful. "I remember there's a saying among humans. Even a donkey won't fall into the same hole twice, right?" Belial roared. "What did you say?" "I said you're 03. I really was trying to hold them off. But that creature of light had a strange set of armor and kept chasing and bombarding me. I couldn't beat it and I couldn't run away either. You can go and see the afterimages left behind by my clone if you don't believe me." 03 Shut up, Belial. Having taken down 5 of the 7 heads of the 7 deadly sins, and even received an additional bonus, Shenyu was in high spirits after another successful raid. He returned to his armor and began the return journey. The battle armor was set to be managed by a third party, allowing Pal to fly back along the planned return route. During this time, Shenyu continued his study and research using the built-in interface. He's recently acquired quite a few alien gadgets, and there's so much knowledge about different star systems waiting for him to digest. Even with his brain's processing speed, time is still very tight. There's just too much knowledge and content for him to learn. Lately, it seems that the super brain of the little Kryptonian I raised at home has been developed to a considerable extent. Shenyu has thought more than once that he can start to consider having Kara as his research assistant. Anyway, says she goes to school every day, but she definitely doesn't actually go to learn anything. On one hand, it's to experience life and integrate into human society. But on the other hand, it's really just because she thinks it's fun anyway. She has a lot of free time every day, and it's a waste of resources for her super brain to be running around all day. Shenyu planned to find her some work to do when he got back today, to help him out and share some of the research pressure. Drip drop tilde. A notification sound from inside the armor interrupted his thoughts. "Pal, what's going on?" That's a notification that the negative phase fluctuation radar has been triggered. "Sir, show me the mark." Shenyu glanced at the display on the interface. The intensity wasn't low, even by Gotham's standards. Moreover, it was basically on the same route as his return journey. After a moment's thought, Shenyu took over the piloting from Pal and turned to fly towards the radar coordinates. An old-fashioned warehouse. The night wind blew through the old buildings, sounding like a low groan, or the unwilling howl of forgotten souls. Dark red bricks were exposed through cracked walls, and intricate magic circles were drawn everywhere on the walls and floors. Ancient and strange characters were engraved with mysterious runes, emitting a faint glow, a certain religious sect. Shenyu frowned, and the armor silently landed in stealth mode. He stood silently on the roof, peering into the room through the cobweb-covered skylight. The figures in black robes moved through the room, their forms appearing grotesque and terrifying in the dim candlelight. They were silent, not a sound uttered in the vast room, like ghosts emerging from the abyss. Their faces were shrouded in darkness beneath their hoods, and their eyes gleamed with an eerie light. At the far end of the room, Shenyu saw something that resembled an altar. Looking deeper through the walls, one could see a space resembling a storage room. Inside were corpses. The nameless dead were covered in strange and intricate patterns etched in blood, each one dying a gruesome death with a grotesque face. The figures in black robes surrounded the altar, motionless like statues, the one at the head, who appeared to be a leader, stepped forward, dagger in hand. He slowly extended his left hand, revealing dry, pale skin beneath his black sleeve. The dagger grazed the dry skin, leaving a thin line of blood. Blood flowed from his hands onto the altar, then strangely, bubbles began to rise from the altar and the thick, black blood seemed to emanate from within, quickly forming a pool of blood until it overflowed and dripped down the edges. Almighty and great Lord, if you can hear me, please send down divine pronouncements to guide the lost sheep. Clang, the skylight shattered, and the steel body descended from the sky, landing steadily in the center of the room among a group of believers. All the men in black robes froze, staring wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing steel body. The oracle really came. Is it really that effective? Instead, the black-robed man who appeared to be the leader and was holding the dagger suddenly changed his expression. Realizing something was wrong, no. This isn't the oracle intruder, take him down. All the men in black robes changed their expressions and drew their weapons. Some brandished machetes, some sickles, some chain hammers, and others carried crossbows. The scene looked rather primitive, reminiscent of a tribal conflict in the African jungle. But when Shen Yu looked around, his sensors actually detected some peculiar energy reactions on these people. Some strange frequencies, though not strong, lingered around all the black-robed men and their weapons, like some kind of energy field, simultaneously enhancing their weapons and physical attributes. A magical fluctuation. So this group isn't just some random charlatan. Judging by their appearance, they might actually be related to some kind of evil god. Of course, it made no difference to Shen Yu, since it was all experience anyway. We're fighting an evil god, take him, the leader. A man in black robes brandished a crossbow with burning arrows and shouted fiercely, "For the Supreme Lord," as he spoke. The man in black robes pulled the trigger, and arrows shot out. At the same moment, Shen Yu also moved. The mobile armor swayed slightly, its form appearing to flicker only briefly. To an ordinary person, it might even seem like an illusion. It hadn't actually left its spot. He then reached out and caught the flying magic arrow with a snap. The entire room was filled with men in black robes lying haphazardly on the floor. High-speed movement, a silver hook struck his cheek, and even with his divine power enhancing him, he felt as if his jawbone had been shattered. He roared and instinctively swung his fist in the direction from which the punch had come. But halfway through the punch, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder blade. A powerful chop had almost dislocated his arm. He tried to kick butt before he could even exert any force. He felt a sudden sharp kick to his shin. The excruciating pain, as if his leg bone were breaking, neutralized his flying kick before it could even take shape. The two fought fiercely while flying at high speed, flitting among the towering buildings like butterflies among flowers. Shen Yu controlled the pace of the battle, intentionally avoiding buildings and busy areas while unleashing his combos. In an instant, the two had flown out of the city and into the suburbs. Avoiding civilians and disaster control are equally essential lessons, fundamental principles ingrained in the DNA of every citizen of the Land of Light. Otherwise, who knows when some guy might suddenly appear on a rooftop and deliver a classic, "What have you been protecting?" JPG message. A knee strike that nearly made the doctor vomit his bile was followed by a 360-degree aerial spin and a single-leg whirlwind. Doctor. Savannah plummeted downwards with a transparent impact that exploded in midair, crashing thousands of meters into a forest. The shattered air was compressed into a massive sonic boom, a deafening impact that uprooted trees under an invisible force. Countless birds took flight in panic, and tattered branches and torn bark flew everywhere. Doctor. Savannah shook his bald head and staggered to his feet from the crater he had fallen into. "He's too strong, I can't beat him," the doctor said in a panic. Don't be nervous, you're immortal now. Arrogance whispered in his ear. But be careful to protect your eyes and don't let him get close. A deafening roar drowned out all other sounds. It was the explosion of Ultraman landing after chasing him from the sky. The shockwave like a tsunami. The alternating red and silver colors were stretched into a blurry afterimage by the ultra-high-speed movement, breaking through the dust waves and rushing towards the doctor's location. Dr. Savannah hurriedly extended his right palm, and lightning shot out from his palm to meet the afterimage. But the afterimage suddenly changed direction, and in a flash it had already flashed to the right flank, continuing to charge forward without slowing down Dr. Savannah's reaction was extremely fast. Enhanced by divine power, he unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, his divine power flowing wildly as if it were free. And bolts of lightning shot out from his hands one after another. Trees were snapped in half, lawns were charred black, and debris flew wildly among the interwoven electric grid. For a moment lightning crackled through the forest, but the red and silver afterimages flickered and danced between the flashes, never quite reaching the edge. No, he's too fast, I can't keep up, you can do it. The arrogant voice continued to ring in his ears. Everyone looked down on you. Everyone thought you couldn't do it. But we discovered your potential. Think about those who bullied you and looked down on you. You are destined for greatness, Thaddeus Savannah. Become the person you want to be. After being given a dose of chicken soup, Dr. Savannah's face began to twitch violently. His life was a failure. Countless images flashed through his mind, and hateful faces passed before his eyes, for example. His older brother who bullied him since childhood, and his father who never respected him. I agree with you. Dr. Savannah's expression gradually turned sinister, and the electric light in his eyes intensified. I want them to know, I want them all to see my power. I will be the god of this world, as he roared. His magic seemed to surge, and lightning radiated from his entire body, like a magical frenzy, until the red and silver whirlwind suddenly swept past him. The lightning stopped abruptly. Dr. Savannah remained standing in place with his arms outstretched, looking up at the sky in a childish pose, and a perverted smile on his face. Half a second later, I realized something was wrong and instinctively tried to blink. Only then did he realize with shock, damn it. Where are my eyes? Turning his head in horror, he discovered that his magical right eye had turned into a ball of light, which was being held in the hand of Ultraman, who was passing by him at supersonic speed. Such a show-off. Shenyu pinched the magic orb he had successfully obtained. He's not even the main character, yet he wants to unleash his full power. 7,000 words today. Please vote with monthly tickets at the end of the month. Chapter 108, The Black-Robed Crowd. In a dark dimension, a pair of evil eyes quietly opened. Belial furtively looked up, glancing left and right before meeting his brother Soraka's disdainful gaze. How come you're dead again? Soraka asked coldly. Belial hesitated for a moment, then said sullenly, I was careless. I think the problem lies in your thinking. Soraka said coldly, do you have some kind of problem with our great father? Don't make false accusations. Belial's face flushed red. Just a few clones. You've already given away 3. Your strength wasn't great to begin with, so you're probably even less useful now, Soraka sneered. That's the truth. Defeating the clone won't harm the main body, but it's impossible to say it has no impact whatsoever. Losing 3 clones will inevitably deplete your energy and significantly affect your strength and condition. It's not my fault I'm being targeted, Belial shouted. It's that wretched creature of light again. It's always there wherever I go. This guy's got some issues. Wherever I go, the moment I step out the door, a blinding flash of light hits me. What can I do? Belial spread his paws, once again expressing his helplessness. Oh, so all 3 heads were given to the same person. Soraka was even more disdainful. I remember there's a saying among humans. Even a donkey won't fall into the same hole twice, right? Belial roared. What did you say? I said you're 03. I really was trying to hold them off. But that creature of light had a strange set of armor and kept chasing and bombarding me. I couldn't beat it and I couldn't run away either. You can go and see the afterimages left behind by my clone if you don't believe me. 03 Shut up, Belial. Having taken down 5 of the 7 heads of the 7 deadly sins, and even received an additional bonus, Shenyu was in high spirits after another successful raid. He returned to his armor and began the return journey. The battle armor was set to be managed by a third party, allowing Pal to fly back along the planned return route. During this time, Shenyu continued his study and research using the built-in interface. He's recently acquired quite a few alien gadgets, and there's so much knowledge about different star systems waiting for him to digest. Even with his brain's processing speed, time is still very tight. There's just too much knowledge and content for him to learn. Lately, it seems that the super brain of the little Kryptonian I raised at home has been developed to a considerable extent. Shenyu has thought more than once that he can start to consider having Kara as his research assistant. Anyway, says she goes to school every day. But she definitely doesn't actually go to learn anything. On one hand, it's to experience life and integrate into human society. But on the other hand, it's really just because she thinks it's fun anyway. She has a lot of free time every day. And it's a waste of resources for her super brain to be running around all day. Shenyu planned to find her some work to do when he got back today, to help him out and share some of the research pressure. Drip drop tilde. A notification sound from inside the armor interrupted his thoughts. Pal, what's going on? That's a notification that the negative phase fluctuation radar has been triggered. Sir, show me the mark. Shenyu glanced at the display on the interface. The intensity wasn't low, even by Gotham's standards. Moreover, it was basically on the same route as his return journey. After a moment's thought, Shenyu took over the piloting from Pal and turned to fly towards the radar coordinates. An old-fashioned warehouse. The night wind blew through the old buildings, sounding like a low groan, or the unwilling howl of forgotten souls. Dark red bricks were exposed through cracked walls, and intricate magic circles were drawn everywhere on the walls and floors. Ancient and strange characters were engraved with mysterious runes, emitting a faint glow, a certain religious sect. Shenyu frowned, and the armor silently landed in stealth mode. He stood silently on the roof, peering into the room through the cobweb-covered skylight. The figures in black robes moved through the room, their forms appearing grotesque and terrifying in the dim candlelight. They were silent, not a sound uttered in the vast room, like ghosts emerging from the abyss. Their faces were shrouded in darkness beneath their hoods, and their eyes gleamed with an eerie light. At the far end of the room, Shenyu saw something that resembled an altar. Looking deeper through the walls, one could see a space resembling a storage room. Inside were corpses. The nameless dead were covered in strange and intricate patterns etched in blood, each one dying a gruesome death with a grotesque face. The figures in black robes surrounded the altar, motionless like statues. The one at the head, who appeared to be a leader, stepped forward, dagger in hand. He slowly extended his left hand, revealing dry, pale skin beneath his black sleeve. The dagger grazed the dry skin, leaving a thin line of blood. Blood flowed from his hands onto the altar, then strangely, bubbles began to rise from the altar, and the thick, black blood seemed to emanate from within, quickly forming a pool of blood until it overflowed and dripped down the edges. Almighty and great Lord, if you can hear me, please send down divine pronouncements to guide the lost sheep. Clang, the skylight shattered, and the steel body descended from the sky, landing steadily in the center of the room among a group of believers. All the men in black robes froze, staring wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing steel body. The oracle really came. Is it really that effective? Instead, the black-robed man who appeared to be the leader and was holding the dagger suddenly changed his expression. Realizing something was wrong, no. This isn't the oracle intruder, take him down. All the men in black robes changed their expressions and drew their weapons. Some brandished machetes, some sickles, some chain hammers. and others carried crossbows. The scene looked rather primitive, reminiscent of a tribal conflict in the African jungle. But when Shen Yu looked around, his sensors actually detected some peculiar energy reactions on these people. Some strange frequencies, though not strong, lingered around all the black-robed men and their weapons, like some kind of energy field, simultaneously enhancing their weapons and physical attributes. A magical fluctuation. So this group isn't just some random charlatan. Judging by their appearance, they might actually be related to some kind of evil god. Of course, it made no difference to Shen Yu, since it was all experience anyway. We're fighting an evil god, take him, the leader. A man in black robes brandished a crossbow with burning arrows and shouted fiercely. For the Supreme Lord, as he spoke, the man in black robes pulled the trigger, and arrows shot out. At the same moment, Shen Yu also moved. The mobile armor swayed slightly, its form appearing to flicker only briefly. To an ordinary person, it might even seem like an illusion. It hadn't actually left its spot. He then reached out and caught the flying magic arrow with a snap. The entire room was filled with men in black robes lying haphazardly on the floor. When the remaining leader in black robes realized that he had become a lone commander in the blink of an eye, his expression changed drastically, and his face gradually became furious, without even moving a finger, as if he had only thought of it. All the enemies in the room had already kicked the bucket. What kind of powerful ability must that be? The sudden burst of mock movement made Shen Yu fast enough to sweep through the entire warehouse in an instant. After he finished, he returned to his original position unhurriedly. Before the crossbow bolt he had just released even arrived. I have some questions to ask, and I hope you can cooperate. Shen Yu arrived before this last follower. Does the master you speak of have a name? Shen Yu asked. The magical reactions on their bodies weren't strong, but that was enough to show that there was indeed a truly dangerous person behind the scenes. The cultist stared at him menacingly, saying nothing, but pointed to the ceiling. Shen Yu looked up at the sound and couldn't help but squint slightly. A huge mural is carved on the ceiling. The abstract painting style and simple lines vividly depict a grotesque figure. The blood-red body and the 3 pairs of 6 golden demonic eyes are enough to exhaust any mortal's sanity simply by looking directly at this abstract work. Lord of the 3 Palaces. Chapter 109 is never going to end, is it? Upon seeing the mural, Shen Yu quickly guessed the identities of these people. The Blood Cult is an organization composed of followers of the 3 Palaces Lord. So in a sense, it can be considered a vast organization with footprints across the multiverse. Although branches in different universes have never met, their ultimate goal is very simple and singular: to summon the arrival of Sanamia. The blood cultists themselves aren't particularly terrifying, but what's truly alarming is the Sanamia organization they represent. The existence of this organization in this world signifies that the current universe has begun to be targeted by Sanamia. It was inevitable that the blood cult would notice and begin to target Raven. After all, the blood cult were Sangu's most direct and powerful subordinates outside his direct reach. And although Sangu could not descend in person, he could bestow demonic power upon the blood cult. These people are worth being wary of. The moment they were corrupted by the 3 Palaces, the blood cultists had essentially abandoned the human soul. So there was no reason to show them any mercy. He quickly and easily took down the hideout along the way, and by the time Shen Yu returned, it was already quite late. He then dragged the old wizard down to the underground to briefly interrogate Kinglin, who had just been imprisoned, and confirmed that Astra's husband Norn was indeed plotting to take over Earth. Rosberg is currently in a state of flux, and its exact coordinates are still uncertain. However, Shen Yu can obtain more detailed information about Rosberg's troop deployment and the Great Purge system from Kinglin, allowing him to develop contingency plans in advance as a precaution. Although the 7 deadly sins had been sealed away, their attacks served as a stark reminder to the old wizard. Shen Yu's return and mention of the encounter with the blood cult on the return journey only deepened the old wizard's worries. He increasingly sensed that a challenging era was about to begin, and the world would once again need the power of Shazam the Thunder. But his old arms and legs were simply too weak to continue. His body could no longer withstand the power of the six gods, and the next transformation might be his final act. It seems we need to step up our efforts in finding a successor. However, this wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. The old wizard had spent thousands of years searching for this person, always feeling that each candidate was lacking in some way or some aspect. And the longer he searched, the less willing he was to compromise. He felt that if he spent so much time and ended up finding someone who was inadequate, wouldn't all those thousands of years have become a joke? But now he feels the world is fraught with danger, and it's time to step up his efforts. So for the next few days, the old wizard spent almost all his time in the Rock of Eternity, using the full power of his search charm to expand its range to the maximum. Compared to the past, he relaxed the conditions, bringing in anyone whose conditions seemed to be compatible with him for testing purposes. This time he also added a hypnotic spell. All the candidates pulled into the Rock of Eternity would be in a sleepwalking state, not fully conscious. This would make it easier for the old wizard to recognize their true appearance. After several days, no candidate was found, and the old wizard was so angry that he was jumping up and down. For example, a certain fat guy among the test takers on the first day, named the old wizard, asked Eisen Pamir, "Essen, tell me about yourself. Tell me the 3 most wicked things you've ever done in your life." Peeping at my sister taking a bath. Peeping at my sister taking a bath, and peeping at my sister taking a bath. The old wizard's face darkened. "I meant 3 items." "It's 3 things," the fat man said honestly. "I started peeping at my sister taking a bath when I was 9 years old. 3 times a week for 8 years. Ha, you're quite persistent." The old wizard waved his sleeve. "Get lost." With a flick of his sleeve, the scene rewound as if in reverse, and the fat man was kicked out of the Rock of Eternity. Then there's another oddball named George Salinas. "Tell me the 3 most evil things you've ever done in your life." "My nephew and niece are actually my sons and—" "All right, you can get lost now." That night, the old wizard reflected on the matter and felt that perhaps relaxing the conditions was a bit too much. So he revised the spell overnight and reperformed the ritual the next day after calibrating the scope. To everyone's surprise, a heavyweight contestant showed up that day, the heavy, jet black uniform, the pointed cross-section helmet, the flowing cape, and that iconic bat. Even the old wizard sitting on the throne of the Rock of Eternity was taken aback. Batman, the old wizard in Gotham, had long heard of this man's reputation. And in fact, they had met once before when Kara had picked him up from a dumpster. The old wizard had a fairly good impression of him at their first meeting. Although it was only a cursory glance, he felt that the man seemed to be a decent person. Although this person seems a bit sinister and strange. If I relax my requirements a little, maybe he can meet my needs. The old wizard had a newfound expectation for the candidate and asked, "Name of Batman's?" The dark silhouette in the shadows said menacingly, "No. I mean your name, your real name, not your nicknames." The old wizard explained, "I am Batman, old wizard." He was momentarily stunned before he began to understand. The candidates who came to the temple were all hypnotized consciousnesses, answering based on instinct. This meant that this person genuinely believed he was Batman, and the so-called real name beneath the mask was just a disguise. He really is a weirdo. With that thought in mind, the old wizard stopped asking questions and gently floated down to Batman's side. "Let me see what's in your heart. Let me see if you're a good match." The old wizard looked surprised. "Your spirit is resisting me, but that's impossible. This is the Rock of Eternity. No one can be here. How did you manage to do it?" The somber voice rang out again, "Because I am Batman." All right, I already know that. No need to emphasize it." Sensing that the other party's consciousness was breaking free from his spell, the old wizard quickened his pace. A spell that allows him to peer into the heart, enables him to try to understand why this man dons the cloak. The goal he fights for. and the driving force behind his progress. That will determine whether he is worthy of Shazam's divine power. However, the old wizard didn't even get to see the answers he wanted. He only saw darkness, boundless darkness, far greater than the most wicked person he had ever seen in his 9,000 years of life. Seemed to devour the entire world, impossible. The old wizard was stunned once again. How can a person's heart contain such immense darkness? What kind of mind can withstand such darkness without being driven mad? What's even stranger is that someone with such a vast and dark inner world can still act so normally. He could even dedicate his wealth and energy life and everything to fighting crime and eliminating darkness. Shouldn't this person become psychologically twisted and turn into a supervillain who takes revenge on society and destroys the world? Extremely rare. The old wizard felt that this human situation seemed to have touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. This is impossible. He frowned, finding it inexplicable. How could you possibly remain normal than a superhero? In such darkness, then that somber voice appeared again. Because I am Batman, the old wizard. No, is this never going to end? Chapter 110, Encrypted Channel, Gotham, Wayne Manor. Young Master Bruce, young Master Bruce. Bruce Wayne slowly opened his eyes and found that he had fallen asleep at the table in front of the Bat computer without even realizing it. Alfred placed the silver plate on the table beside him. Looks like Batman's been up all night again. That's not good, Alfred said earnestly. Batman may have no limits, but you do, Bruce. I'm glad you took my advice and started working with Commissioner Gordon. But I think you could give him a little more trust. Gotham won't suddenly disappear just because Batman is absent for a night now and then. Not yet, at least until I catch this scarecrow. Bruce regained his composure within seconds of opening his eyes and started typing away on his keyboard again. I have a lead. The scarecrow is very likely Dr. Jonathan Klein's. The fear toxin he developed can erode a person's nerves and create hallucinations of fear. Yes, yesterday there's a scarecrow. Tomorrow there's a dog-tailed man, Alfred sighed softly. Even after the Riddler's capture, Batman hasn't been idle, continuing his daily battles of wits with Gotham's criminals. He recently took down crime tycoon Maroni, and now the Roman Falcon is being cornered by him. Meanwhile, a mutant called Killer Croc emerges from the sewers, and shortly after dealing with him, a psychopath calling himself Professor Pigface appears. It's strange, really, back when the Romans were in power. Gotham was actually quite orderly. It was just that gangsters were everywhere. Drugs were rampant, and the police and criminals were in cahoots, with an average of 10 or 8 people dying every day. Since Batman came along, mob bosses have fallen, and street crime rates have plummeted. However, lunatics dressed like they came from a circus have started to spring up everywhere. The citizens of Gotham spent decades finally escaping hell, only to find themselves stumbling into a mental hospital. Bruce stopped typing and frowned. I think I had a dream. I dreamt of a wizard in some kind of huge hall. But I can't remember the details, Alfred shrugged. Everyone dreams, this time it's different. This time it feels very real, Bruce said. Alfred shook his head. Many people find dreams very real. There's nothing strange about that. But this is different, Bruce frowned. He instinctively felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. You wouldn't be suggesting that it was Bat Dream, would you, young master? What? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought you liked to put Bat before everything. Alfred started counting on his fingers. Batmobile, Batplane, Batclaw, and I even saw a piece of equipment in the cave called Bat Shark Repellent. Does Batman have plans for a water vacation, Bruce? Batman has been busy for several days organizing meet and greets with his future fan club. And Arkham's business is booming. Shenyu hasn't been idle either, dragging Kara downstairs to help him with development. Kara wasn't actually opposed to scientific research. After all, she had a scientist father. After Shenyu's guidance, she started by slowly working through the technology of her own Kryptonian homeworld. As a native Kryptonian with a super brain, she should theoretically learn very quickly. After his first encounter with the blood cult of Sanamia's fans, Shen Yu scanned the scene and brought back a small stone that caught his attention. Carried by the leader of that small group was a small, dark stone that seemed unremarkable at first glance. However, a deep scan revealed that it contained some kind of magical energy. But it required the right method to activate it. Shen Yu took it to the old wizard, who was currently dissatisfied with his failure in finding a successor that day. The world is going to the dogs. Each generation is worse than the last. The old wizard muttered. And that bad, it's quite the oddball too. Shen Yu casually asked, did you meet this person? His name is Billy Batson. That little brat from the orphanage. He even stole a patrol officer's sandwich. So it seems we've run into one. Of course, why ask that? You don't actually think I'd entrust my divine power to some immature, delusional kiddo you. What if he uses my power to make videos and upload them to YouTube to attract attention? The old wizard kept blowing on his beard. Even if I die out of my life and take my divine power with me to the grave, I will never choose a brat who hasn't even grown up yet to take my divine power with me. Shen Yu, for some reason, I suddenly felt like I smelled a wonderful aroma. Okay, whatever makes you happy. After finally calming the old wizard down, Shen Yu handed him the newly acquired stone. The old wizard studied it for a moment and quickly said, Demon magic descends specifically to win over followers. It allows the demon's followers to cross spatial barriers and communicate with each other using special spatial methods. Only the corresponding demonic power can activate its operation. Any other incorrect activation will only lead to self-destruction. After the description, Shen Yu understood. It's a magical communicator used exclusively by believers. Right. It can only be activated with magic bestowed by the demon they worship, which is equivalent to encryption. It's an encrypted channel that only their own people can access. However, it is well known that the blood cult's faith is in the Three Palaces demon, and the Three Palaces demon's magic. It seems there really are some. The next day, when Raven came to learn from the old wizard as usual, Shen Yu immediately took out a stone for her to try. And it actually worked. Raven poured her magic into it, and the purplish-black magic spread along the patterns on the surface of the magic stone, like water being poured into an empty groove. The stone immediately entered an activated state. Shen Yu took the stone back to the lab and studied it. He recorded the stone's condition and the effects of Raven's magic. After making adjustments, he ensured that stimulating the stone with a specific frequency of light would achieve the same effect, so that Raven wouldn't need to activate it every time in the future. Halfway through the research, the Philosopher's Stone began to glow that very night, releasing a specific kind of energy. Could it be an incoming call with a thought? Shen Yu activated the stone using the method he had just discovered. His consciousness entered the stone, and after a moment of dizziness, he seemed to fall into a dark space. It was pitch black all around, making it impossible to see the specific scene. However, several men in black robes surrounded them, dressed similarly to the leader that Shen Yu had previously killed. It is not a physical entity, but rather a kind of mental space that allows consciousness to communicate remotely. Looking down again, I saw that I was dressed exactly the same way. I was also wearing a black robe, which seemed to be the default image for this space. You're late. The speaker was a black-robed figure in the very center, who appeared to be in a leadership position. And he spoke calmly. Was something held you up? Several men in black robes turned their gazes toward them from the darkness. Shen Yu's mind raced. They seemed unaware that their followers had been wiped out. And considering this is Gotham, it's Batman, he said. He's been targeting me lately, and it took a little effort to shake him off. Not bad. But we should still be careful to keep a low profile. We don't want to attract unnecessary attention before the Lord's arrival. The men in black robes responded in unison, receive. Receive. Seeing this, Shen Yu replied, received. He then fell silent and observed from the shadows. These all look like high-ranking members of the blood cult. If one were to infiltrate among them, One might be able to extract information about the organization, glean insights into the divine pronouncements and movements of Lord Sangu, and even have the opportunity to secretly interfere with the deployments that Sangu is attempting to make in this dimension. Even more so if he develops well enough. By the time Sangu wants to open the door in the future, he might have already become a high-ranking member of the organization. Chapter 111 is too fast, isn't it? 4 o'clock in the afternoon at a mythology museum. What we are seeing now is pottery made by the ancient Greeks. The guide stood beside the group, pointing to a small ceramic jar in a glass case. The jar, about a foot tall, was cylindrical and made of fine clay, covered with a pale yellow glaze. Even more striking is the unsettling figure at the center of the jar. It is a female figure with inhuman features, high cheekbones and a slightly protruding nose, long hair entwined with snakes, and snake eyes staring straight ahead, as if they can penetrate the barriers of time and space. This is Medusa, the terrifying serpent-headed gorgon in Greek mythology. Anyone who is looked directly at by her eyes will be turned to stone. But the legend is not entirely true. Medusa was once a stunningly beautiful young woman, but she was extremely arrogant and boasted that she was more beautiful than the goddess Athena. But when these words reached Athena's ears, the goddess flew into a rage and cursed her, stealing her beauty and transforming her into a hideous serpent-headed monster. Sorry to interrupt," a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a strikingly beautiful woman among the tourists. She was tall and slender, with long hair like a waterfall in the nighttime delicate. Elegant facial features. She is the kind of rare woman who, no matter when or where's, automatically becomes the focus of attention for all the men in the room just by standing there. Actually, I didn't want to say this, but what you just introduced is just one version of the myth. The woman stepped out of the crowd and said with a smile, "But the Amazons believe that it is a dramatic embellishment of the Medusa story. In the original records, Medusa was a natural-born siren. She is extremely dangerous. A formidable opponent even the gods fear, therefore. If you encounter her, please do not show her any mercy." Oh, right. And you also mentioned something about Hades earlier. You guys seem to think Hades is some kind of demon, that he controls hell, but that's not accurate. Hades' realm is actually the underworld. The underworld is the destination of all the souls of the dead, not a place of punishment for sinners. Heroes and mortals alike go to the underworld after death. The woman seemed to realize she had forgotten something as she spoke. Oh, I'm not saying this to say anything good about Hades. He's a god, not a demon, but he's not exactly a good god either. In fact, they once tried to force me to marry him. But luckily I escaped. By the way, he's also my uncle. He's pretty crazy, but you know how it is. They're all like that. Everyone was stunned as they listened to her speak, their brains seemingly struggling to process the information they had just received. The tour guide hesitated for a moment before asking, "Miss, may I ask who you are?" "Diana, Prince, just call me Diana." Diana gave a gentle smile, however. The same expression gives off a sunny and infectious feeling on Superman's face. But on her it gives off a queen-like and approachable feeling. The conversation might have continued if it hadn't been for a commotion outside that drew everyone's attention. Diana joined the crowd on the sidewalk outside the venue, where a large number of passers-by had already gathered. People pointed and whispered among themselves, while others held up their phones to take pictures and videos of the sky. Diana followed their gaze and saw that darkness had silently enveloped the sky. The sun was obscured, as if being slowly devoured by some unknown creature, until the sunlight was completely swallowed up. The dark sun hung in the deep sky, and the remaining halo on its surface formed a dazzling ring, like a huge diamond hanging on the horizon, eclipse. But there was no prior notice. Diana's expression turned serious, as if she sensed that something was about to happen. Sure enough, just a dozen seconds later, screams pierced the street. The crowd heading northwest along the street suddenly began to flee, accompanied by panicked screams. Diana quickly pushed her way through the crowd and immediately saw the source of the riot. A group of chilling skeletons, they wore silver chainmail, helmets adorned with soaring wings, and exquisite bronze shoulder armor. In their right hands were steel blades, etched with the marks of time. In their left hands were shields as hard as rock, covered with thick bronze panels. Hera. Diana frowned slightly, with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. She spun around, throwing off all her clothes and attire. When she came to a stop, she was dressed in light Amazonian armor and boots. Silver brasser sand, a golden crown, Wonder Woman. She drew her sword with a whoosh. Just as she was about to charge, she suddenly heard a booming sound coming from the side. Turning her head, she saw a red and silver armored vehicle slowly landing. Diana, Prince Shen Yu, who had fallen following the unusual magical reaction, was somewhat surprised to see this person. You know me. Diana was taken aback. I've met your mother and she's mentioned you to me. But let's deal with this trouble first before we talk in detail. Diana was puzzled but with the enemy at hand. It was not the time to talk, so she nodded and drew her sword. The number of skeleton soldiers on the street was increasing, surging in from 4 directions. Diana locked onto the path Ahid pushed off with her boots, and with a shout was already off the bowstring, instantly charging into the horde of monsters. Wonder Woman's stats are basically well-rounded, with no major weaknesses including super speed. While she might not be as fast as Superman or the Flash in a league full of superhumans, she's still easily faster than a bullet even in her normal state. A blur of motion too fast to see clearly, followed by a silver, gleaming blade as it sliced through the horde of skeletons. Diana moved in and out 7 times in a matter of seconds, and by the time she brought herself to a stop with her final slide, the skeletons behind her had already crumbled and scattered across the ground. 1 wave is done, 3 waves remain. Diana stopped and turned around about to charge again, but then paused in surprise at a glance. All the skeletons in the other 3 directions had disintegrated, their parts scattered all over the ground. The red and silver metal monster stood there with its arms crossed, watching. Judging from their posture, it seemed they had been waiting for her for quite some time. Diana was slightly surprised. She is blessed with superhuman strength hand to this day. There are few who can rival her in speed. How could he be so fast? Just as she was stunned, another loud crash came from behind her. Diana turned around and saw that the museum wall had been smashed open by a strange force, and a stone sculpture of armor that should have been an exhibit had come to life. The towering helmet, with its intricately decorated reliefs, looked like a glaring beast, wielding a giant sword and roaring as it charged towards Diana. Diana was startled but not afraid at all. Instead, her fighting spirit surged. She turned a round sword in hand, her eyes sharp, and charged head-on at the massive stone sculpture churning with magical energy. Before she could even take a step, a streak of azure light swept past her head. The stone sculpture's chest was pierced through with a deafening roar, and for a moment, azure lightning crackled within the enormous hole. Seconds later, the massive sculpture exploded, sending countless fragments flying everywhere. Diana, who was in a charging stance, abruptly stopped in her tracks. Sword in hand, she slowly turned her head to look at the blue light spots and the red-silver body that was dissipating from her hands. The strange look in his eyes seemed to say something. You're moving way too fast. This is the 4th update today with over 9,000 words. Requesting monthly votes on the last day of the month. Chapter 112, Aren't the Dolphins a Bit Too Outrageous? Coffee. Back in his own coffee shop, Shen Yu sat down opposite Diana and handed her the coffee menu along the table. No, thank you, Diana shook her head. I don't really like coffee, I prefer beer. Okay. Shen Yu took back the menu and shrugged. What a pity. I was hoping you could try our Song of Ice and Fire. A Song of Ice and Fire, this name piqued Diana's interest. Oh, this week's new product is an ice cream coffee. It's been receiving rave reviews so far. Diana's eyes seemed to light up when she heard the word ice cream. Wait a minute, she pulled the menu back from Shen Yu's hand. I've been thinking. Coffee helps a soldier improve his alertness and focus. So I'll have a cup. Shen Yu's expression was a half-smile. How about a classic Americano? No, I mean that A Song of Ice and Fire. Diana said seriously, add more ice cream. But I don't think ice cream is good for soldiers. It will damage their muscles. Only mortals can do that, Diana said with pride. Shenyu thought to himself that the fat otaku Thor from the neighboring M family might have a different opinion. But it didn't matter. The old wizard behind the counter smirked. What an dishonest demigod. Is this what you modern people call tsundere, Kara? Who was also behind the counter, looked at the old man with a look that seemed to say, that makes sense. But you don't seem to have the right to say that, meow. Even Stryker, the Kryptonian cat who was lying on the side licking milk, took time out of his busy schedule to express his agreement. That lady is so cool. Kara leaned on the counter, tilting her head. But I thought Carl was already being quite perfunctory with just glasses as a disguise. She actually skipped the glasses altogether. Seriously, doesn't anyone recognize her? The Amazons are proud of their extraordinary abilities and their innate divine power. They look down on all living things in the world, and their nature is to express themselves rather than restrain or hide them. The old wizard said in this respect, she is the complete opposite of your cousin who grew up among humans. He's my cousin, Kara corrected in fact. Shenyu wasn't as concerned about concealing his identity as superheroes. Admittedly, revealing his alien identity would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. But it didn't bother Shenyu ultimately. His true form is actually Ultraman. The identity of Shenyu is merely a disguise for him. So what if he's exposed? He can simply change his location, change his face and become a completely new character. So when he can avoid showing his face in public, he wears a disguise. But if the disguise is accidentally revealed, it doesn't really matter. Diana's mindset was actually similar to his. She naturally disliked pretense. And having lived in the human world for a century without aging, changing locations, and altering her appearance were commonplace for her. She also didn't care about her identity like Superman did. So your mother told you I needed help? Diana asked. That's it. I don't think so, Diana said calmly but confidently. I can handle my own problems, I think so too. But your mother said this situation is special. Involving your background, she said you. Actually, I wasn't made of clay. My father is Zeus, I know that, Diana said calmly. You already knew. The classic origin story of Wonder Woman. Queen Hippolyta implored the gods to grant her a child, Zeus, the father of the gods in the world's #1 pile driver, personally intervened saying, Queen, I have heard your prayer given your piety. The father has decided to grant your request. First, you should lie down obediently. And so Diana came into being. Yes, I met Eris, the god of war. Not long after I came to the mortal world. And he told me the truth, Diana said calmly. That was a long time ago. Well, that's roughly how it is, Shenyu said. And that's what led to the situation you're facing now. Hera, I know she wants to kill me, as Diana spoke. She pulled a stack of documents from her handbag. What is this? Shenyu took the document and opened it. The first page he saw was the case file of a missing person case. Hera's victims, Diana said. I've been traveling around for some time, gathering intelligence on them. These people were all killed by Hera or her men. Shenyu flipped through several pages and found that the following pages contained case files of murders and disappearances from various places, all of which were unsolved cases that the criminal investigation system could not crack. Are they all Zeus's offspring? Shenyu glanced at the thickness of the documents. Good heavens, no wonder he's Olympus's #1 stallion. He's incredibly prolific, I categorized them. The first half is Zeus's lovers, and the second half is his offspring, Diana said. Shenyu opened the first half. The first few pages seemed normal, featuring mostly young and pretty girls. But when he turned to the 7th page, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. Why is there a man here? Well, considering that the subject of this discussion is Zeus, it doesn't seem so strange that there are men among them. It's safe to say that he truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 pile driver on Olympus. Even his physiognomy follows his facial features. As long as someone is good-looking, gender can be a secondary consideration. If Zeus were to encounter someone handsome enough, he might even consider changing his gender. Having accepted this premise, Shenyu tried his best to appear calm and collected. Continuing to turn the pages, however, he couldn't hold back his composure after only 2 pages. Dolphins, seriously, Shenyu looked up blankly. Diana wore an awkward yet polite wry smile. Forget it, I don't want to know any more. Shenyu slammed the thick folder shut. Judging by the thickness and quantity, Hera must have put in a lot of effort. Zeus charged ahead firing cannons, while Hera chased after them, capturing people all over the world. Here's a joke, Hera is the goddess who protects families and marriages. I'm not worried about Hera herself. There's nothing I can't handle, Diana said in a deep voice. But during this time I've discovered something else. Something more worthy of attention. What? A prophecy, Diana said. I don't know the specifics yet. I only know that such a prophecy exists. But it said that the Olympian gods have been thrown into a state of panic by that prophecy. The prophecy seems to mention someone who will die. And the fall of a god. There are indications that it may be related to Zeus and his descendants. Yes, that area has indeed shrunk considerably. Shenyu nodded. It probably only encompasses most of Olympus and an unknown number of demigods across the entire Earth. Tonight I've arranged to meet a friend from Olympus. Perhaps the only one among the gods I trust. He might be able to tell me more. Interested in coming together, Chapter 113 Olympus. Mount Etna inside, the room was a warm reddish space. Filled with intense heat, a pool of lava surrounded the room. Its surface churning with fiery flames that emitted intense light and heat. The air was so hot that simply approaching it would suffocate any mortal. As Shenyu walked among the furnaces, he scanned the surrounding environment with his armor. It wasn't just simple high temperatures. Magical fluctuations permeated the room. The massive furnace roared, and the metal materials on the workbenches and racks along the way were imbued with magical aura. On the surface it resembled an ancient traditional forge. But even the most unassuming blocks of metal were not ordinary materials from the mortal realm. Your friend is a weapons fanatic, Shenyu said as he scanned the device. His name is Hephaestus, Diana said. The god of fire of Olympus. Shenyu naturally recognized the name, the story of Vulcan. Placed in Olympus, would be considered a classic tale of a loser's rise to power. As the son of Hera, the queen of the godson Zeus, the king of the gods was remarkably ugly. Hera was greatly shocked by her son's ugliness, rejected him, and casually threw him off a cliff, knowing from a young age that he was a despised loser among the gods. Hephaestus worked desperately and, with his extraordinary talent, fought his way back to Olympus. He not only won the position of the 12 Olympian gods, but also married Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Olympus. A classic underdog's rise to power. Starting from being abandoned by his own mother, he becomes one of the 12 main gods, climbs to the pinnacle of divine life, and marries a beautiful and wealthy woman. He is also the god of forging, the foremost craftsman of Olympus and a master of weapons. Diana said he even forged Zeus's lightning bolt, Apollo's golden chariot and Athena's shield, But now Athena's relationship with him is very strained. Why Athena wanted Hephaestus to forge armor for her, and he offered to pay her with ecstatic pleasure. When Athena refused, he forced himself on her. Is that so? He didn't succeed in the end, no. But the result of that event was that the Earth Mother Gaia became pregnant. Shenyu, he suddenly felt that his quantum brain could no longer function. No, what does this have to do with Gaia? A quick Google search on the armor's built-in computer actually yielded relevant mythological accounts. It said that Hephaestus, in his attempt to assault Athena, missed and struck her thigh with a cannonball. Athena wiped it off with a parchment and casually tossed it to the ground. thus inadvertently causing Gaia, the earth goddess, to give birth to Erectonius, the later king of Athens. Shenyu Ultraman is shocked, JPG. Gaia is truly incredibly unlucky. A child falls from the sky while she's at home. She's really getting caught in the crossfire even when she's just lying down. Furthermore, Hephaestus was Zeus's son, and Gaia was Zeus's grandmother, making her the great-great-grandmother of Hephaestus. This is insane. This is absolutely outrageous, ridiculously outrageous. Have your Greek gods always been this overpowered? That's the atmosphere at Olympus. As if she could read his mind, Diana said helplessly, seemingly used to such situations. At least Hephaestus was a very good friend. He helped me a lot after I came to the human world, and almost all of my equipment was forged by him. This sword of the god of fire can even cut through subatomic particles. She gestured to the long sword she was carrying on her back. Shenyu nodded. The scanner did indeed indicate that the sword was no ordinary object, containing a powerful magic similar to the will to cut. It's completely different from the comical Godslayer sword in the movie. As I said, he was practically my only friend on Olympus. If anyone could reveal the prophecy, it would probably be him. Diana led the way while speaking. But Shenyu couldn't help but pause. Enemy attack alarm. The instant you turn your head, a scorching heat wave bursts out from a furnace, and a giant shadow leaps out from between the churning lava. Hurtling straight towards you, it was a large fish, its entire body engulfed in flames, its scales shimmering with a crimson light, its gleaming body glowing red in the firelight. Several meters long, it emitted waves of heat as it pounced. Its fish-like eyes were like blazing fireballs, and its sharp teeth gleamed with ferocity. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell burst forth from its dark mouth, and its body left a blinding trail of flames in the air. Get out of the way. Diana was startled and quickly turned to try and save her. But it was too late, because Shenyu had already taken care of it himself. Bang. The sound of a metallic fist landing on the big fish. A fleeting shockwave with brief gust of wind that followed instantly suppressed the heat waves from all the furnaces. The fish's scales caved in abruptly at the point where the fist struck, the wavy indentations spreading outwards. One punch and the roar stopped abruptly. It was as if an air cannonball had pierced through the fish's body. Leaving a bloody hole, the flames went out instantly, and the large fish, its eyes wide open, crashed to the ground. Motionless, Diana paused for a moment as she turned around. Well, or you can do it without dodging. Shenyu clapped his hands and stepped forward. Do you usually receive such a warm welcome when you come here? No, not usually, only today, Diana. A powerful voice came from deep within, following the sound. They saw a short burly craftsman striding towards them. He had strong, powerful, muscless bronze skin, long, curly black hair and eyes that seemed to blaze with fire, flashing with anger. And that face was indeed ugly in a way that's hard to describe. The Olympian gods are all obsessed with looks. And the moment Shenyu saw this face, he suddenly understood why Hera threw him away. Hephaestus, Diana stepped forward. It's been a long time. What are you doing, Diana? Hephaestus roared. You killed Cap Alpha. Shenyu glanced at the large fish behind him, whose flames had died down, and raised an eyebrow. This thing was originally Vulcan's pet. I'm sorry. Hephaestus, but it attacked us first, Diana said. That's because you brought in a stranger. You broke the rules, so of course my good boy will attack. Hephaestus shouted, this is not a place for mortals. He's also my friend, and he's not an ordinary person. But anyway, we're still very sorry, Diana said. Tell me where this kind of fish lives, and I can go and catch another one for you. 10 will do as compensation. What do you think it is? Just a tool to help me forge. Cap Alpha is like my child, and every child is irreplaceable. Vulcan shouted. Diana wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a lazy yet authoritative voice from above. Hephaestus, what are you making such a racket down there? The group looked in the direction of the sound and saw a purple figure floating in midair. The figure was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, wearing a tie but was entirely dark purple, with golden flames burning in its eyes. Diana frowned slightly. Apollo. I'm feeling a bit exhausted from updating so much lately. I'll give myself 2 more updates a day to recover. And I'll continue with more updates tomorrow. Chapter 114 is entirely a tribute, Apollo. One of the 12 Olympian goddesses, also the god of the sun. Okay, this differs slightly from some myths. Some say that the true sun god in the pantheon should be Helios, while Apollo was originally just the god of light, and gradually became one with Helios in later myths. But none of that matters for Shen Yu. The only thing that matters in the current world is the standard of the DC universe. And clearly under this universe Apollo is the sun god. This is the purple-faced man who appeared in front of them at that moment. Shen Yu knew this, of course. He had obtained a sun god's energy stone from the old wizard, which he later modified into part of the mobile armor's energy system. Apollo. Diana's expression stiffened slightly when she saw him. Yes, one of your chief gods, the Amazons. But considering that a part of your blood flows with ours, I will forgive your lack of manners, Apollo said. Unlike Hephaestus, who was dressed in the style of a traditional craftsman, the sun god was dressed like a modern gentleman, and his speech had the elegance of a high society person. It seems that this god has integrated quite well into modern human society. But there's one thing I have to say, I really can't compliment your taste in friends. Apollo landed in front of Diana with his hands behind his back. I don't understand why you always like to hang out with mortals. First the pilot, then the female archaeologist. I heard you've become enemies. He was clearly referring to Steve Trevor and Cheetah, both of whom are among the most important characters in the Wonder Woman story. Watch your words, Apollo, Diana said coldly. All right, let's not talk about that. But what about this mortal? Apollo looked at Shen Yu with disdain. This thing isn't even human. It's some strange creature from a star, Shen Yu. To be honest, sister, I don't want to tell you what to do. But Olympus has its rules. If something dirty gets into the house, I have to sweep it out. Apollo walked up to Shen Yu, his golden eyes narrowing. Golden light spilled from the corners of his eyes, looking like some kind of transparent flame, as if containing an unyielding anger. A strange creature hiding in a shell. What, are you afraid to show your true face to people? Apollo chuckled mockingly. That's not it. Shen Yu looked directly at him and said calmly, to be honest, this shell is to prevent you from getting hurt. Ha, quite the boast. Apollo's expression hardened and he snapped his fingers. Shen Yu saw an abnormal gravity warning suddenly pop up on the display screen in front of him. And the next moment, his body was uncontrollably thrown backward, as if an invisible hand had thrown him and his armor into the scorching furnace behind him. Molten lava-like liquid burst out of the furnace, accompanied by a wave of heat that hissed and steamed. Stop it. Diana teleported to Apollo and grabbed him by the collar. What have you done? Release my friend, Apollo, though being held by the collar, remained as elegant as a gentleman. Don't blame Mesister. He brought this on himself. This is what happens when you dare to defy the gods. Before the words were even finished, a voice rang in their ears. No need for him, Diana. The scorching magical magma poured down, and a red-silver body slowly emerged from the heat wave. Magma rolled over his body, and his round eyes seemed to glow with a golden fury light. Hephaestus adjusted the large glasses on his nose, the lenses reflecting his red and silver body covered in rolling lava. His face full of bewilderment. My furnace, how could he? That's the furnace of the Vulcan. Even he himself, the god of fire on Olympus, didn't dare jump in like that. Countless divine artifacts had been produced from this furnace. How could anyone emerge from it unscathed? The figure above the furnace vanished in the next moment, with a speed beyond everyone's imagination. A blurry red and silver afterimage flashed through the air, and a powerful punch locked onto Apollo's nose. Striking him head-on, Apollo's expression changed. And without thinking, he immediately raised his arm to block. He was just as fast as ordinary people. But from Shen Yu's perspective, the action of raising his arm to block was like a slow-motion shot. Shen Yu feinted a punch at the front, then shifted his body, circled halfway around the sun god's body, and landed behind him, unleashing a supersonic soul-severing liver-exploding fist that struck the sun god's waist and abdomen. Apollo grunted, staggered, and his defensive stance immediately relaxed. Taking advantage of the moment, Shenyu turned and punched him in the face from the left. His face contorted from the impact, and a burst of golden flame-like blood sprayed from his mouth. The explosive force of his punch sent Apollo crashing through several walls, tumbling and flying a great distance. Seeing the body that suddenly appeared in front of her, so fast that she could barely see it with her dynamic vision, Diana couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Suddenly, I think I understand why my mother asked him to help her. Sorry for your room. Shenyu withdrew his fist and turned to Hephaestus beside him. Hephaestus finally snapped out of his shock at being sent flying by a single punch, then adjusted his goggles and laughed heartily. It's nothing, I was already planning to renovate anyway. Suddenly, I felt that Vulcan had become much more polite and courteous. Foolish creature, a loud shout seemingly carrying heat, followed by a visible golden heat wave that swept over the area the instant the sound exploded. An entire wall collapsed with a deafening roar as a massive purple fist slammed through it. Apollo, who had suddenly grown to over 40 meters tall, seemed to have heat waves burning in his eyes, and his rage materialized into flames that spewed from his mouth and nose. The Olympian gods were, after all, descendants of the Titans, and still retained some Titan blood within them. Becoming larger when outmatched was standard practice. How dare you defy me? I am the sun. Feel the wrath of the sun god. The heat wave transformed into light, a kind of solar impact. At Shenyu's current speed, he should be able to dodge in time. You can, but you don't have to. With his super reaction and quantum brain, he quickly analyzed and assessed the threat, and came up with a solution in the blink of an eye: do nothing. So everyone saw Shenyu stand still and moving, and withstand the impact of the sun god. The surging golden divine power transformed into a huge vortex, rolling and pouring into the azure crystal on his chest. Golden light surged in, and an even more powerful energy erupted from Shenyu's body. He was coated in a layer of golden light, and his size suddenly increased dramatically, growing taller than Apollo in a single breath. Apollo's eyes widened, shimmering with golden light, and his purple face seemed to be etched with a single word. How he grew bigger after I fired at him. The harder you try, the more comfortable he feels, right? Shenyu couldn't help but chuckle. This scene seemed strangely familiar, a long time ago. Apollo in the comics used the exact same move to blast Superman, and Superman reacted similarly when he saw the Superman's battery level surge. Let's start by showing a sketch as a tribute, JPG here. Chapter 115, Want to Try Something New. Shenyu was increasingly grateful that he had paid attention in the fighting courses in the Land of Light. This is yet another point of convergence between DC and the Ultraman universe. And the same principle applies even to the Marvel universe next door. For superhumans in the early stages of these extraordinary systems within these worldviews, combat skills are crucial. Strong skills and rich experience can often help lower-level superhumans defeat monsters of higher levels. As the superhuman strength tree continues to advance, these things seem to become irrelevant at this stage. Powerful superpowers appear to be far more important than melee combat abilities. Things like rewriting matter, recombining molecules, and rewriting reality fancy. Conceptual abilities are what truly matter, however. As the combat power system continues to expand to higher levels, there is a sense of returning to simplicity among some powerful beings. For example, multiverse-level gods like Darkseid, when facing opponents of the same level as themselves, and when all conceptual methods become ineffective, hand-to-hand combat once again becomes the mainstream method for determining victory. Even the only appearance of Superman's strongest form, Mind Machine Superman, which fans often use to assess combat power, in a final battle against the ultimate demon Mandraclatch, who destroyed the multiverse, still involved a brutal hand-to-hand combat between two gods whose every move could destroy countless universes. It carries a sense that all royal blood must end with the sword. And in times like these, the value of the combat courses in the Land of Light's education system immediately becomes apparent. For example, like right now, perhaps due to his overconfidence in his divine power, Apollo wasn't particularly skilled in combat techniques, although he may have trained in the original comics. When facing Diana, he often relied on his divine power to suppress her, and his skills were actually inferior to Wonder Woman's. This is where Shen Yu's operational advantage comes into play. Shen Yu easily deflected the Sun God's whip kick with a forearm punch, then interrupted Apollo's second consecutive kick with a slap, and finally struck the leg joint with a chop. Using the force of the old man's unstoppable momentum, the joint strike caused exponential damage, and Apollo grunted, taking a half step back. But before he could regain his footing, a golden, powerful punch struck him squarely in the chest. Like a sudden dull blow, his breath caught in his throat. And before he could react, a barrage of punches and palm strikes rained down on him like a storm. The barrage of attacks rained down on Apollo's chest, each strike accompanied by golden ripples of light energy, as if countless radiant lotuses were exploding before him. The relentless barrage forced Apollo to stumble backward, his mouth opening to spew forth golden flames like blood. The warship that used stellar energy to bombard Shen Yu is now lying in his subspace as spoils of war. After Apollo's solar radiation hit, Shen Yu immediately felt his power surge again, pouring energy into every punch as if it were free, which is why each punch had a special effect. Apollo's mind was foggy, his limbs felt as heavy as lead. The sun god swayed, struggling to raise his arm, instinctively trying to retaliate. But Shen Yu caught his wrist, twisted his body, and with a powerful thrust of his shoulder and hips, executed a classic first-generation over-the-shoulder throw. The sun god's massive body was instantly flung over his shoulder, slamming heavily to the ground. The entire hall trembled and dust fell in a flurry. Before he could react, Shen Yu turned around again, grabbed Apollo by the arm and hoisted him up once more. 2 consecutive over-the-shoulder throws. With 3 consecutive throws, Apollo was tossed and slammed on his shoulders like a lump of mud, leaving him completely disoriented. Hephaestus, standing nearby, was now silent and had nothing more to say. Logically speaking, among the 12 main gods, the sun god, while not the strongest, was certainly one of the more formidable war gods yet. In the hands of this strange alien visitor, he was practically nothing more than a tattered, glowing rag. Of course, Shen Yu was also aware that the Olympian gods were not weak. It was just that Apollo, as the sun god, was unfortunately countered by his own element. In addition, since Shen Yu had crushed old bros in Metropolis, his own level had been increasing at a breakneck pace. Furthermore, the Olympian might have been a bit arrogant and underestimated, which made it seem like he was beating his son, of course. For the uninformed general public, the shocking scene of beating up the sun god was absolutely stunning. Maroverth's original over-the-shoulder throw, though seemingly ordinary, is actually a signature move. It's worth noting that in actual combat, man often used this move without using any special effects, simply throwing monsters to their deaths. The third slam came down, whether because he realized he seemed to be caught in some kind of infinite combo that he couldn't break, or because he was furious and couldn't bear the humiliation. The sun god exploded. This is not an exaggeration. Apollo roared as he landed, his body radiating golden light, as if he were burning. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Yu's DNA stirred and he was instinctively startled. He's very familiar with this move. Their #1 terrorist in the Land of Light, the Walking Bomb Prince, always looks like this whenever things go wrong in a fight. Blow up without a second thought. Shen Yu grabbed Apollo's arm and lifted him up again. At this moment, only a small portion of the energy the sun god had injected into his body had been utilized, and with the energy overflowing, felt boundless power. Powered by the light, he lifted the sun god and threw it upwards with all his might. The mountain was blasted straight through, and the burning Apollo trailing flames shot into the sky with terrifying divine power. Like a rocket being launched into the air boom. The violent explosion resembled a supernova exploding high in the sky. A brilliant heatwave burst forth, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse and rocks to tumble down. But looking at that dazzling ball of fire, I somehow felt it conveyed a sense of, I will definitely come back. The mountain where Hephaestus was located seemed to be protected by a magical barrier and remained unharmed. But the roof had a large hole after being thrown like that. Shenyu looked upend under Ultraman's scanning gaze. He discovered that Apollo had vanished from midair. A burst of light energy enveloped his entire body, and his body disintegrated into light particles. Returning to the armor as a ball of photons, he's dead. He turned to look at Diana. God does not die easily, she said. Shenyu nodded. He had actually guessed it already, because the comics described Ares the god of war. In the same way, Ares was also Wonder Woman's classic villain. Like a persistent leech always popping up to cause trouble. He could be beheaded, impaled, or even blasted to smithereens. But he would always be alive and kicking again. Diana's explanation for him was that as long as war didn't, Ares would never die. Of course, this doesn't mean these gods are truly immortal. There are precedents for the fall of gods. But killing them is quite difficult. Where were we? Oh, right. Shenyu turned to Hephaestus and said with a serious expression, I'm so sorry for damaging your house. It's all right, it's all right. Like I said, I've been wanting to renovate for a while now. Hephaestus smiled and waved his hand magnanimously. They seemed much more polite than when I first came in. And I'm sorry for killing your pet. Oh, it's no big deal. Vulcan waved his hand, looking quite forthright. To be honest, I've been fed up with it for a while now. It keeps howling all night long, keeping everyone awake. I was ready to kill it if you didn't do something about it. Oh, by the way, are you guys hungry? How about I just chop this fish up and we can all have a taste? Shenyu, who just said it was irreplaceable like their own child. Chapter 116, Prophecy of the Fall of a God. Following behind Hephaestus, Shenyu kept looking around as he passed through the workshop, the scanner never stopping for a second. It has to be said that Vulcan truly lives up to his reputation as Olympus's top gold medal craftsman. He's definitely got some serious skills when it comes to weaponry. Just the equipment displayed in this room alone has quite a few aspects that Shenyu find interesting. He scanned everything first and made a record of it. If he had the chance later, he could ask Vulcan if he could take a few equipment samples back with him. Shenyu wasn't interested in the weapons themselves. What truly attracted him was the knowledge they contained. Hephaestus is probably the best representative of advanced magical artisans, as his development and innovations are all based on magic. Many of his ideas and designs are worth referencing and can help Shenyu further understand the magical principles of this universe. As his gaze swept across the area, Shenyu noticed a large, conspicuous empty space suddenly appearing between the various pieces of equipment, which seemed somewhat abrupt. He activated his ultra-vision and immediately discovered that an airplane was parked there. It was an invisible aircraft, its outer layer visually shielded by magic. If Shenyu hadn't recently studied and analyzed DC's magic, he might have been fooled when he first arrived. This is for Diana, Hephaestus said, walking over to the side. For me, Diana asked in surprise. Yes. An aircraft whose form has been concealed. Hephaestus said proudly, another great work of Vulcan. Shenyu recalled in the early versions of the story, Wonder Woman couldn't fly, and this stealth aircraft was once as iconic as her lasso of truth. A scene was even specifically designed in the 1984 Wonder Woman movie to pay homage to it. Looks like I owe you again, Hephaestus. Diana jumped onto the plane set in the cockpit, explored the seat for a while and seemed quite satisfied. However, Shenyu blinked hard, but felt a little puzzled by the scene in front of him. Because airplanes are invisible but Diana is not. So from an observer's perspective, it looks like Diana is suspended in midair on some unknown object, looking around and reaching out to touch the air. He looked at Hephaestus with some surprise. What about the driver? The driver, Hephaestus looked at him curiously, as if he didn't understand the question. Driver, I can see her from here, Shen Yu said. Of course, Hephaestus said nonchalantly. Airplanes can become invisible, but Diana can't. What are you talking about, Shen Yu? No, so it seems that only airplanes can become invisible. Wouldn't it look like Diana was floating in the air when she flew? Not only is the visually ridiculous, but this invisibility is also completely pointless. Great craftsmanship, Hephaestus, thank you. At that moment, Diana also poked her head out of the plane. At least, her posture made it look like she was poking her head out, as if she were lying on the cockpit windshield. There's only one question. Any questions, my princess? Hephaestus smiled. The thing is, this plane is completely invisible except for me. I can't even see myself, Diana said, looking somewhat embarrassed. How am I supposed to see the instrument panel? Hephaestus's smile froze. Dashboard, Shen Yu. It seems this Olympian craftsman possesses skill, but sometimes his design thinking isn't very clear, resulting in equipment that sometimes appears somewhat ambiguous. You know what, let's forget about it. We came here for something else. Diana jumped off the plane and shoved Hephaestus aside. I remember you said you had some problems. Hephaestus shook his dwarf-like head, then asked Diana. What do you want to know? It's about the prophecy, Diana said in a deep voice. You should know about the recent rumors on Olympus. Zeus's offspring and the fall of a god. I know something has been causing panic throughout Olympus lately. I just need to know what it is. This. Hephaestus scratched his head. Well, I can't say I don't know anything about this, but I'm really not very clear about it either. Or I think everyone is just very scared. But nobody really understands what's going on. Tell me what you know, Diana said. Well, if we're talking about the cause, it should be Zeus. The king of the gods, Hephaestus said. I've heard. Nobody's seen him for a while, Diana nodded. But that's not surprising, is it? Zeus is elusive, always indulging in his pleasures. Yes, that should be the case. But Apollo was the first to say that Zeus was no longer there. No, that's not accurate in Apollo's own words. He consulted the prophet and, according to the prophet, Zeus never existed at all, Diana frowned. That sounds rather strange, perhaps he was murdered. Is that so? But that's not all, Hephaestus said. Apollo believed that the person who killed Zeus, assuming Zeus was indeed killed, might still have Zeus's blood flowing through his veins. Diana hesitated for a moment. That area is really quite small, yes. We all know that Zeus's bloodline is nothing special. But there aren't many people with this ability. That's true, Diana asked. But how does this prophecy involve other gods? What are they afraid of? That's another story. They believe that Zeus's death was just the beginning. The start of a new prophecy that would sweep across all of Olympus, from which no god could escape. Demeter said this was not a prophecy but destiny. We will all die. And we will die at the hands of a blood relative. A son of Zeus, Diana exclaimed, suddenly realizing. So this is the prophecy, a son of Zeus will kill all the gods. And Olympus will be destroyed, yes, and with Zeus gone. The position of king of the gods is vacant. And heaven will inevitably fall into chaos. Someone has to sit in that position. And there are quite a few people who are eyeing that seat. As far as I know, Apollo seemed quite interested. Aren't you nervous about this? Diana asked. Afraid of death, of course, the more immortal a guy is. The more nervous he gets when he hears that he might die. But even if you're afraid, it's useless. If it's predetermined, then what's meant to happen will happen, who knows? The killer could be anyone, maybe Apollo. Maybe Ares, many people think it could be Ares. He looks like a suspect, it is even possible that. He glanced at Diana, then suddenly stopped talking. Diana paused for a moment, then realized what was happening. You mean me, Mount Olympus, the temple of Hera? You look very sad, mother. The speaker was a short-haired woman with pale skin, barefoot, sitting languidly on an ornately decorated windowsill. That is the goddess of discord on Mount Olympus in mythology. Queen Hera sat on her throne, swirling a golden goblet in her hand, and gave her a cold glance. Where you are, there will always be sorrow with their child. Please don't say that, mother. I just felt you might need some care, huh? Hera said angrily. Love, you have no idea what I need. The goddess of conflict smiled. I know. You think you're different from others, that you're the queen of heavens, unlike those who go out and have fun with your father. Hypocrite, Hera said coldly. She deceived me in the most abhorrent way, and that Amazon, that bastard, with my husband's blood flowing in her veins, squanders the power of the gods. Mortals see her as a miracle, calling her Wonder Woman. Hates all for that adorable little sister. The goddess of strife laughed, but she's no pushover. No offense, mother, but she's an Amazon and a demigod at that. I won't be entangled with her for long, Hera said coldly. I've already put up a high bounty this time. She'll be facing a completely different opponent than before. Okay. When the goddess of conflict heard that there was something fun to be had, her eyes widened immediately. Really? Why didn't you do this before? Hera picked up her glass and took a small sip. I signed a deal. At a considerable cost, the diva said with a smirk. That Amazon will have absolutely no chance. 7,000 words today, Chapter 117, Flight Speed Measurement. After leaving Hephaestus's forge, Diana took her leave. The prophecy concerned her greatly. A catastrophe that swept across Olympus, the fall of the gods, would undoubtedly bring chaos and even more unpredictable dangers to the entire world. Zeus's disappearance is the best clue at present. Diana feels that if Zeus was indeed murdered, she is more inclined to believe that Ares, the god of war, was responsible undeniably. This may involve some degree of Diana's prejudice against Ares himself. After all, Ares is the villain in the Greek pantheon who has clashed with Wonder Woman the most. And since Diana left the Amazon and came to the human world, there have been several incidents where Ares was found to be behind the scenes. Furthermore, there were not many gods among Zeus's offspring who had the opportunity to kill Zeus. And Ares was one of the few gods who possessed both the ability and the motive. However, it seems that it has been quite some years since Diana last saw Ares. And now the only clues she can rely on are rumors. This investigation will likely take a lot of effort and require her to travel around the world. Of course, Diana had long since gotten used to this kind of life over the years. Shenyu exchanged contact information with her, and then returned to the coffee shop to continue with his own business. A day later in the wilderness in the desolate mountains, Kara Zoel, dressed in her family's uniform, spread her arms wide. The shimmering Kryptonian bodysuit accentuated her well-developed curves, and the S logo on her red cape glittered with her movements, while her long golden hair flowed like waves. She vanished in a blur, soaring into the sky, the white clouds in the azure sky spreading out around her like soft cotton candy. She took off and landed among the clouds, like a joyful swimming fish. Her red and blue figure flashed across the sky like lightning, the endless mountains rushing past her. Her elegant movements were so fast and unrestrained that she was practically invisible to the naked eye. She swept over the mountains and soared into the sea. Waves exploded beneath her, slicing through the air in white trails as she moved. Her supersonic form whistled through the air, leaving even the world's fastest fighter jets in its dust. You've made rapid progress. At the speed camera at the foot of the mountain, the old wizard stroked his beard, nodded slightly, and smiled with his eyes narrowed. She had a smile similar to that of an old man playing chess in the community. A smile that seemed to say, she's truly my granddaughter. Mach 17, that's really fast progress. Shenyu looked at the speed measuring instrument and pondered for a moment. Last month when the speed was measured, Kara's maximum flight speed could only reach Mach 8. But now it has more than doubled, as expected of Kryptonians. Their leveling speed is astonishing even when they're lying down and not moving. Kara had just completed a loop along the planned route and was passing over the speed camera again. As she flew by, she smiled down and waved in this direction. At her height and speed of Mach 17, her waving gesture did look somewhat odd. But she knew that most people couldn't see it. While Shenyu could definitely see it clearly, however, she was clearly getting carried away, waving her hand and looking down at Shenyu on the ground. By the time she realized, she was already hurtling towards a mountain at high speed. It was too late, whoa. The novice Kryptonian clearly still needs to work on the precision of his flight control. When the little girl turned around and saw the mountain peak so close at hand, she was terrified. Her first reaction was to quickly cover her eyes with her small hands. Boom! Kara crashed headfirst into the mountain. The thunderous impact shook the valley. The poor mountain was pierced through by the Kryptonian steel and iron bodies, and countless boulders rolled down like unleashed beasts, tearing and collapsing like a torrential rain, shattering the canyon. Fortunately, Shenyu had anticipated this possibility. The area around the testing site was completely deserted for miles around. It was a desolate wilderness without even a bird in sight, so she could do whatever she wanted. Most of the mountain collapsed and smoke filled the canyon. What an incredible race, the old wizard remarked, watching the earth-shattering spectacle. It's almost reminiscent of the protection of the six gods. Shenyu glanced at him, wondering if it was possible that his so-called six divine powers were actually a pirated version of what Kryptonians possessed. Shazam was originally designed to imitate Superman. However, his former company was sued by DC for copyright infringement and lost the case. Later, DC simply acquired the company and its characters and incorporated them into the DC universe, thus creating this magical version of Superman in the DC universe. This is far from the limit, Shenyu said. Her abilities are still in the initial stage of awakening, and they will become much stronger in the future. After a pause, Shenyu swiped open the interface to view the other ability data of Kara's routine test today. He couldn't help but mutter, "Kryptonians are truly a monstrous race." The old wizard glanced at him from behind, hesitated, and ultimately remained silent. But the old man thought to himself, "You're being modest. In terms of sheer monster-like qualities, you're probably just as good." The two chatted casually when suddenly the pile of rocks in the valley exploded with a loud bang. A delicate fair hand emerged and a beautiful girl, covered in dust and dirt, crawled out of the rubble, coughing violently twice. "I'm fine, cough cough, I'm perfectly fine. You guys can keep chatting there, I don't need any help at all." Cough cough. Kara's progress is certainly gratifying, but it also serves as a wake-up call for Shenyu. The data once again taught him just how overpowered the Kryptonians were. This was just the beginning. It was hard to say how high his stats would rise once he got enough sun and reached a high level. This experience once again reminded Shenyu that he could not be complacent, and that as a trainee Ultraman. He still had a long way to go. Back in the lab that evening, one of the many projects he was working on simultaneously made progress. Research on the Speed Force. Contact with the speed field allowed him to develop his own understanding of the unique spacetime rules of the DC universe. Based on this knowledge, Shenyu's use of light energy enabled him to significantly improve the efficiency of Mach movement, thus achieving an explosive increase in speed. But the deeper he delved into the subject, the more he realized that what he had learned on his first attempt was only the tip of the iceberg. Further study should allow him to acquire much more. Tonite had detected yet another anomalous spatial signal. But unlike before, this time the signal matched a certain energy signature he had recorded. That was the energy reaction of the Speed Force. Such a high reading, PAL tracked the location for me. Already doing it, PAL was extremely efficient, and the energy reaction was quickly marked on the map. It's Midtown again. I took it upon myself to compile some intelligence information from the vicinity of Midtown and speculated that this abnormal reading might be related to this. A news report was displayed on the screen. The date was a month ago. Lightning strikes Midtown Police Department's sterile lab, leaving researchers in a coma. Chapter 118's nothing more than that. A large door creaked open and a man stood in the door. His shadow cast long on the floor by the light from outside. His name was Floyd Lawton, but he preferred to be called by his nickname when he was at work. Death Shooter, he was the best marksman on Earth, especially skilled in sniping, known for his unerring accuracy. He also originally held the title of World's Best Assassin. But recently a madman calling himself Deathstroke has emerged in the industry. That reckless madman recently pulled off several shocking heist jobs. And there were even rumors that he had boasted, "As long as the money's right, I can kill even a god." Many of his clients lauded him, with many believing he was the world's best assassin. Layaton disagreed with this. He felt that most of the rumors were exaggerated. One day he would get the chance to have a good showdown with Deathstroke and show everyone who was truly number one in the industry. But not today. He's here today for a big order. He doesn't know who the client is yet, only that they're very generous, with an 8-figure advance payment. This has piqued Lawton's interest in the business, and he'd be happy to make the trip just for the advance payment. But when he arrived at the designated location, he found only a dark, empty room, without a single ghost in sight. Mischief. But what kind of madman would spend so much money on a prank? "I have been waiting for you humans." A somber voice echoed from the darkness. Death Shooter turned around at the sound and suddenly froze. He saw a gorilla. Yes, that's right, it's a gorilla. It's huge, muscular with a massive skeleton-thick skin and thick dark fur. I was momentarily stunned by the fatigue. A monkey. Ape, the gorilla snapped angrily. Foolish humans can never tell the difference. "You're still talking?" "Of course I'm talking. Are you deaf or what?" the gorilla said with a look of disdain. "Okay, my client is a talking gorilla," Lawton, being a well-traveled and experienced top assassin, quickly accepted this premise. Rule 101 of The Killer: never care about your client's background, as long as they pay you, even if they're just a talking gorilla. "I've heard you're the best assassin." The gorilla narrowed its eyes. "You'd better not disappoint me, human, of course." When the topic turned to professional fatigue, he immediately became confident, revealing a cold and professional expression. "You just need to tell me where and who to kill." He paused, frowned, and suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute. Is my assassination target going to be a gorilla?" Let me be clear, that might be a bit difficult, because to me, all gorillas look pretty much the same. I might not be able to tell them apart. The gorilla let out a loud humph, and its nostrils twitched. "Of course not. The great king wants to kill a human. If it weren't for the fact that acting in the human world would be too conspicuous, we would have taken action ourselves." "You have another king," Lawton frowned. "So, is his name Caesarand? He's planning to conquer the earth." The gorilla stared at him expressionlessly. "All right, back to the mission. Who am I supposed to kill?" "A human being in the city you call Midtown." The gorilla dropped a small ball. The metal sphere rolled twice, emitting light on the floor and creating a 3-dimensional projection. Lawton raised an eyebrow again. "A gorilla that uses high technology. That's even more magical." The projected image showed a handsome blonde young man wearing a lab coat, who appeared somewhat shy. "Barry Allen from Midtown, a researcher at the Midtown Police Department's forensic lab." The gorilla looked at Deadshot. "Can you do it?" "I thought you wanted me to kill some nobody." Lawton chuckled confidently. "The mission will be completed by this time tomorrow. Rewards are not an issue. What Wang Neng has promised you is more than you can imagine." The gorilla said coldly, "But don't underestimate him. This human might be a little different." "He's no different to me," Lawton smiled confidently. "The Batman in Gotham is rumored to be incredibly powerful. But Lawton met him last month and thought he was just so-so. He talks such big. But after his car was blown up and he got beaten up, he still managed to escape. It was nothing more than spending a month in the hospital with his whole body wrapped in bandages and in a cast after he came back. Batman, that's all. When a person is killed, they die." Lawton drew his sidearm and confidently twirled it in his hand. "As long as you know who the target is. Anyone is just a matter of one shot. Any target locked by the Death Shooter is doomed to die. Without exception, could he possibly dodge my bullets?" "Hope so." The gorilla gave a dull groan and retreated back into the darkness. Waiting for your message. Midtown, a fast food restaurant, a beef burger. A cheeseburger, boneless fried chicken. Crispy chicken nuggets, a hot doga salad. And a creamy mushroom pasta. Barry Allen rattled off the menus, while the cashier frantically scribbled on a piece of paper. Her pen moving so fast it seemed to leave afterimages. But she still couldn't keep up with his speed. A month ago, he was struck by lightning in the lab. After spending a month in bed and being told by doctors that he might never wake up again. He miraculously woke up a few days ago and made a full recovery at a speed that even the doctors found incredible. And is now able to get out of bed and run around, however. Since then has been feeling very hungry these days. Well, that's all for now. Hey, why are you wet? Oh no. It's nothing, the shop assistant, panting heavily after writing 3 full pages of notes, brushed a strand of hair from her forehead that was stuck with sweat. Just to confirm, sir, are you waiting for a friend? Barry blinked, no, wise. So are you eating all of this by yourself? The clerk looked at the 3 pages filled with notes with a puzzled expression. Oh yes, I don't know why, but my appetite has been particularly good lately. The shop assistant opened her mouth. Eating enough food for several people by oneself. And all of it being high in oil and calories. You call this a good appetite? What's even more amazing is that this young man looks slim and is rather handsome. How does he manage to eat like that and not gain weight? Damn, so envious. The shop assistant took the notebook and left. However, Barry came to urge them shortly afterward. Sorry, is my stuff not ready yet? He asked, frowning. The shop assistant looked at him in surprise. Then glanced at the time. Sir, while we're serving fast food. It's not fast to that extent. Only 30 seconds have passed, only 30 seconds. Barry scratched his head. I feel like it's been a long time already. Anyway, please urge them on for me, hurry up and get it done. He returned to his chair but seemed restless, as if there were thorns in it. He shifted his weight from one leg to the other, his knuckles tapping rapidly and unconsciously on the table. A plate was placed in front of him. Do you mind if I sit here? Barry looked up, his face lighting up with delight. Agent Williams, it's me. Wearing the Agent Williams vest. Shenyu waved and smiled slightly at him. I just happened to be passing by in the vicinity on some errands. It's been a while since I've seen you. Chapter 119 is this called A Little Different. So you're completely healed. Shenyu looked at Barry beside him. Even as the two walked out of the restaurant side by side. Barry was still holding his hamburger in one hand and a hot dog in the other, stuffing the food into his mouth. Almost, Barry swallowed the large mouthful of food. Actually, I've never felt this good, how should I put it? I know a lot of people might think being struck by lightning is terrible, that it will probably leave some kind of after effects. But I really didn't feel anything was wrong. In fact, I felt a sense of renewal. He then took another big bite of the hot dog. Maybe he really does know. Shenyu continued scanning Barry as he spoke. Now he was certain that the bracelet's records were indeed correct. Barry was the source of that space-time energy reaction. Barry is now practically a walking speed force reactor, with a speed force energy concentration in his body that is even higher than the average intensity detected by the detectors in the speed force space. Didn't you feel anything was wrong after you woke up? Shenyu asked. No, though. Maybe it's because I'm always hungry and always need to eat a lot. Barry thought to himself as he ate. Oh, and I feel like people have slowed down these past few days. Everyone procrastinates on everything. For example, if you go to a shop and order breakfast, by the time they bring it to you it's already lunch. Oh, and my computers. It's as slow as a snail and it insists it's perfectly fine. I mean, can't anyone else see that it takes forever to even boot up? Barry was still grumbling incessantly. Shenyu roughly understood that the speed force had begun to affect Barry's body. But he himself was not fully aware of it, much less aware of his own superpower. Perhaps they haven't awakened yet. Perhaps something will trigger his instincts, like turning on the speed force, making him realize what he's capable of now. Boom. Gunshots. Shen Yu immediately became alert. His quantum brain worked at lightning speed, and the instinctive activation made everything in his eyes seem to slow down. The endless stream of vehicles on the road and the bustling crowds on the sidewalk all slowed down instantly. He turned his head and immediately saw the bullet spinning in midair. The air that was torn apart seemed to form a spiral vortex, following behind the bullet, as if it were struggling to push through the thick air. A sniper, but why first of all? It couldn't be a sniper targeting him, since he was using a completely fictitious alias and no one would be interested in him. Okay, General Ryan might want to skin him alive though. But a sniper was clearly an overreaction, and Shen Yu quickly confirmed the sniper target by visually estimating the bullet trajectory. Someone wants to kill Barry Allen. Just as I was about to continue looking along the trajectory, I suddenly heard Barry speak beside me. Oh my god, why has everyone slowed down so much? Shen Yu turned around and saw Barry staring blankly, looking around in astonishment at the scene of time frozen. Avi all over the streets. Clearly his speed force was activated. Was it because he was sniped? Or was it some kind of instinct for danger within him? Shen Yu was puzzled, but at the same time he quickly recorded the data of the speed force radiated in that instant. The flash is the source of the speed force, and every drop of data obtained from him is invaluable, serving as the key to in-depth analysis of the spacetime knowledge of the entire DC multiverse system. How you can move too. Barry quickly noticed that his companions seemed unaffected by the strange effect. Yes, I only suspected it before, but now I'm sure. Shen Yu nodded and said to him through telepathy, that lightning bolt gave you superpowers. And that's your ability. The Speed Force grants Barry various antiphysics properties that make him appear normal even in still time, allowing him to speak at supersonic speeds. Shen Yu, on the other hand, communicates with him telepathically. Superpowers. Barry's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. It seems your main ability is super speed, but it's achieved through some kind of special energy field. You just lacked a trigger before. And now that someone is targeting you, it might have triggered your superpower instincts. Wait. Barry rubbed his temples. Someone's sniping at me. What the hell? Only then did he notice the warhead suspended in midair, like a snail struggling to climb a vine, slowly squeezing towards him inch by inch in this frozen space of time. My god, was that a sniper bullet? Someone shot at me. But why would someone shoot at me? Barry panicked instantly. Be nervous. Shen Yu shrugged. At the speed at which this thing flies, you can sit down and finish what you have in your hand. You can go back to the bathroom, wash your hands, and come back before it even reaches you. What's there to be afraid of? Oh right. Barry exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean I won't be afraid of bullets anymore? Shen Yu laughed. Bullets are nothing from now on. You'll be one of the most overpowered characters in the entire universe. The restart button for the multiverse. Wait a minute, does that mean you have superpowers too? Barry exclaimed in surprise. You can be as fast as me. Wait. Your organization specializes in dealing with superpowers. You're going to arrest me. Are you going to use me for research? Don't be nervous, Barry, I won't arrest you. Actually, I'm not. Well, let's talk about that later, Shen Yu said. Compared to that, aren't you more concerned about who's trying to assassinate you right now? Of course I want to, but how can I? Oh right. Barry slapped his forehead. I can follow the trajectory of the bullet to find him. Anyway, that gunman doesn't seem like he could go anywhere else. You've already gotten the hang of it, Shen Yu said with a smile. Therefore, the situation from the perspective of the death shooter is quite bizarre. He found his position, set up his gun, and locked onto the targets. Perfect angle, absolute certainty, and the shot was fired. Then, even before the spent cartridge case could hit the ground, the target in the scope disappeared along with the two men. Lao Dun was stunned for a moment, dumbfounded for 2 seconds. What about people? The next moment, a heavy impact sounded from behind. Lawton was startled and quickly and alertly turned around. He saw that the young man, who had been in his scope at the same instant, had crashed headfirst into a door on the rooftop behind him, denting the metal door and then fell heavily to the ground, trailing blue lightning around him. "My nose," Bari groaned, covering his nose. Lawton stared wide-eyed at the figure that appeared like a ghost, crashing into the wall and falling to the ground. Feigning injury. This place must be at least a kilometer or two away from where he was just aiming. Right, and it just appeared like that in an instant. That damn monkey lied to me. You call this person a little different. Chapter 120. Faster than a bullet. Lawton was shocked. Many people assume that Deadshot's greatest strength lies in his marksmanship. That's certainly true, but Lawton is a top assassin. Knows it's more than that for a truly top-tier assassin. Intelligence is even more important. You need to clearly understand what you are facing, who you are killing, the time of the place, and what kind of situation you might encounter. As the world's top marksman, Lawton always does his homework before each operation. He thoroughly investigates the background of each of his targets. And if he wanted to, even the world's top political figures would be nothing more than a shot away. But Bari Allen's, all the information indicated that he was just an ordinary investigator at the Midtown Police Department. With nothing special about him, that's how it should be. Shocked as he was, Lawton's professional instincts kicked in. The instant he saw Bari flash behind him, he immediately dropped his sniper rifle, raised his arm, and locked onto the target with the specially designed barrel on the back of his hand. A burst of fire erupted. Bari was still lying on the ground, clutching his nose switch he had accidentally bumped. His pupils contracted, and the entire space seemed to be filtered through an eerie lens in his vision. Streaks of lightning ripped across the sky, and the surrounding scenery became illusory. Once again, the bullet froze in midair. He could even see the Deadshot's barrel slowly rise due to recoil, with flashes of light and a ring of smoke slowly exploding from the muzzle. The propulsion force pushing the modified bullets out of the chamber with tremendous difficulty. "You run too fast." Shenyu appeared silently behind him and said, "Many physical laws and common sense habits are different when you are speeding. You have to learn to control it." In fact, Shenyu has already begun to realize that it is already a bit difficult for him to keep up with Bari's speed in his human form, and this is only the first time Bari has entered high-speed mode. He will definitely be faster in the future. "Let's quickly record some data," I noticed. "I hope my nose is okay." Bari rubbed his nose and slowly stood up. Streaks of lightning flashed before his eyes, making the deadly shot still in its firing position, and the slowly advancing bullets look somewhat comical. "So who exactly is this guy? What's wrong with him?" Bari scratched his head. "Deadshot, the world's best gunman." Shenyu slowly circled half a circle around Deadshot, who was still in a firing position, and examined his signature modified barrel and sight. "It seems so." Bari was taken aback. "How did I get involved with such a dangerous person?" Who knows? But why don't you just ask him yourself after you've taken him down?" Bari was startled by the thought. He glanced at Deadshot, who was frozen in place then at his own fist, his eyes darting around. "How?" I don't know," Bari scratched his head. "It's just that I've never punched anyone before. It feels weird." "It's very easy, watch me demonstrate." Shenyu walked to the left of the death shooter. Even the slightest movement at supersonic speeds can cause a powerful impact, so you don't need to worry about power generation or punching techniques. You just need to do it like this. He extended a finger and lightly touched the death shooter's cheek. Fingertips dug into the skin, and the ripples of the ultra-high-speed impact spread slowly along the tired cheeks. "It's that simple, it's that simple." Shenyu stepped aside and smiled. "Give it a try." Bari looked at his finger, stepped forward, and eagerly tried. He followed suit, extending a hand as well. His fingertips wreathed in blue electricity. He slowly and carefully inserted his fingers. It gently sank into Lawton's face from the other side. "I can really feel it. The impact of speed, the power at high speed, unbelievable." Bari was overjoyed, like a child excitedly discovering a new toy. "Isn't this too strong?" He excitedly circled around Laeton. who seemed frozen in place, poking and poking him here and there. He poked his face, then his stomach, then his thigh. As a result, Loudon was in a bad mood for Lawton, who had neither the speed force nor super speed. The incident happened the instant he pulled the trigger. He pulled the trigger with his index finger, and the next moment his right cheek felt like it had been hit hard with a hammer. His head instinctively tried to turn to the left, but then he realized that his left cheek had also been hit hard at the same time. Also included are the shoulders, arms, stomach, back, and thighs with a series of bangs. Deadshot twisted and turned in a grotesque manner, then collapsed to the ground as if he had been broken, his eyes wide open. It felt like I was being surrounded by 100 burly men, who took turns educating me, and all of them happened within a fraction of a second. That's defying the heavens. Absolutely defying the heavens. He must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to run into such a cheater. Wow, that's awesome, Bari exclaimed in surprise, looking at his hands that were still crackling with electricity. Shenyu silently recorded how the speed force energy reacted during Bari's entire sequence of actions. He had a premonition that this valuable data would become a huge help to his research in the future. Feeling completely disoriented and exhausted, Leoton collapsed to the ground and coughed up blood. You did all this because of that lightning. He stared incredulously, as if he wouldn't rest in peace until he got to the bottom of this. Before the assassination, he carefully reviewed the target's file. Bari Allen seemed to be nothing more than a bookworm with an unhappy childhood, who went to school unremarkably and joined the Midtown Police Department in an ordinary way. The only connection he could make to this bizarre phenomenon seemed to be the electric shock he had received a month ago. Maybe, perhaps, I think. Bari wasn't too sure either. Loudon coughed up another mouthful of blood. I have a cousin who was also struck by lightning, Lawton said, looking indignant. And then he became a stutterer. I'm sorry, Bari said. Of course not for you, but for your cousin. As for you, you got yourself into this mess. You're a criminal. Why did you shoot me, buddy? What did I do to you? Loudon snorted heavily and stopped talking. Then, dragging his injured body, he suddenly jumped up and slammed a grenade to the ground. The lightning flashed again and Bari let out an ah, as he instinctively entered bullet time once more. He's trying to throw a grenade. Let's run. Calm down, Bari. You're fast enough to run even if you wait for the grenade to explode. Besides, it's not a grenade, just a flashbang. Shenyu, the ruthless data recording machine beside him, reminded him. Oh yes. Bari turned to look at Lawton, who was now in slow motion again, and the flashbang in his hand that had been pulled and was ready to be thrown. I suddenly have an idea, Bari. His childlike spirit awakened, dashed after him, grabbed the thrown flashbang, and shoved it back into Lawton's hand, then clenched Lawton's fist one finger at a time. At such high speeds, fatigue is naturally imperceptible. In his field of vision, he only felt himself throw a flashbang, then immediately roll and hide behind nearby cover, a series of actions that were fluid and incredibly cool. After a roll to his feet, he was surprised to find that the flashbang, which had been pulled from its pin, was still in his hand. Loudon was shocked and instinctively raised his hand to throw it again. However, when he turned his head after throwing it, he found that he was still holding it in his hand. No matter how you throw it, it will mysteriously teleport back into his hand, like a piece of chewing gum that you can't shake off. Lawton wore a resigned, defeated expression. Damn it. Boom, the flashbang exploded in his hand, instantly blinding Loudon in the face. His mind was foggy and there was a loud ringing in his ears. As the discomfort gradually subsided and his vision barely returned, he realized that he was completely bound hand and foot. Now, Bari said sternly, who sent you to kill me? Lawton looked at him expressionlessly. Not disclosing customer information is a basic professional quality of ours. But after a pause before they could ask the next question, Lawton changed the subject. However, Earth is a special case, so it doesn't really matter if I tell you. It's a big, ugly black gorilla. What? Bari raised an eyebrow. Dude, you really need to polish your story. At least come up with something plausible. Boom. The loud noise drew everyone's attention. Several people turned their heads at the same time, only to see a huge object trailing flames fall from the sky without warning, crashing into the once peaceful Midtown neighborhood. And not just one, like countless giant fireballs. They burned the entire sky. Countless meteorites enveloped in flames struck the city's buildings and streets, tumbling mercilessly upon impact, crushing everything like giant steamrollers. Roaring flames and thick smoke filled Midtown, and disaster swept in like a tidal wave. That wasn't a meteorite, it was a spaceship. After they landed and came to a stop, they immediately bounced apart with a crack, and the invaders revealed their ferocious claws from those spaceships. It's a gorilla. Countless gorillas descended from the sky aboard meteorite-like spaceships. Bari was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth, looking down at the city full of gorillas. Then at Deadshot, who was bound in front of him. Lawton curled his lip. See, I told you, fourth update today, another 9,000 plus words. That's it, absolutely none left. Chapter 121, Ape Invasion. Bari is still a novice, and his newly acquired superpowers haven't even warmed up yet. This is the first time he's encountered a situation like this, and he's completely dumbfounded. A group of talking gorillas descended in a meteorite-like spaceship and suddenly began killing anyone in their path in the Midtown area. What's going on? Is this rise of the Planet of the Apes? Bari had no experience with this situation, but Shen Yu immediately understood what was going on when he saw it. This is an invasion from Gorilla City, corresponding to the Guerrilla Wars event in the Flash series. This isn't some kind of rise of the Planet of the Apes story. It originates from an ancient ape city in the Flash series. It's said that there's a group of incredibly intelligent gorillas on Earth who are skilled in scientific research and have developed a remarkably advanced civilization. For years, they carefully avoided the human world and had no contact with humans. Until one day, a problem arose in the city. An ape named Grood not only fantasized about seizing power and dominating the world, but also dreamed of one day leading the apes to raise the human city and transform the Earth into a planet for apes. Okay, that does sound like Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Grodd is also one of the Flash's main villains. He hates Bari to the core and has repeatedly invaded Midtown and plotted to kill Bari. But the problem is the Flash hasn't even debuted yet. What reason could Bari, who was just an ordinary person until recently, have to attract the attention of these gorillas? God. Those gorillas, they're destroying everything. Bari looked down from the edge of the rooftop. We have to do something, we have to, what the? When he turned around, he saw that Shen Yu behind him was already fully encased in red and silver armor. The last armor parts were being assembled. The helmet was fitting in, and the dim eyes were shining with golden lights. You are my god. Bari's eyes widened, to be honest. I had a vague feeling that you weren't actually one of the eyes, but I never imagined you were. You are. It's just a fake identity. I came to Midtown to investigate some things, Shen Yu said as he walked to the edge of the rooftop, surveying the intrusion situation in the city. Of course, you need an identity to enter the crime scene. That wormhole. You were the one who deactivated that wormhole. Otherwise, we might all be dead. I know I may have already said this, but I still want to say it again, that move you made back then. That energy shock that suppressed the wormhole. It was absolutely awesome, thanks. But let's focus on the immediate problem first. Oh, right. Right. Bari took a deep breath and started giving himself a mental boost. I have superpowers now, charge in. Kick those gorillas' asses. And then quickly get out of there. It should be easy, hopefully. A bolt of lightning streaked down from the top of the rooftop and raced down the street. Like a whirlwind, so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. The gorillas were completely unaware of the enemy's approach as the whirlwind and lightning swept through them, striking all of them almost simultaneously. Even a light touch at high speed can cause a heavy blow. But when Bari throws a punch with all his might, the effect is completely different as lightning flashed. The apes were sent flying in all directions. Some were blown into the air and spun around. Some crashed into shop windows along the street. And some slammed headfirst into cars parked on the side of the road, sending shards of glass and metal flying everywhere. Bari made a graceful turn, stopping only after sliding a considerable distance across the ground. Electricity surged through his body. He wore his coat inside out, and as he passed by the shop windows along the street, he casually grabbed a towel and tied it to his face as a disguise. However, he looked more like a highway robber than a hero. Excellent, Bari clenched his fist. This will teach you to behave yourselves in the zoo. This series of actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the surrounding chimpanzees. All the chimpanzees turned their gazes towards Bari. Squinting as they scrutinized him, "It's him." A gorilla shouted, "It's this human." As King Gerudo said, "The one of lightning, he is the key." The gorillas hissed and roared, their eyes flashing with ferocity, and surrounded them from all directions, shouting as they approached. Such a massive, imposing group of creatures pressed forward like a wall of flesh. And Barry, who was seeing this for the first time, felt a pang of panic. He quickly darted out of the encirclement and then charged at one of the outermost gorillas. Trailing swirling lightning, he raised his fist and charged through the ruins and overturned vehicles, each step unleashing lotuses of lightning. Flying debris froze in midair, every speck of dust in the air momentarily still. A slowed-down space-time, as if he were the sole ruler of the entire world. However, Bari never expected that the moment he rushed in front of the gorilla, that gorilla actually moved in the frozen space-time. The huge black body suddenly turned around, and its enormous hand swung towards Bari. Although the movement was also like slow motion, it wasn't as fast as Bari's, but this caught him completely off guard. He instinctively cried out in surprise, but at that speed, it was too late to break, so he could only quickly lie on his back and slide tackle with lightning speed. The lightning flashed like flowing water as Bari narrowly slid across the gorilla's crotch, crashing into a roadside mailbox with a thud before he could stop. The gorilla turned around and tried to pounce, but the red and silver afterimage suddenly appeared and, using the momentum of the sprint, kicked the gorilla far away. A faint speed force response was detected in these gorillas. Pal said. Shenyu frowned slightly. Even if the entire Speed Force gorilla army only possesses a small amount of speed force, the situation is serious enough. 3 more gorillas roared and charged forward. Shenyu turned and fired a palm strike, sending the gorillas scattering in afterimages. But in that moment, Shenyu had already rushed into the middle of their formation. He took down one with a mid-air knee strike, followed by an elbow strike and a spinning throw that sent the second gorilla flying into the faces of 2 other gorillas that were attacking him. Then, he blasted the third away with a palm strike that landed right on its chest. He landed in front of Bari and stretched out his hand, careless. My God, these gorillas, they're so fast. Bari pulled him up by the hand, still somewhat shaken. Yes, but not as fast as you, Shenyu said. Here's a little suggestion. Go and attack those gorillas that aren't watching you. Once they turn around and surround you, run for your life. You run fast enough they can't catch you. Once you've shaken them off, go find those who aren't watching you to bully. Understand? Yes, that makes sense. How come I didn't think of that? Just a little experience, Shenyu smiled. It's all right, it's a piece of cake for you. You won't even break a sweat, trust mates easy. You'll get addicted once you get the hang of it. I'll leave the situation in the city to you for now. Okay, wait a minute, what about you? I'm going to see where they all came from, Shenyu said calmly upon further scanning. He discovered that these apes all possessed the speed force, and that all the energy fluctuations were directed in the same direction, converging towards the sky above the central city. It was invisible to the naked eye, but the scanner did show that the speed force energy was converging above Midtown, making the space appear slightly thinner. It's as if it's connected to some other space. This immediately caught Shenyu's attention. He figured that it was impossible for all these gorillas to be speedsters recognized by the Speed Force. So they must have developed some kind of method to utilize the Speed Force. This immediately ignited Shen Yu's thirst for knowledge as a scientist. If we can get through the weak points in this space, we might not only have a chance to take down the mastermind, but we might also be able to find out the methods and techniques the apes use to utilize the Speed Force. Shen Yu quickly ascended into the air, and when he reached a near height level, the power of the time-space bracelet was activated. Successful, he could feel that the barriers of space, like a thin film, were more fragile than elsewhere. All he needed to do was exert a little effort and straighten up. Go in. Chapter 122, The Flash's flanking man is the most deadly. I can do it, I can do it. Bari murmured a mantra as if chanting a spell, his eyes flashing with lightning. What follows is a long sprint at that moment. The apes on the street he had targeted were having a great time looting, smashing and burning, completely unaware of the lightning bolt that had crossed the street. A series of thuds and thuds followed, and in no time at all, the group of gorillas were beaten so badly they were rolling on the ground, their bodies tumbling over the gorillas, who looked like a squad leader roared. It's that son of lightning, seize him. The gorillas roared and turned to charge at Bari. But Bari remained fearless, his eyes flashing with electricity, his body radiating beams of light. Then he turned and ran. Sparks flew and lightning streaked along the way. The retreating figure seemed to say, turning back is for fools, sure enough. As long as he ran as fast as he could without looking back, the gorilla's speed was no match for him. In the blink of an eye, Bari had left all the gorillas behind him, far behind. Weak humans, the gorilla squad leader muttered disdainfully. Cowards who don't have the guts to face a fight. With that, he led the gorillas around and continued their rampage of looting, arson and vandalism. Then Bari came this time. They took a different route. Suddenly appearing from a street corner, the gorillas, who were happily smashing things, were completely unprepared. Lightning bolts swept across them, accompanied by a series of supersonic punches and kicks that scattered them once again. The squad suffered another large loss in an instant. The squad leader was furious. Roared turned around and led the squad in pursuit. He fled, it chased he. He just got away like that. They hadn't gone far when Bari vanished again. Leaving a trail of lightning, the squad leader was furious, yelling and pounding his chest, standing on the roof of a broken-down car and frantically pounding his chest with his fists. Face me, you coward. If you've got the guts, come at me head-on. The group of gorillas behind him also joined him in pounding their chests and roaring in anger. However, perhaps the roar was too loud and drowned out the commotion, because none of the gorillas noticed. Instead of running away, Bari turned a corner ahead, circled around the nearby building, and emerged from behind them. So when the squad leader finished venting his anger, he turned around and saw that the team behind him had silently lost half its members. I want you dead. The squad leader was furious and led his team to give chase again. Bari turned and ran without looking back, disappearing in an instant. The gorilla's eyes widened in horror. They don't need high intelligence to figure out the enemy's strategy. They just rely on their speed to flank and assassinate the backline. If you turn around to deal with them, they run away. If you engage in a tame fight, they'll just come back and auto-attack a few more times. If you do nothing, your partner will be stolen from you. And if you try to catch them, you can't. It feels like you're itching unbearably, but can't pinpoint where the itch is. You're filled with impotent rage, but there's nothing you can do about it. The elders of the tribe all say that humans are all despicable and cunning. And seeing it today, I can confirm that they are indeed true. The squad leader's mind raced, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered the entire team to halt. They simply stood their ground, monitoring all the passageways and directions around them, ready to face the detestable speedster. Then they waited and waited. After waiting for a while, no one else came. But throughout the orangutanach, one was on edge, barely daring to breathe. It felt a bit like sleeping in the middle of the night when your roommate on the top bunk drops a shoe. And you have to lie there with your eyes open, waiting for the second one to fall out until dawn. Team leader, one of the gorillas, report. The third squad reports that they have been attacked by speedsters. How did you get there? The squad leader's eyes widened in disbelief. So we've been waiting here for nothing. When the enemy retreats, I advance you, and the enemy advances. I retreat when the enemy is ashamed, I strip him naked. Anyway, that's roughly what Shen Yu wanted to express. After trying it out a few times in actual combat, Bari became increasingly convinced that Shen Yu was simply a genius. He thoroughly implemented this basic tactical concept: fire a shot and move on to a different spot, specifically targeting those whose backs were turned to him. Kicking them in the back and then running away, it was damn exciting. Moreover, every time he kicked and then turned and ran away, watching those gorillas in slow motion pounding their chests and jumping up and down in anger, cursing wildly but helpless, felt even more relieved. Shen Yu was right. It can really be addictive once you get the hang of it. Bari sped down the street, continuing his search for his next target as he ran. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted thick black smoke billowing from the windows of a burning building, where several civilians were trapped and calling for help. His mind raced, and before the idea even formed, he had already turned around, changed his target, and rushed into the burning building. A burst of lightning crackled and flashed, each flash revealing a figure after several flashes. The civilians in the building were astonished to find themselves teleported outside, their faces blank with disbelief as if they were dreaming. Looking up, they saw a young man with his face covered, lightning flashing around him, leaning against the wall and panting, giving them a thumbs up. Don't worry, you're all right. Let me catch my breath first, few tilde. A little girl opened her mouth as if to say something, but Bari smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. No need to thank me. It was nothing, I was just a kind passerby. No. The little girl said timidly. I just wanted to remind you that you seem to be on fire. Oh, it's nothing, not worth mentioning. Bari narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing that things were not so simple. Wait, what did you say? Turning his head, he saw that the back of his clothes was already on fire, and the flames were spreading rapidly over his body. Friction generates heat, he was simply too fast, and his protective speed energy field was not yet fully developed during the awakening stage of his ability. So friction with the air caused his clothes to catch fire. Shit, Barry's expression changed drastically. He cried out in alarm and instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from everyone's sight. The survivors stared blankly for a long time before an old man waved in the direction he had disappeared. Thanks, young man. Shen Yu had thought that after passing through this space-time membrane, the next place might be a similar speed field as before. But he soon discovered that wasn't the case. He was in a barren mountain with a city not far away. The buildings stand in rows, but their style is completely different from human architecture in any other country or region. Soft and elastic vine-covered pavements, alloy buildings entwined with plants and vines. Natural colors and organic lines are blended together. The people walking through the city streets were all apes. So this is Gorilla City in Daisy. Why is the Speed Force connected to this city? Bioreaction detected within 700 meters, Pal said. So close. Shen Yu turned his head to scan and quickly found the heat source behind the dense forest next to him. They are a group of gorillas, several gorillas. Their hands bound behind their backs knelt on the ground. Behind them, a row of gorillas held some kind of gun, pointing it at the kneeling group of gorillas from behind. It looks like some kind of execution scene. 2 updates today and an extra update tomorrow. Chapter 123, just call him Xioma. Kneel down, you traitors, an executioner ape. Holding a gun kicked a prisoner ape in the back of the knee. The prisoner ape knelt down unwillingly, his eyes filled with rage. Traitor. How dare you use that word? Stop talking nonsense. The executioner gorilla pressed the muzzle of the gun against the back of its head, its face beaming with undisguised smugness. You've lost, it's all over now. Gorilla City will only accept one king, and that is the great King Gerard. The executioner gorilla said triumphantly, and you. You people may have had elders nobles before, but now. That's all in the past. Now you are all traitors to Gorilla City. And not only will you be executed, but your crimes will also be forever recorded in the annals of Gorilla City. This is ridiculous. A nearby gorilla cried out in defiance. It was blind and had a striking scar above its left eye. Ignoring everything else, the shameless Gerard actually accused me of peeping at classified information. Accusing me, blind apes, of peeping at classified information. Do you think all future historians are blind? The executioner gorilla paused for a moment, then turned to its companion. I think it has a point. Perhaps we were a bit hasty in assigning this charge. Enough with the nonsense. The leader gorilla behind said impatiently. Why bother with all that? Who cares about such details? Okay, sir, a nearby-up white gorilla was yelling. You can't treat me like this. I know Minister Carlo of the Administration Department. If you dare touch me, you'll be in big trouble. Save your breath, buddy. A gorilla next to it said dejectedly. I'm Minister Carlo and I'm tied up here too, aren't I? The white-haired gorilla went limp and almost peed himself. The leader gorilla's gaze swept over the gorillas who had once held power. And he sneered any last words. Grud will regret this, a bound ape said in a deep voice. Our ancestors left us the instruction that we must always keep the power of lightning in awe. Grud has already gone against the will of its ancestors. And if this continues, it will surely. Stop, that's enough, the leader gorilla grinned. Just kidding. I'm not that merciful as to give you time to say your last words. Now Lord Igrid's decision is that you should be on your way. As soon as it finished speaking, it instinctively realized something was wrong. It turned its head and saw a strange red and silver armor that had appeared behind it at some unknown time. What are you? How did you get in here? The leader gorilla exclaimed in shock. Not only it, but all the gorillas present were taken aback. This is Gorilla City, a realm isolated from the outside world since ancient times. They have developed a unique technological system, creating a protective force field that envelops the entire city like a giant eggshell. This shield not only blocks any external attacks, but also provides additional shielding. To humans, this city is invisible to the naked eye or any other equipment. It's practically non-existent. This is precisely why it's the safest place for the apes. It has never been invaded in all these years. That's why they were so shocked when they found an outsider inside the barrier. Excuse me for interrupting for a moment. Shenyu said politely, but I just wanted to ask. Where is that King Gerudo you just mentioned? I have something I'd like to talk to him about. In a very friendly way, intruders. The leader gorilla shouted. And all the gorillas immediately turned their guns around. I don't know who you are, but how dare you trespass into Gorilla City? Especially in front of Bloody Michael, the top henchman under King Gerudo. I'll tear you to pieces and eat your brains. The gorilla who called himself Michael shouted loudly. Shoot, kill him, okay, the negotiations have failed. Negotiations broke down, so they went straight to cremation. The moment before the gorillas pulled the trigger, Shen Yoren had vanished. The energy of the laser guns intertwined into a network, and his agile steel body darted through the gaps in the beams, instantly closing in on the formation. He swiftly moved his palms, unleashing palm strikes that knocked down two people in quick succession. The remaining gorillas roared in unison, accelerating and lunging forward. Similar to the gorillas that attacked Midtown, they were also very fast. However, there's nothing Shenyu can't handle. Shenyu slapped away a punch with his left palm and kicked one of the gorillas to the ground. The gorilla on the left wing swung a stick that was crackling with electricity at him. Shenyu casually deflected and redirected the stick, causing it to strike another gorilla on the top of its head instead. They dealt a heavy blow to my teammates. Shenyu unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, knocking down two gorillas, and then sent one flying with a knee strike. Two gorillas then launched a flashy attack in two intersecting arcs. but he tripped one of them with his foot and intercepted the other with an elbow strike to the face. In the blink of an eye, only the leader of the entire group of guerrillas remained. After Shen Yu charged into the center of the enemy formation. He remained essentially stationary. Even after the last guerrilla fell, he remained rooted to the spot, seemingly without moving an inch. The guerrilla leader and the kneeling prisoners were all stunned. Now you're saying your name is Bloody Michael. Shen Yu turned to the remaining arrogant leader gorilla. I have a question for you. The gorilla glanced at the countless gorillas lying dead on the ground, and one whose body was half buried in the rocks. It swallowed hard and forced a smile. Oh, Michael, you're being too polite. Just call me Little Michael. Shen Yu quickly grasped the general situation. Actually, it's pretty much the same as the original. In the Flash stories, Gorilla City is more of an ally than a villain. Except for that one troublesome gorilla Groud, who dreams of being an emperor all the time. The apes in this city have no ambitions. They are content to live peacefully in their enclosures. However, a traitor named Gerudo emerged, killing the old king, staging a coup and seizing the throne now. With his ambitions swelled, he even dreams of invading the human world and unifying the earth. Shen Yu guessed that this gorilla named Grud was either crazy or had been out of touch with the world for too long and couldn't figure things out. If it were to conduct a site visit before attacking, and understand how many cheaters exist in the human world, it would immediately abandon its ridiculous idea within a day. Furthermore, while Gorilla City claims to be technologically advanced, its overall feel is actually quite similar to those vibranium-using black guys next door. One second they're mocking how primitive their gun use is, and the next they're pulling out their ancestral 24K vibranium spear. You're looking for King Gerudo, right? He's in the palace over there in the biggest building. Michael the gorilla suddenly became exceptionally enthusiastic. Do you need me to show you the way? Chapter 124, The Oracle of the Speed Force. Shen Yu tried to find out the background of the place from the gorillas as quickly as possible. Simply put, a long time ago, there was a group of gorillas who were adopted as sons by a godmother named Speed Force. A lightning bolt that fell from the sky accelerated their thinking. In the parlance of spiritual energy revival points, they were given sentience. Then a group of intelligent apes worshipped lightning as a god, developed civilization-built cities, and developed a technological system entirely based on lightning. For many years they carefully hid from the outside world, living peacefully in this idyllic paradise. One day, the godmother gave a divine message, saying she suddenly wanted to find a blonde, bookish nerd to be her godson, and she no longer wanted them. The apes were immediately thrown into panic. The conservatives believed that whatever the godmother did was her prerogative, and that they should accept reality. But the radicals, sold by Grud, insisted that they couldn't just sit idly by when faced with a crisis. Our foolish ancestors thought that lightning contained divine power. Nonsense. Grud roared, giving his speeches throughout Ape City. What we call lightning is nothing but a natural phenomenon. Just like wind and water, mere tools. If it doesn't acknowledge us, we'll make it submit. Of course, it didn't say that before the Speed Force disappeared. The old Groud was one of the most fanatical believers and followers of the Speed Force. When you give them benefits, they call you moms like you're their own mothers. But when you don't, they instantly change their tune and call you a tool. Then came the civil war in Gorilla City. Grud staged a coup, crushing the conservative ruling party, and immediately dispatched troops to Central City. There is only one objective: the Son of Lightning must die. Grud's idea was simple and brutal. If we kill our godmother's new son, she'll have no son to acknowledge, and surely she'll change her mind and come back to us, right? Once they capture the Son of Lightning and reconnect with the endless Speed Force, conquering the world will be a piece of cake for Ape City. The situation is extremely urgent. The elder gorilla, now freed from his restraints, spoke with great nervousness. We must immediately seize power, stop the madness of the Gerudos, and recall the troops it has sent out. Ancestral teachings require us to live in peace with humanity, and we cannot allow the Gerudos to undermine this. And the Son of Lightning must not die under any circumstances. Grood has lost his mind. If the Son of Lightning were truly killed, it might incite the wrath of the Lord of Lightning. Don't worry about that for now. I don't think he'll be killed that easily. Shen Yu interrupted. But it's true that we need to stop the invasion as soon as possible. Is Gerard in that hall? That means if we break in and take it, we can command the army in the central city to surrender. Yes, but it won't be that simple, outsiders. That's the heart of Gorilla City, a military stronghold. Grud's subordinates have taken control of the entire central system. And now there are almost impregnable armies deployed there. The elder then turned to the other gorillas. Now we must gather the rest of us. All our remaining teams will first break into the prison and release the warriors imprisoned by Gerard. Then we'll raid the armory and take any weapons and equipment we can get our hands on. Follow me and lead a team to draw attention, while the rest of you will split into 3 groups to encircle and attack Gerard's fortress. Although the chances are slim, we must give it a try. Elder, a gorilla weakly raised his hand. What's going on, Walter? This is a critical moment. Don't interrupt me while I'm explaining the plan. Elder Gorilla said as pleased, no, Elder. But I think it might not be necessary to go through all that trouble. The gorilla pointed behind the elder. The elder turned around, took a closer look, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just as he was speaking and assigning tasks, the foreigner in the red and silver armor silently charged towards the central fortress. Then came a series of loud explosions. Flames soared into the sky, smoke filled the air, and all weapons turrets, combat aircraft, and tanks were activated. The sheer scale and intensity of the scene made it seem as if 2 massive armies were engaged in battle. Explosions raged, sending tanks and burning metal debris flying everywhere. Flames from the explosions spread from the outer perimeter towards the central fortress. The Ape's aircraft burst open and crashed like punctured balloons. In a mere minute, the red and silver afterimage charged through the indestructible armies described by the elders. A gap was blasted open on the outside of the fortress with a loud bang, and he burst through the smoke and disappeared into the opening. An eerie silence fell over the gorillas on the hillside. After a moment, one of the gorillas looked at the elder and asked, "Do we still need to gather more people, elder?" For some reason, the wise elder suddenly felt that he looked a bit dull. The central fortress and temple of Gorilla City. A magnificent pillar, its surface shimmering with a pale golden light. Its surface is densely covered with ancient bas-reliefs, exquisite and rich. But the most striking feature is undoubtedly the symbol at its very center. Surrounded by various patterns, a symbol with distinct outlines. Mysterious and profound, a flash of lightning. This is no ordinary pillar. It is a pillar built by the Gorilla Grud, using the knowledge and technology passed down through generations in Gorilla City, and is called a lightning rod by the gorillas at that time. Grud had just completed a coup and ascended the throne. According to the rules of Gorilla City, only the king of the gorillas was qualified to receive the Oracle of the Speed Force. So Gerard couldn't wait to try and accept the Oracle. Of course, it can't really be a direct dialogue, since the Speed Force is an abstract concept rather than a concrete entity. So-called oracles are often just fragments obtained in a way similar to a dream, or thoughts that suddenly pop into the mind like inspiration. However, to put it abstractly, this is roughly what Grood's first oracle was like. Grood, Speed Force, tell me. Who is the fastest being in the world? Speed Force, of course, it's my soon-to-be godson. My adorable Barry Grud, enraged, impossible. I am the fastest being in the world. My Speed Force is unmatched. Speed Force, we are very sorry. Your Speed Force membership expired on date. All recharge and renewal channels are now closed. Goodbye. Gerard, I'm so angry, so it erected this pillar. It called it a lightning rod, and kept saying it wanted to take control of its own destiny. But in reality, it just meant that their network was blocked, and this pillar was stealing bandwidth from the Speed Force. At this moment, Dark clouds filled the sky outside Gorilla City, and thunder roared incessantly, with lightning flashing like thunder dragons churning in the dark clouds. The apes have revered lightning for generations. That fear is ingrained in their DNA. Even the apes who follow Grood feel a sense of dread whenever they encounter such weather. At this moment, a trusted aide beside Gerudo couldn't help but whisper, "King Gerudo, what we're doing really a good thing. Won't we anger the great lightnings?" Grood glared at it fiercely, and the gorilla quickly shrank back. "That's just what I was saying, ha cowardice." Grud chuckled. He already said, "The speed force is just a natural phenomenon. A tool that can be controlled. If it really had a problem, why bother with this bluff? Why not just unleash a bolt of divine lightning and blast my palace through?" Rumble before the words were even finished. The roof was blown apart with a loud bang, and rubble rained down. Moms. The gorilla's confidant was terrified. What kind of divine intervention is this? Has the god of lightning truly manifested himself? Its instinct was to worship while simultaneously declaring that it was all Grood's doing and had nothing to do with it. And then it discovered, wait, where is King Gerudo? Turning my head, I realized that King Gerudo had vanished in the blink of an eye. Chimpanzees, how to say. The king is at least quite fast at running away. Chapter 125, The Laws of Space and Time. The roof was blasted through, and Shen Yu landed lightly in the main hall amidst countless falling rocks. The trusted Gorillaho had collapsed to the ground, rubbed his eyes looking somewhat bewildered. Isn't this the punishment of the god of lightning? Shen Yu looked around and was quickly drawn to the brightest and most dazzling pillar in the main hall. Speed Force energy readings, wow. He checked the readings on the chronosphere bracelets using the armor's built-in system. Is this the source of their speed force? Before they could even check, a loud voice boomed from behind the main hall, "Intruder." Turning my head, I saw a group of gorillas wearing crowns. Golden armor and cloaks appear out of nowhere. Their appearance practically screamed, "I am Gerudo. I don't know how you broke through the defenses and entered my inner sanctum, but daring to come here is courting death," Gerard roared. "I am Gerard, king of Gorilla City. I fear not even lightning speed. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The subordinate beside him swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Your Majesty, if you weren't afraid, why did you run so fast just now?" Roar. The gorilla roared and charged towards Shen Yu with lightning speed. Shen Yu dodged and retaliated with a backhand strike to the face. But although Grood was large, he was quite agile. He tilted his head back and dodged the attack as well, followed by another palm strike that came like lightning. Clearly, King Grood possessed a different kind of speed force, making him much faster than the gorillas who had invaded the central city. In addition, it also possesses a certain level of super strength and defense. And in the original works, it was able to withstand the Flash's supersonic punches almost unscathed thanks to its physical abilities. Shen Yu thrust out his left palm, unleashing a palm cannon attack, but Gerard, trailing a bolt of lightning, dodged to the side, the energy blast shooting out and blasting a small hole through the outer wall of the hall. Shen Yu followed up with kicks and jabs, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. But Gerard relied on its speed to dodge them repeatedly. It seemed to have realized that its opponent was not weak, and instead of confronting him with strength, it relied on its speed to avoid his attacks. Following up with a right straight punch, this one aimed straight for his face. Gerard glided backward as if on lightning, the punch losing its momentum just millimeters from his forehead. "Not bad speed, intruder," Grud said smugly. "But not as fast as my divine speed." Boom. Before it could finish speaking, the fist that was fixed in front of it suddenly flicked out its middle finger, the finger flicking divine power. Although it was only a finger, it was quite astonishing with Shen Yu's power. Just a moment ago, Gerard was still wearing a smug smile. He tilted his head back and the whole ape flew out, crashing through countless layers of walls in the fortress and flying a long way. The other gorillas in the hall were initially too slow to intervene because the two were moving too fast. But now they were somewhat stunned. What kind of intruders are they using going to such lengths? They were well aware of King Gerudo's power, his strength, speed, and spirit were unprecedented in the history of Gorilla City, making him an invincible symbol in their eyes. This was why many gorillas were willing to risk their lives for him, even at the cost of abandoning their faith in lightning. But this Gerard was taken down in a single move. Combined with Gerard's arrogant and defiant declaration, the lightning in the sky, and the red and silver figure's speed, which was almost on par with Gerard's. Could this person truly be a divine punishment brought down by lightning? Despite landing a successful blow, Shen Yu inside the armor frowned slightly. Groot is indeed very fast. Even after being repelled by the speed force, it still possesses this speed. This made Shen Yu even more curious about the technology it used. He walked to the pillar known as the lightning rod and extended his right hand. The armored parts on his hand clicked apart, and the armor dissipated. He touched the lightning rod directly with his bare hand. Consciousness extended along with the light, tentatively exploring the principles and operation of the pillar. The quantum brain operated at full speed, rapidly analyzing the knowledge contained within. Sure enough, I immediately sensed the presence of the speed force, which was rapidly flowing through the lightning rod. Drawn from another dimension, he felt greatly inspired. This is different from the energy he had previously directly encountered in the speed force space. What he had encountered before was wild, unused speed force, just pure energy. It was similar to what he had observed from Bari before. Although the novice Bari was very fast, it was all about brute force. The speed force space was almost an unlimited supply of energy for Bari. He could get as much as he wanted, and there was no skill involved. But this lightning rod is different. It's how the apes try to steal the speed force after being rejected by it. If Bari's speed force is likened to a vast ocean, this amount of energy is roughly equivalent to a household water pipe. But this small pipe contains the culmination of generations of scientific research on the speed force since the establishment of civilization, maximizing efficiency with minimal energy. The way energy is transported, the perspective on the speed force, and even the understanding of the space-time rules of the entire DC universe all broadened Shen Yu's horizons considerably. As described in the original work in the DC universe, speed and time are to some extent the same thing. The speed force contains a set of laws that encompass both speed and time. Shen Yu had already figured out some tricks for using his own light to simulate the speed force's driving method. Knowing these new perspectives and viewpoints, he felt he could go even further. Time is not such a mysterious and unattainable law for Ultraman's light. In the series most familiar to Ultraman fans, Tiga seemingly used a time-space ability to travel from the past back to the present at the end of the Ultraman Planet episode. Furthermore, this episode's actions are controversial. There's a precedent in the Showa-era TV series where Ace led the entire TAC team, trapped in ancient times back to the present. Not to mention Zero, a representative of time manipulation techniques. In his shining form, he can reverse time and space. And he even created a special time dimension for Orb to train in Ultraman Orb fighting. 10 years passed in Shining Zero's timeline, but only 10 seconds passed in the outside world. It does have an effect somewhat similar to the Speed Force. In the official novel, it is described that Zero traveled to the Waterfall of Time in space to develop the potential of his shining form. And only through training and learning did he discover the knack for controlling the laws of time. Even so, he has not yet fully developed the potential of this form. Time manipulation is a high-level skill in Shen Yu. As an apprentice, Ultraman had never dabbled in it before. But now, having directly come into contact with the source of the space-time laws of the DC universe, he suddenly felt a continuous flow of inspiration. Slowing down time and accelerating oneself does not require linking to the speed force. One's own light is sufficient to achieve this. All he needs is knowledge, to adapt to and become familiar with the laws governing the universe itself. Roar with his quantum brain operating at full speed. The outside world changed in an instant with a roar. Shenyu turned around and saw the cloaked gorilla trailing lightning rushing back at full speed. The fact that the gorilla wasn't seriously injured despite being launched so far by a single blow is partly due to Gerudo's super endurance. And the high-speed protective effect of the speed field must have also played a significant role. But now Shenyu smiled slightly. "I'm going to turn you into scrap metal. And then eat your brains," Grodd roared, transforming into a giant afterimage as he pounced, clenching his fists and slamming them down on Grodd's head. Shenyu calmly crossed his arms and stood still, watching it charge forward without moving an inch, until it had already rushed up to you at supersonic speed and slammed its fists down in a powerful blow. Shenyu moved a hissing sound. Just before Grodd's fist slammed down, the red and silver armor seemed to vanish into thin air. The gorilla's heavy punches cracked the floor, the fissures spreading, and rubble flew everywhere amidst the crackling lightning. Grodd's punch missed its mark as he watched the ghostly afterimage vanish in front of him. His pupils contracted instantly, and a thought immediately flashed through his mind. Impossible 7,000 words today, 3 updates a day. Chapter 126, Your Speed Force is really useful. Impossible Grodd's eyes were wide open, bloodshot. It had already realized in the previous encounter that its opponent was strong and fast. It was mentally prepared for this. But at least until just now, its speed was not much different from its. But in that instant, seemingly in the blink of an eye, the opponent suddenly seemed to transform, his speed increasing dramatically. He could watch Grodd rush towards him at a leisurely pace, even dodging only when its fist was almost upon his face. And it couldn't even make out the trajectory. How could someone suddenly increase their speed so many times in the blink of an eye? Could he have been acting against me just now? How could anything in the world be so much faster than it? Then it turned its head in alarm and looked at Shenyu, who had gracefully teleported to the side and was still savoring the moment he had just appeared. At that moment, Gerudo recognized the dazzling, lightning-like effect emanating from him. The fluctuation of energy, the speed force. Gerudo's eyes widened. "You stole my speed force." Shenyu initially wanted to say that this wasn't entirely accurate. He didn't steal the speed force at all. Instead, he relied entirely on his own light to operate according to the laws of the speed force. Therefore, unlike Grodd, who could only rely on a pitiful little pipe to generate electricity, he had his own light as a source of energy. But then I thought, oh well, there doesn't seem to be any need to explain. So he simply smiled slightly. "Yes, your speed force is really useful." Grodd was already in a state of impotent rage, because the speed force had been seduced by the blonde pretty boy. And hearing this made him even angrier. But realizing the speed difference, it did not charge forward again, but instead unleashed another of its special skills. Telepathy, actually. It had tried this move when they first met, but for some reason it seemed to have no effect on the strange person in front of it. This was a talent that Gerudo possessed. None of its 8 brethren had it so far. It had never encountered an individual who could resist this move. But the person in front of it had a mental barrier that was like an impenetrable wall. But it doesn't matter. After making contact with the speed force, Grodd was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed force also amplified its mental abilities. Now, it could do more than just invade minds through telepathy. It could also use telekinesis. It appears to be in a state of impotent rage. But that's actually a cover for its true killing move. The special alloy blades hanging on the weapon rack behind him, along with the debris and rubble from the battle, had silently risen into the air behind Shenyu. Golden lightning appeared, coiling around those things and rapidly stabbing towards Shenyu's back. Sneak attack. Gerudo's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Got it? Gerudo's smile gradually faded, leaving him completely bewildered, because it sensed that things under its telekinetic control were frozen in place. No matter how hard it tried, it wouldn't move forward an inch. A sneak attack from behind. What a tasteless gorilla. Shenyu didn't even turn his head, but gently hooked his finger. Then the hidden weapons that should have been under Gerudo's control flew from above Shenyu's head to his front. changed the direction, and locked onto Jared like arrows ready to be released. Grud's mouth gradually opened, and a question mark seemed to appear on his forehead. This person is not only faster than me, but even my proud mental strength is stronger than mine. No. It's one thing for my speed force to be awesome, but how come even these junk things are awesome? That's too much. Telekinesis is something everyone in the land of light possesses, but the power they unleash varies drastically depending on the individual's level of mastery. Among the stronger examples, the bracelet holder can use telekinesis to create tsunamis, and Seven in his human form can use telekinesis to inflict damage on large monsters. However, people generally don't use telekinesis unless absolutely necessary. It consumes energy and stamina very quickly, and in most cases, it's far less convenient than throwing a punch. Shenyu didn't particularly like using it, however. Not liking to use it doesn't mean he couldn't use it. The Speed Force can also amplify mental power, manifesting as telekinesis. I'll remember that. That's another new piece of knowledge. I'll study it carefully when I get back. While muttering to himself, Shenyu's hands were not idle. With a flick of his finger, he activated his telekinetic power, and the steel pipes and spears floating in the air were immediately bent into rope-like structures, binding Jared tightly. The acquisition of new knowledge is always fulfilling and enjoyable. However, although he was eager to return immediately to conduct further research and organize his findings, Shenyu did not forget that he had other important matters to attend to. You've already lost. Now you have two options, Shenyu said. Withdraw your troops, or we can take a tougher approach first, and then you can withdraw your troops. Grud, who was tied up tightly, spat on the ground. Never. Grud roared, use your worst methods, monster. But glory will always belong to the apes. Not to inferior humans, this is no longer necessary. The elder gorilla led a group of gorillas in. Your regime is over. I just told you about the teams I sent to the human world. Your regime has been swiftly defeated. They have all surrendered, no. Jared roared and lightning crackled around his body. You have no right, you can't do this. I'm trying to protect our city. Me too, Elder Ape said coldly. And what you have done has crossed the line. Your arrogance will only bring destruction to Ape City. Not to mention your rebellion and your attempt to execute the elders. The elders' verdict against you is... The gorilla elder drew his gun and pointed it at Grud. Death penalty. Gerd stared at the dark muzzle of the gun and narrowed his eyes. He then burst into laughter. Foolish. Cowardly compatriots, if that's what you really think. Then so be it, go ahead and do it. But you'll soon realize what a ridiculous mistake it was. The elder gorilla frowned. What do you mean? Do you really think I would formally declare war on the human world without any certainty? Grud sneered. I discovered a fellow human who grew up in the human world but has had an extraordinary life. It possesses far greater power than we do. But lacks our wisdom, I found it persuaded it, and bestowed upon it the power of lightning. Now it will be unstoppable, and just as we were speaking, it had already been introduced into the human world. What are you saying? What have you done? Elder Gorilla shouted sternly. It's not me, it's humanity itself. They create their own demons and I merely use them. Grud said in a deep voice. Humanity calls it Titano. Chapter 127, Titano the Giant Gorilla. Midtown a few minutes ago, on a street overrun by gorillas, a black sedan was sent flying through the air by a massive impact. Flames spread, thick smoke billowed, and the windshield shattered at an alarming speed, sending shards flying everywhere. The female driver was thrown out of her seat by the force of the impact, only to be pulled back into place by the seatbelt. The vehicle tumbled through the air, as if manipulated by invisible threads. The moment seemed frozen, flames and smoke. Debris everywhere with despair on the woman's face. And the rampaging gorilla. Lightning flashed into this frozen space-time, and time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. A blurry figure stepped on the seemingly still brick fragments tossed into the air. riding the lightning as it rushed into this solidified realm. Despite being a novice, Bari is already starting to get the hang of things. Along the way, knocked down a gorilla with a punch, kicked another one to the ground, and then used the gorilla's face as leverage to stomp on it. With a graceful somersault that left a trail of lightning, Bari stepped on the broken car door that flew into the air and rushed to the side of the upside-down car. He leaned inside and buckled his seatbelt, pulled the driver, whose expression was frozen in a moment of hysterical screaming, into his arms and swiftly drove back the way he came. A trail of sparks trailed behind him as he finally managed to slow down and stop in a nearby alley. The female driver was still screaming loudly, turning her head to look left and right as she yelled, then abruptly swallowed her screams back down, blinking blankly, her vision blurring. Then her gaze shifted blankly to the only other living person beside her. This guy was still shaking his hands as if he'd been electrocuted. This was no exaggeration, because there were indeed crackling electricity crackling in his hands, and he was trying desperately to shake the electric currents off. Noticing the woman's strange look, Bari looked up, smiled, and waved his hand. "Oh hey, are you all right? Crazy day, huh? Woke up to find the whole city full of monkeys. But don't worry, you're safe now, you're welcome. Actually, I wanted to ask about your clothes." The woman's expression became even stranger. "You realized you're wearing an old lady's nightgown, right? Oh my god, is that how it looks?" Bari glanced down at his brightly striped pajamas with their tacky embroidery, the collar and cuffs adorned with tinny old-fashioned lace. Not only were they oddly styled, but they also fit him terribly, making him look rather comical. "Oh, that's because friction generated heat, and my clothes got burned. I just grabbed one when I passed by a shopping mall," Bari said, awkwardly scratching his head. "Okay. So what's with the Hello Kitty on your head?" Bari was clearly wearing a Hello Kitty-themed headpiece, making him look like a big white cat in an old man's pajamas. It's from that mall too. I rescued a guy dressed as a mascot doing promotions. And casually, I disguised myself as a superhero, you know what I mean." "Is that so?" The woman looked at his Hello Kitty headgear, then at the old man's pajamas, and gave him an expression that said, "I don't understand. But I'm deeply impressed," Bari sighed. He felt that if he decided to do this often in the future, having a set of non-flammable gear would be very important. "And what is that?" the woman asked, looking up. "What did I do now? You mean the sky?" Bari followed her gaze and his expression changed as well. "So big, some kind of aircraft, similar to the vehicles the gorillas used to land. Only this one is much larger, the enormous golden spherical cabin plummeted from the sky with a piercing shriek, spewing flames from its bottom just before impact to slow it down for landing. What followed was an earthquake-like impact. The heavy fall was like a giant cannonball hitting the central city, and the earth cracked open from the point of impact. Amidst the billowing smoke, the massive cabin door burst open, and a gigantic shadow leaped out of the smoke, a gorilla. A real big gorilla, standing tens of meters tall like a titan with thick fur, muscles stronger than steel, dark brown skin exuding a primal aura, broad forehead, and brown eyes filled with rage and wildness. Titano the gorilla, a classic supervillain in the Superman series. He also appeared in the old animated series, Superman TAS. Originally an ordinary little monkey, he was chosen by humans as an experimental subject for spaceflight testing. 20 years ago, it was launched into space in a rocket during a space experiment. But the rocket malfunctioned and all contact was lost. The space agency thought it was dead, but it turned out that it had been affected by unknown radiation in space and evolved into a giant creature tens of meters tall. When it returned to Earth, it had become a powerful behemoth with strength comparable to superhumans. When Shenyu saw the origin of the villain, he couldn't help but wonder, where have I seen this development before? Reinforcements requesting reinforcements. Police officers from the Midtown police station were shouting from the surrounding streets. Haven't the troops arrived yet? How do we explain this situation to them? Midtown is now full of super monkeys. The officers hurriedly drew their guns and fired. But as everyone knows, the effect of a small handgun in the DC universe, if compared to the Ultraman series, is probably equivalent to the fire poker that Max carry on their belts. Anyway, as long as you fire a shot, it will either be a bunch of human outlines and not a single crab on the beach will be spared, or it will be a full-service massage and sauna, and the actual damage will still be HP 0, Titano. Being a mutated giant gorilla mutated by cosmic radiation, is a power-type character from the Superman series, so small pistols were obviously ineffective against him. However, these shots successfully attracted his attention, and the giant gorilla roared and leaped, its massive body crashing down on the officers. And it's incredibly fast. The officers had absolutely no chance to react. They remained frozen in place, guns raised, not even realizing that death was imminent. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Barry Allen sprinted forward, grabbing officers one by one and rushing towards cover. But even with his speed, he barely managed to dodge Titano's jump shot after pushing through the crowd. A tsunami-like impact sent him flying, smashing into a car door and shattering the window. He was then propelled through the air, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. Barry groaned as he fell to the ground, his body crackling with electricity. Had it not been for the Speed Force protecting him, such a fall would theoretically have been enough to pulverize him. Titano noticed Himuraden charged again, his massive fist slamming down on him. Barry's pupils contracted and he slid backward in a flash, the punch creating a huge crater in front of him. Broken bricks and metal fragments flew everywhere. Barry, catching his breath after dodging the attack at high speed, clutched his chest and said, "You know what? For a gorilla that's tens of meters tall, you're incredibly fast. If there were an Olympics for apes, you'd definitely be number one." Roar. Titano roared again, pounding his chest with both fists. The thuds of the blows were deafening, the transparent impacts reverberating. All right, I know you're fast and strong, but why don't you pick an opponent who's about your size?" Barry pointed behind it, for example him. Titano turned his head to look. Boom. A beam of light descended from the sky, slowing down before leaving the ground and transforming into the shape of a giant. When its feet landed, the earth trembled and dust billowed up. Chapter 128, Professional Counterpart. Shenyu slowly stood up, and before his body outline could be seen, the light from his eyes and chest had already pierced through the smoke. Then his gaze settled on the giant gorilla in front of him. A giant gorilla that returned after being lost in space during a human space experiment and mutated by radiation. This job sounds like a perfect fit for my major. The appearance of the enormous opponent immediately caught Titano's attention. It turned its head and roared fiercely at Shenyu in a defiant manner, making the windows of the surrounding houses seem to tremble slightly. Then came a sudden, reckless charge. The speed was astonishing, and the massive object's charge was accompanied by a sonic boom. Shenyu quickly realized that it was the effect of a speed force link granted to it by Gerudo. Similar like the fact that the behemoths of meters tall could easily break the sound barrier without blowing up the entire street was also due to the protective effect of the speed force. But at this moment, Shenyu had just received a profound enlightenment in the main hall of the Ape City. Although he had not yet fully digested the new knowledge, he was already quite confident in his speed. He dodged Titano's charge with a sidestep, then followed up with a chop to the head. Striking Titano's skull, Titano felt a buzzing in his head, his massive body swaying and staggering backward. His right foot slammed into the already overburdened ground, sinking into a pit, and the entire monkey lost its balance and veered to the side. Shenyu seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, his right whip kick exploding over the gorilla's liver, the heavy impact creating ripples of light across the gorilla's solid muscles. Titano clutched his liver and groaned, and Shenyu followed up with a series of straight punches to Titano's chest, the rapid bursts of energy exploding like a string of pearls. The giant gorilla, disoriented and dazed, roared and raised its leg to kick. Shenyu leaped off the ground, dodging the lower attack while simultaneously delivering a powerful sweeping kick to the gorilla's head. Titano's mouth twisted in pain from the kick, saliva flying everywhere, and his massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, cracking the ground-snapping power lines and sending sparks flying everywhere. Shenyu landed with a flying kick, stood up, and calmly clapped his hands. There's absolutely no need for faster speed. The mutated gorilla may have incredible strength and physical attributes, but it lacks any skill. Hitting it would be like bullying a child, however. As Superman's opponent, his toughness and resilience were indeed remarkable. Titano shook his groggy head, got up, and glared angrily at Shenyu. Shenyu stood still and made a provocative gesture, roar. Titano roared and charged forward again, leaping off the ground with lightning trailing behind him, his palms slamming forward and Shenyu. He simply squatted down and stood up on the spot. The target it was pouncing on suddenly crouched down, and Titano's lunge missed completely. Propelled by its supersonic inertia, it flew straight off the coastline and crashed into the water along the midtown shore with a loud thud. It turned into a water monkey. Shenyu approached. Just as he neared the shore, a sudden whoosh erupted from the water, and tons of water surged towards him like a water dragon, and they poured water all over his head. The gorilla was scooping up seawater with its paws and angrily splashing it at him. Shenyu, it doesn't even qualify as an attack. It's more like an angry child venting their frustration, standing there while the angry gorilla splashed water on him. Shenyu took the opportunity to scan its brain. Anger, hatred, and destructive urges are waning. That's not its own emotion in the original work. Although it was launched into space by humans, wandered alone for 20 years, and only returned to its homeland by chance after being mutated by radiation. Titano itself was still a kind little monkey, as innocent as a child with a mental disability. It harbored no resentment, nor did it have any desire for revenge in Superman stories. The trouble it caused was usually just because it was looking for food or wanted to play. It's just that its enormous size naturally caused trouble wherever it went. At this moment, Titano was being used by Gerudo. Gerudo used his telepathic abilities to implant destructive impulses into its mind. However, Gerudo had already been executed by the elders of their ape city. The instigator had disappeared, and the implanted emotions and thoughts were gradually fading away. Its own sanity is returning, although Titano couldn't. Its size allowed it to easily reach the bottom near the shore. It quickly climbed ashore, shook its groggy head, looked around, and then found a small car that looked somewhat acceptable among the wreckage. The naming in Shenyu's direction. He took a deep breath and threw it forcefully into the air. However, the direction of the force was not right, and the force was a bit too strong. The car shot upwards into the sky with a whoosh and disappeared as a black dot. Titano looked up and blinked twice. The blank look in his eyes seemed to say, "Where's my car?" It squinted at the sky for a moment, seemingly unable to see it, so it shook its head. Decided to stop thinking about it, bared its teeth again. Revealed a fierce look and strode forward, ready to charge at Shenyu once more. Then the car it threw up fell down. It hit its own head squarely. The poor car exploded on its forehead, scattering metal fragments and burning tires everywhere. The flames from the explosion scorched its face, making it look like an African gorilla. Its eyes blinked blankly on its blackened face, giving it a strangely adorable appearance. He doesn't seem very smart. It plopped down on the ground and started panting. After a couple of breaths, it turned its head and seemed to catch a glimpse of something. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. That was a shop with a broken window on the street. It looked like some kind of toy store, which was probably affected by the aftershocks of the fight. The shop windows were shattered red, the roof collapsed, and plastic figurines, both dressed and naked, flew out and landed all over the ground. There was also a pile of plush toys scattered all over the floor. Titano leaned closer, extended two enormous fingers. and carefully picked one up from the pile of plush toys. For its size, it was like picking up an ant, a teddy bear. Titano was overjoyed, his face beaming like a child's, rubbing the little teddy bear against his face. Shenyu scanned again and found that the heart control had been completely lifted, and the patient had fully returned to normal. A teddy bear broke my mind. This setting has always existed. When Titano was kept at Nas especially loved plush toys. In the Superman stories when Titano went berserk, he was always calmed down by small toys like teddy bears and monkeys. I just didn't expect the effect to be so significant. Titano, do you really like teddy bears that much? Shenyu thought for a moment. In the final episode of Superman TAS, Superman finds a deserted island at Sikari's Titano, flies to the island and releases it. Although this approach seemed to work out in the end, the island somehow had a Skull Island vibe, giving off an ominous feeling. Moreover, leaving a radiation-mutated gorilla, there was bound to attract attention from those with ulterior motives. Whether it was taken there by the bald villain or the bloated black aircraft carrier from the troublemaking camp, problems could easily arise, but it's all right. The predecessors from the Land of Light encountered many similar situations during their training on Earth, and the emergency manual of the security force has recommended solutions for such situations. After calming him down through telepathic communication, Shenyu picked up Titanol, lifted it, and suddenly soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Once he reached a sufficient height off the ground, he released his hands and pushed the gorilla forward. Then, light energy condensed in front of his chest, transforming into streaks of blue light that shot out, shrinking the beam. This is a skill used by many predecessors throughout the series, but it is almost always used on docile and friendly monsters. A warm blue halo enveloped Titano. The gorilla's size began to shrink, until it transformed back into the little monkey that boarded the rocket. It was wrapped in a small ball of light and flew to Shenyu's palm following the light. The little monkey seemed exhausted from all the fuss and fell asleep in his palm. Even as it slept, it tightly hugged the teddy bear in its arms, as if it never wanted to be apart again. 3 updates in a row. Chapter 129, The New Family Brotherhood Gorilla City. Thank you so much for everything you've done, outsider. The elder Gorillaho had regained powers. Thanks Shenyu repeatedly. If it weren't for you, not only would we old bones be dead by now, but Ape City would probably already be at war with humans. And destruction would be inevitable. It's nothing. Just a small favor, Shenyu said with a smile. Moreover, he had already gained a great deal from his trip to Gorilla City. Furthermore, after their exchange, the Gorilla Elders agreed to grant him access to the literature on the Speed Force research contained in their library, which would help him to further understand the rules underlying the Speed Force. Are you really not the messenger of lightning? Elder Ape looked at him suspiciously. It's really not true. Okay, anyway, thank you very much. You probably helped us through the biggest crisis in Gorilla City's history. The elders have decided that we will erect a statue of you in Gorilla Square to express our gratitude, so that our descendants will always remember your helping hand in that crucial moment. What do you think of that? It waved its hand as it spoke. A gorilla henchman brought over some kind of display device, showing a conceptual model of the statue. With its pure white design and lifelike lines, it may be a bit abstract, but it has undeniably captured the essence of Ultraman. You really don't need to. Of course it is necessary. Gorilla City will never forget any ally who lends a helping hand in critical moments. The elder gorilla waved his hand, and his subordinates took the display equipment away. While we were talking, our most professional sculptor already started working. We plan to name this piece Noah. What do you think? No, wait, change it. Shenyu quickly made a gesture to stop him. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You can't just call someone by that name. Okay, fine. The gorilla elder looked a little disappointed, though he seemed to like the name quite a bit. Then let's change it at this moment. A nearby gorilla couldn't help but ask, so what do we do now? Elder, yes, we have lost lightning. We have no future, do we? No, said the elder gorilla. For generations, we have relied on lightning to guide our way and on the Lord to lead us forward. But a new era is about to begin, and it is time for us to forge our own path. Each of us has the right to control our own destiny. We can decide the future of this city. But Jared says we'll be destroyed because of this. One of the gorillas said uneasily. Just like the Mayans who were chosen by lightning in history. Don't worry, that won't happen again, Shenyu said. The Maya were destroyed because of the overflow of the Speed Force's energy. But it will never happen again. The Speed Force now has its pressure relief valve. And the chosen ones. The children of lightning you speak of. In fact, it's the opposite of what Gerudo said. If he were dead, the Speed Force would continue to expand, potentially leading to your destruction. And possibly the entire world, conversely, as long as he runs. Your Safiverion is safe. There will be no more uncontrolled Speed Force energy. No more civilizations being swept into the space-time rift. After saying goodbye to the gorillas, Shenyu went to the Gorilla City Library and downloaded all the Speed Force-related literature that he thought might be useful, returning home with a full load. Then we went back to Midtown first. The guerrilla wars ended, and the remaining guerrillas under Gerudo's command in Midtown were all captured as prisoners of war. Gerudo was dead, and the only water pipe connecting them to the Speed Force had been severed. Disarmed, they posed no threat to the human army. The streets of Midtown are still a mess, and there seems to be a lot of cleanup work to be done, however. Some noise has already started to emerge from the streets. His name is Ultraman. I've seen him online. He beat up that alien robot in Metropolis. Did you see him fighting? He's incredibly cool. I'm sure there are other heroes here. 1 second I was almost crushed by a gorilla. The next I'm in the shelter, but I didn't see who it was. When Shenyu found Bari, he had already gone home and was in his apartment, eating a large bucket of fried chicken and a box of pizza. Sorry, Bari mumbled between bites. But I was just so hungry. I never imagined I could get this hungry. I feel completely drained. That's how it is with rapid consumption. You'll get used to it, Shenyu said, on the bright side. You can eat pizza, fried chicken, and chocolate without gaining weight. That makes sense. By the way, I saw you subdue that gorillate. Was really cool, bro. You're amazing. Okay, now I'm 100% sure you're not an agent of the Sky Eye. Are you an alien or humans? I mean, like Superman said, someone who lives on Earth. Shenyu smiled, both cool. Bari handed him a slice of pizza. Want one? No, I have things to take care of and need to go back. But before that, Shenyu reminded him. Are you sure you haven't forgotten anything? What? Bari stopped eating and tilted his head, thinking for a while, then his eyes widened suddenly. And the pizza slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Oh, he smacked his lips twice. Damn, Deadshot, damn it. It's all those gorillas' fault. They completely forgot about this. A few minutes later, the two had returned to the rooftop where they had been sniping. I've been tied up here all day. Lawton was furious when he saw the two of them. I'm here watching a whole city of gorillas jumping around. And explosions everywhere. And then there's the biggest gorilla. Do you know how close those two freaks were to me when they were fighting? I almost got slapped to death. I'm sorry. I was so busy before that I completely forgot about you. Bari said apologetically. And what's with that stupid cat on your head? Deadshot asked, squinting. Hey, this is Hello Kitty. What's so stupid about it? Bari straightened his headgear. Superheroes often have equipment issues when they first start out. So please understand, what's the point? I already know who you are, Lawton said coldly, right. As the saying goes, a hero dies before he can even begin. And the Flash is already facing an identity crisis before he's even made his debut. Bari was a little discouraged and turned to look at Shenyu. How likely are we that we can get him to keep my secret? He's an assassin, don't you think? Shenyu shrugged. Bari counted on his fingers as if doing some calculation. Rounding it off, it's roughly equivalent to nothing. That's more like it, Lawton grinned maliciously. I've memorized your face, kid. Nothing you do will shut me up. Bari looked at Shenyu, Is it possible that we could drug him and make him lose his memory? Lawton, or to put it more simply, Shen Yu suggested. Maybe you could punch him hard enough to give him physical amnesia. Lawton, is it really okay for you to openly plot in front of the parties involved? The person involved couldn't sit still any longer and threatened fiercely. I swear if you dare to do this, I. The two turned their heads at the same time, looking at Deadshot with blank expressions. He swallowed the rest of his words. I'm exhausted. Please don't do that, he said. I promise I won't tell anyone. His words were almost pleading. Bari glanced at Shen Yu. Do you think he's trustworthy? That's not very believable, but I have an idea. Shen Yu shrugged. I'll ask a sorcerer to cast an amnesia spell on him, and he'll forget everything when he wakes up from a nap. Real Barry's eyes lit up, but then he hesitated. Remembering something, Gan said. Such a powerful mage must charge a hefty ferrite. You might not know the situation. I'm barely managing to pay my rent right now, so I probably can't afford to hire one. It's all right, he doesn't need much, Shen Yu smiled. Just give him a pot. What should I send as a gift? Bari doubted he had heard correctly. So Bari used a pot to invite that wizard who guards the Rock of Eternity, successfully making Deadshot forget his superpowers. And everyone was happy. Shen Yu returned to the coffee shop. Bringing a new friend with him, come say hello to Titano. Shen Yu put the little monkey down in the shop. The little guy clung tightly to its teddy bear, cautiously surveying its surroundings. So cute. Kara suddenly appeared as if she had teleported, and scooped up the little monkey just then. Stryker the Kryptonian cat happened to be passing by. Yawning, Stretch, come and meet the new friend. Kara placed the baby monkey in front of Stryker. Meow. Stryker tilted his head. Titano looked down at the tiny animal, which was even smaller than himself, and suddenly felt more confident. After being shrunk by Ultraman, everything looked huge to it, and it felt very uncomfortable. Now, it was finally able to see something smaller than itself again. Grumbled. Titano greeted him in a friendly manner and thumped his chest, as if showing off his immense strength. It basically means, don't be afraid, I'll protect you from now on, meow. Stryker tilted his head. Although he couldn't understand the language, he roughly understood that it seemed to be demonstrating power. Then its eyes suddenly heated Upand with a whoosh. A burst of heat shot out with its heat vision. Grumble. Good heavens, this cat can shoot lasers, Titano shuddered. Then quickly realized a horrifying truth. Could I be the weakest one here? What is the family hierarchy? Chapter 130, Identifying Signals. So this is that city, what's it called again? A tall woman with red hair turned her head. It was Princess Maxima from Almeric. Gotham, Your Highness. The maid following behind spoke while flipping through the Gotham travel guide in her hand. The book says this city is famous for its circuses, clown shows, and even a mental hospital. The maid raised an eyebrow. What's the point of listing a mental hospital in the city's special features section of a travel guide? Is the person we're looking for right here? Maxima asked. I think so, Your Highness, the maid waved her hand, releasing a video feed from her palm. The image showed a giant of light, like a god descending from heaven, whose golden radiance dispelled the darkness and stood majestically amidst the city. This is the area where he first appeared and was most active. There is a high probability that he was operating in this city. Maxima stared at the red and silver body appearing amidst the city in the video. Did you see that body? The lines, the strong skin, the powerful beauty. Yes, eyes. Your Highness, the maid whispered. But I was just mentioning it. If this giant form is his true form, then wouldn't he be a little too big? What she was thinking was, this guy's size is at least 50 meters tall, while Your Highness 7 with height increasing shoes. You're barely 2 meters, species differences aside. Isn't this a bit too much of a stretch? To everyone's surprise, Maxima's eyes lit up even more. Wouldn't bigger be better? Maid, speaking of which, how's it going with my recent assignment to research Earth's culture? Maxima asked, have you learned anything? I welcome any suggestions now. Maxima thought that Aside from adhering to local customs, she should at least understand the local species' views on marriage and love when she arrived in a new place. Even within the same planet, different races can have vastly different values, let alone those from different planets. So this arduous task fell to the maid. Oh yes, yes. I recently searched through documents from many countries around the world, and I did make some discoveries. Oh, then what should we do? I'll do nothing, the maid said confidently. What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. Many books say that the more enthusiastic you are, the more likely it is to backfire, the maid said. Your Highness, if you do nothing, the man will think, woman. You've caught my attention. Then he'll become interested in you and will actively create opportunities to meet you and make contact. Really, Maxima wondered. Are all the customs on this planet this strange? It sounds so far-fetched. What documents did you read? This one, with a wave of her hand. The maid conjured up a book with the words Domineering CEO. Where did your wife run off to at this point? Her eyes immediately lit up, at first. I clicked in with a learning mindset, but the more I read, the more interesting it became. I've almost read 1,000 chapters now, and I'm about to catch up with the ongoing series. Maxima. The more I listened, the less reliable it seemed. I have an idea too, Sass said sullenly from the side. You have a plan too, Maxima glanced at him. Tell me about it. I see that the people on this planet have great respect and admiration for Superman and Ultraman here. I suppose they also respect the strong. Almeric is a planet of recklessness, and Sass is clearly the fighter among reckless ones, with a simple and brutal way of thinking. If your Highness were to join them and demonstrate your strength, perhaps it would attract his attention, sighed Tilda. Sure enough, this suggestion immediately clashed with the thought process of the fierce princess, who was single-mindedly looking for a husband who could beat her. I think Sass makes a good point, Maxima nodded. Seemingly wide awake the moment the topic of fighting came up. All right. So the next plan is to find that guy and show him the iron fist of this princess. Meanwhile, back at the shops, Shanyu continued his daily routine of studying, researching and developing. But he also didn't forget to keep up with current events. The most bustling place lately has to be Metropolis. The first train of the DC version of the Aura revival seems to have crashed into Metropolis. Since Superman announced his debut, all sorts of superpowered freaks and artificial black technology bastards have wanted to hitch a ride on the Iron Man and make their mark. So this is probably the most stressful period of Superman's career right now. Internalized Justice League hasn't been formed yet. He has no teammates to back him up. And even his external brain hasn't been activated. Externi in the early days of his career, Superman didn't have enough trust from either the public or the military. To be fair, although General Lane promised not to cause him any trouble, the so-called promises made under the traditional American practice are probably not much more valuable than toilet paper that has just been used up. The apparent harmony was solely based on the discovery that Superman's fist was genuinely huge. In reality, countless people secretly lusted after him while gazing at the blue sky. Once they catch you in the act, at best you'll be dragged to a VIP suite like the one at Flashpoint and put in jail. At worst, a set of photon skin rejuvenation treatments on an experimental table will kill you on the spot. Brother Jean sent his congratulations from the Olympic Games overnight after hearing this. It's one thing to have strong psychological resilience, but the real problem is that the villains in the Superman series are all inhuman. Take, for example, the parasite that wreaked havoc in Metropolis last week. It's a classic American comic book story about a lab accident that creates a father. An ordinary person's body is rewritten by harmful materials from alien organisms due to an accident, transforming him into an overpowered villain who can absorb the energy of any living being through contact. It could even absorb Superman's energy and replicate his abilities after absorbing it. Superman only managed to win after taking a good beating and ending up with a bruised and swollen face. Therefore, the current strength of Superman lies in his mental resilience and physical toughness. It will be quite a test of his skills to survive until the Justice League is established. Shenyu was scrolling through the latest Superman video, posted on Planet Daily's official website, when he looked up and immediately spotted a man and a woman sitting in a corner of the shop. The red-haired woman was wrapped around the man's slightly overweight waist, as if no one else was around. Their embrace as tight as a snake. Shenyu even caught a glimpse of the police badge in the overweight man's shirt pocket. Even though she's a detective in the GCPD, this woman doesn't look like his wife, good grief. They're from the Gotham Police Department. How can they be so arrogant in broad daylight? No. Since it's the Gotham Police Department, none of their actions seem surprising. The woman nestled in the detective's arms. Darling, I heard you've been investigating that, what? Roxanne lately. Roxanne Energy, a senior executive on the board, has died. The detective spoke gently while groping her. When his hand touched certain parts, the woman giggled and dodged away with a "You're so annoying." Who killed him? She asked with a smile. Who knows? But we suspect it's related to Roxanne's recent lake reclamation project. Speculating it's related to extreme environmental groups. Oh right, I shouldn't have said that. The case details are all classified. Haha, that drink must have had a bit too much effect. The detective chuckled. Let's not talk about anything unpleasant for today. Okay, sweetheart, of course I'll do whatever you say. Before the scene became even more offensive, Shenyu decisively retreated into the underground laboratory. Over the past 2 days, he conducted a brief study on the anomalies that had occurred in Titaner. Although it had returned to normal, a scan revealed that the radiation energy had not been completely eliminated, but rather some remained in the little monkey's body. Further research has even revealed that the radiation was affected by the shrinking light he emitted, resulting in further mutations. This situation means that even when Titano shrinks back to its monkey-like size, it remains stronger than ordinary animals. And with further research, it seems possible that it could even grow back to gigantic size. With proper training and adjustments, it might even be able to freely control its size. If it can really be developed to that point, then it truly reflects its owner. In addition, he had finished studying the Speed Force literature brought from Gorilla City. He had read a lot of miscellaneous theoretical knowledge, but much of the content still needed experimental testing. The Speed Force was indeed an energy law primarily based on spacetime, and Shenyu had already come up with several ideas, all related to influencing time. The energy from the Speed Force ore he brought out upon his initial entry into the Speed Force field had completely dissipated during the research. Shenyu was already planning when to find an opportunity to go back and get some more. Having not visited for so long, that gorilla from the Speed Force must be quite lonely and would probably welcome me as a guest. Ding tilde, the notification sounded, and Shenyu looked up. Perhaps we should consider changing the notification sound so it doesn't sound so much like a cheat system. Shenyu asked, what is it this time? It's a new frequency radar we established based on information provided by Rosberg Prisoner Blue. Lupar said, it looks like we've detected a possible Rosberg identification signal. Chapter 131, I'm just a clerk. Rosberg, a super prison built by the Kryptonians in the Phantom Zone, is home to some of the most notorious criminals in Kryptonian history. Its current leader is presumed to be Astra's husband, Kara's uncle-in-law Norns, a typical hawk who is suspected of preparing a great purge plan to brainwash all of humanity and plotting to conquer Earth. Based on information obtained from Astra and Kinglin, Shenyu adjusted the radar detection frequency previously used to counter Brainiac, switching it to scan for Rosberg's signals. This way, the radar should be able to react immediately should Rosberg approach Earth's vicinity. Just like it is now, Shenyu quickly marked the location on the radar, glanced at it and frowned slightly. Is a major purge about to begin? Astra and Kinglin were imprisoned on the floor below his laboratory. He thought for a moment, then with a thought, his whole body was enveloped in light, and he fell directly through the wall, landing in the lower-level detention cell through the ceiling in a burst of light. After all, Hai's human form was just a disguise. His body was essentially a bunch of light particles. If the Flash could squeeze through atomic gaps by vibrating his body's atoms to pass through walls, phase transition penetration would be basic stuff for Shen Yu. Kinglin stared wide-eyed at the human figure that had fallen directly through the wall. A few seconds later turned to Astra and said, "He can even walk through walls, you know that." "I don't know," Astra said calmly. "You don't know, yet you're still so calm." Kinglin was still horrified by Shen Yu's seemingly bottomless skill list. "I guess it's because I'm used to it, it's no big deal." Astra said calmly, "Kinglin, no, what do you mean by this giving up attitude? It smells like a salted fish that's given up the struggle." "Excuse me, ladies, but I have some questions to ask." Shen Yu stepped forward and glanced at Kinglin, who looked like she had seen a ghost. "Don't get so excited, it's just passing through a wall. In our area, it's not even considered a proper course. I learned it literally 3,000 years ago." Kinglin fell silent. She suddenly didn't know where to begin her complaint, whether it was the concept of 3,000 years or the idea of attending classes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't help but ask, "You mean all of your abilities, all of them? Were taught in class, what didn't I tell you before?" Atlas crossed his arms and glanced at her. This guy came from a place with a whole planet of monsters. An entire planet like this. Kinglin felt as if the boundaries of her imagination had been pushed to their limits. And she couldn't imagine what a planet with overpowered characters everywhere would be like. No matter how hard she tried, not necessarily. "Not everyone on our planet is like me," Shen Yu said. This put Kinglin at ease. That makes sense. This guy might just be one of the most outstanding individuals on their planet. If every person on the entire planet were like this, what would that be like? It would be a godlike realm. Then Shen Yu continued, "Actually, don't look at me like this. In our area, I'm just a scientist." "No, not even a scientist. I'm just an intern who just graduated from school. Strictly speaking, I'm a clerk, not a soldier. We have a higher-ups called the Space Garrison. And those combat-oriented units are the real big shots. Compared to them, I'm just trash." Kinglin, Astra. "You're just a clerk, say that again. Is she a recent graduate, an intern, or a clerk? Seriously, is your place a wholesale market for gods? How dare a pervert like that call himself a clerk?" The two aliens were silenced for a short while. Then Astra couldn't help but ask, "By the way, are there many people on your planet?" Although Astra felt that her mental tolerance for the incredible power of the Light Star race had greatly improved, she still felt that if the number was too big, she would still be a little overwhelmed. "We're a small planet with a small population." Shen Yu shrugged. Astra and Kinglin exchanged a glance, their faces showing a relieved "I knew it" expression. But before they could relax for even 2 seconds, the next sentence almost made them both spit out blood. The last census count was 18 billion. It should be slightly more now, I wonder how much. The two aliens, how much? No. Do you have some misunderstanding about the concept of sparse population? There are plenty of people like him with a net worth of 18 billion. And according to him has just an ordinary one among them. But in all honesty, Shen Yu was telling the truth. 18 billion sounds like a lot. But the vast majority of them are not warriors. On the contrary, they have an entire universe to manage. Since the beginning of the new generation, they have been managing more than just one universe. The Space Garrison is now expanding its operations to the entire multiverse within their worldview. Shen Yu could swear to the Plasma Spark Tower that this was definitely not Versailles. The guards were truly short-handed. Kinglin cast another glance at Astra, her eyes seeming to speak volumes. "Maybe we should just wash up and go to bed. Krypton is finished. With our few remaining members in Rosberg, going up against a civilization like this seems like we'd be better off going after Brainiac." Astra remained expressionless and returned a glance. "I've thought so for a long time, so I adjusted the radar based on the information you provided. And this is the identification signal that was just detected near the moon, which partially matches the characteristics of Rosberg." Shen Yu swiped open the floating interface, which appeared in front of the two of them. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" The two exchanged a glance and then leaned closer to the glass to examine the readings on the floating screen. "This is our signal, but not Rosberg." Kingland shook her head and said, "But if you ask me, it should be an outpost, an outpost. Rodsburg is divided into many parts, and different areas can be separated and operated independently." Kingland said. Astra added, "Setting up outposts before taking action is a basic principle of operations. And it's quite reasonable. Perhaps Norn is finally ready to launch his operation. An outpost, in any case, know that he had a lid." Shen Yu felt it was worthwhile to go and see for himself. In fact, supervillains are often killed on the first encounter. Sometimes it's not that the good guys can't beat them, but rather that their position is often that the enemy is in the dark while they are in the light. Being caught off guard and passively attacked makes them easy to suffer a defeat. Now that we have a clue, we have an opportunity to gain the upper hand. As Shen Yu left the basement, he was planning to check the coordinates of the suspected outpost near the moon when he bumped into Kara. "There's been a little problem at the store," Kara said. "What's up?" "Oh, it's nothing really," Kara said. "A madman called Two-Face came with a bunch of armed thugs, saying he was going to kidnap us." Shen Yu. 8,000 words today, Chapter 132. Ultraman knocks on the door. Hijacking our store. Shen Yu's first reaction was that he had misheard. After confirming the authenticity of the information with Kara, Shen Yu couldn't help but feel speechless at the two-faced man's bad luck. "No, there are hundreds or thousands of restaurants and cafes in Gotham. What are the odds of you picking our place?" To paraphrase the Flash from the TV series, "Dude, if the next Olympics were to create a world's #1 unlucky person award, you'd definitely be the Usain Bolt of the unluckiest world." Following Kara upstairs, they indeed found that the coffee shop on the ground floor had been taken over by Two-Face and his subordinates. Two henchmen with blue dragon and white tiger tattoos on their bodies, who looked like they were good fighters but not very smart, stood guard at the door like two gatekeepers, holding submachine guns. The somber man sat at the table by the window at first glance. His profile suggested a handsome, brooding man with impeccable features. But the other half of his face was a grotesque sight, enough to make anyone vomit their dinner from the previous night, bulging, terrifying ice-burned blood-red flesh, and cracked lips revealing yellowed teeth, the kind of image from an old-fashioned horror movie that would suddenly appear and leave you sleepless all night. Two-Face Harvey Dent is an important character in the early stages of Batman's story. Originally a lawyer pursuing justice, he was disfigured by acid thrown at him in the Sal Marini case, which caused him to develop two personalities, one good and one evil, making him one of Batman's main adversaries. The current situation is that Gordon is leading his men in pursuit of Two-Face, chasing him all the way to the nearby streets, where Two-Face has suddenly run into this store. Gordon, fearing for the safety of the hostages, doesn't dare to give chase rashly, and instead surrounds the store from the outside. Two-Face is patiently waiting for Batman to come and engage him in a real fight. And he won't make a move until Batman arrives, however. It was already dark, and there were no customers left in the store. To summarize, the only hostages Two-Face had when he stormed in included an Ultraman, a Kryptoniana 9,000-year-old Shazama super gorilla, and a cat that could carry an airplane. Looking at this lineup, it's really hard to say who's hijacking whom. Shen Yu glanced at the armed thugs deployed in the shop and the double agent by the window. Somewhat puzzled, you didn't take him down. He found it strange that Two-Face could still leisurely sit there drinking coffee amidst such a lineup. It's no exaggeration to say that even a cat in this room could easily overpower them all. "I did think about it, but Grandpa Wizard wouldn't allow it." Kara shrugged. "Don't worry, I've already taken care of it." The old wizard leaned closer and said in a low voice, "I find the two-faced man quite interesting. His mind is so split, yet each part can maintain a clear consciousness independently. I've seen people with dissociative identity disorder before, but I've never seen anything as novel as this." Shen Yu wasn't surprised. "Of course, you've never been to Gotham before. You think this place is just a bunch of tales about outstanding people and beautiful scenery. The split personality of Two-Face is essentially the opposition between his good and evil personalities. His disfigurement and tragic experiences gave rise to his personality that hates evil, while the other half of his face represents Harvey's remaining good personality. Often, when he faces a difficult choice and stubbornly decides to flip a coin to determine his actions and right or wrong, it is actually a process of struggle between his good and evil thoughts. Of course, since the emergence of the dual personality, malice has often prevailed, and Harvey's personality is mostly offline. I secretly cast a spell on one of his personalities, strengthening the consciousness of his weaker one. The old wizard stroked his beard. I'm curious to know what the effects of such a personality conflict in such a peculiar mind will be. What? I have a feeling that this might give me a new perspective on some spiritual spells. Shenyu was somewhat surprised. Ever since the old wizard came to the shop, he had been engrossed in researching pots and stoves all day long. It was rare for him to suddenly remember that he was still a wizard and start doing magical research again. Since he was in such a good mood, Shenyu let him have his way. Anyway, these robbers didn't seem like they could possibly hurt anyone in this store. If they don't hurt themselves, sure enough. Whether the spell worked or not, the two-faced man was now sitting in his seat arguing fiercely. The left and right halves of their faces are arguing. I really think this is wrong. Harvey's normal half of his face was full of guilt. You've dragged so many innocent people into this. Shut up, you sissy, the two-faced man said viciously. His half-burned face exposed. But what if someone gets hurt, Harvey said.